major cure for sickle cell is breast transplant, woman transplant, who can transplant progenitor cells. Okay, and transplant it so that they will now start producing new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult cells. So that's the major key. The other complementary measure are just palliative treatment, right? Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
The stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you are different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this was going on, it's not if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not in the chance. I don't know if you get the message I was saying, but like you cry so much every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mom told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's why they now believe me. They apologized for laughing, then they have started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parents told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition that can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
The parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. Okay? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids. For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to deal with it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let the situation, you don't have to do everything all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There's no limit to how far you can get to.
Following a debate between the Senate and the executive, the legislature has approved the securitization of the 22.7 trillion naira ways and means obligations of the Central Bank of Nigeria, ignoring the violation of Section 28 of the CBN Act earlier raised. Now, the loan secured from the Central Bank accumulated to 22.7 trillion naira as of December 2022, and the federal government will repay through a 40-year bond priced at 9%. The 40-year bond is expected to be domestic issuance given the global high interest rate environment, bringing up the domestic debt to 50.2 trillion naira and the country's total debt to 68.95 trillion naira from 46.25 trillion naira as of December 2022, including the 2023 budget deficit, will round up the total country's debt to 77 trillion naira. One of the implications of ways and means and Nigeria's fiscal position, we'll be asking and getting answers to that on the show. But Business Insight starts right now. I am Justin Akadome. Welcome back. First up, let's take a roundup of major business headlines. We begin with the capital market. The Nigerian equities market closed positive as the key market indicator advanced by 114.21 basic points amid positive market breadth. The NGX All-Share Index declined by 0.22% to close at 52,579.52 basis points as against the 0.33% loss recorded previously to close at 52,465.31 basis points at the end of the last trading session. In naira terms, the NGX market cap records 62.19 billion naira gain. Year to date, the NGX ASI stands at 2.59%. The total volume traded advanced by 5.97% to close at 511.38 million naira, valued at 7.14 billion naira, and traded in 5,883 deals. Access Core was the most traded stock by volume and value with 167.61 million naira and 1.92 billion naira units traded. Sectoral performance was broadly positive as 1GX sector index closed southward, 17 sector index closed northward, and 2 closed flat. NGX AFR-BVI index advanced by 1.70% to top the gainers chart, while the NGX Growth Index declined by 0.58% to top the losers chart. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has banned representative officers of foreign banks from engaging in banking business in the country. The Apex Bank also barred the rep officers from any regulated activity and from commercial or traded activities resulting in the issuance of invoices for services rendered. The CBN disclosed this in its guidelines for the regulation of representative officers of foreign banks in Nigeria. In a circular signed by the Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department of the CBN, Mohammed Musa, the Apex Bank said that the guidelines were issued based on its mandate to promote financial system stability in the country. But staying with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Apex Bank will host the 2023 edition of the RT200 Non-Oil Export Summit in Lagos today. It will discuss the theme RT200 Challenges and Prospect to Success, with the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria scheduled as the keynote speaker. The RT200 program was designed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to frontally address inadequate foreign exchange in the economy. It was also designed to stimulate non-oil export with a target of $200 billion forex inflows in the next 3 to 5 years. The first and maiden edition of the CBN RT200 non-oil export held in June last year. And finally, in an apparent reflection of the impact of insecurity, flooding, and extreme weather on farming activities, the agricultural sector growth fell by more than half in 5 years to 2022, defying the double-digit increase in banks' lending to farmers during the same period. An analysis of banks' lending in the last 10 years showed that loans to farmers grew by 197% to 1.8 trillion share of total bank's lending rose to 6.16% in 2022 from 3.3% in 2017, translating to 2.86 percentage points increase in 5 years. We'll take a quick break. Business Insight. We'll be right back to discuss more on the ways and means and the impact on the fiscal policy of Nigeria in a moment. Join us again.
What we do not understand, we must sympathize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's often equally compared.
Na 500 naira dey collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influenced by the mass.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. From the bargain, I send my children to school.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at the bank at the heat of the moment, but another thing for them to be able to do when push comes to shove.
Welcome back. Just last week, the Senate approved the Presidency's request to securitize the 22.7 trillion naira ways and means advances provided to the federal government by the CBN, putting an end to prolonged discussions that began last year. Now, in recent years, the FG's fiscal operations have resulted in significant fiscal deficits due to underperformance in revenue, particularly in oil revenue, compared to budgeted outcomes. As a result, it has increasingly relied on ways and means financing from the CBN to cover the unfunded portion of fiscal deficit. However, this has led to the W&M balance consistently surpassing the 5% threshold of the federal government's prior year's revenue stipulated in the CBN Act. I'm now being joined by international finance and economics analyst Mukhtar Mohammed. Thanks for joining us on the Business Insight and Plus TV, Mukhtar.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Okay, well, let's start this way. First of all, the ways and means advances of the Central Bank of Nigeria to the federal government, should it not be a CBN, strictly a CBN affair under its purview? What's the role of the DMO in all of this?
Well, it's supposed to be between the CBN and the federal government. But again, when you are talking about debt, the DMO has to come in because it's the debt that the federal government have to pay. The DMO is like the regulator or the custodian of Nigerian debt. So they are the one that plans payment schedule. So that's why they are definitely have to be involved in it.
All right. So, okay, fine. The DMO says that securitization will involve the issuance of debt securities with a 40-year tenure by the federal government to the Central Bank of Nigeria. I want you to break it down for us because over time, analysts say that the federal government seems to abuse the ways and means. Just break down this new development to us.
Well, you said it all. They have abused it. In the first place, they are not supposed to go above that limit of about 30% of the budget deficit. We are above it. And the CBN was supposed
is using one illegality to correct another illegality. Because the ways and the means are supposed to go to the National Assembly, we never had that. And now again, even if you are going to proceed it to bond, it still needs the approval of the National Assembly. But as it is now, it's a policy that they just decide to go on with without getting relevant approval.
All right, Mukhtar, but some analysts have pointed out that the executive and the National Assembly may have acted prematurely as Section 38 of the CBN Act prohibits securitization of the Ways and Means. Don't you think that consequently we might need an amendment to the Act to proceed with this so-called securitization?
I think it's need an amendment in any law because the whole idea of a law is not 100%, and people will always find ways to legitimately beat the law. And I think that is what they have succeeded in doing. They didn't just they look at the lapses in the law and they took advantage of it. I keep saying the problem in Nigeria is not in the area of legislation. It's even in the legislators. The legislation we already have. We don't seem to do that. So definitely no matter how much you try to do the legislation, there will always be people that will find means to beat it.
Okay, fine. Let's get more insights now. Securitizing the Ways and Means advances and adding them to the public debt balance will raise the total public debt to about 69 trillion naira, or about 35% of the 2022 GDP, from 46.3 trillion naira, or 23%. That we had before. What's the implication of this? Adding this Ways and Means to our general public debts, really?
Well, the implication of it is that you are now owing more debts. So we have more debt to pay. And that's the implication. We did an analysis one time of the foreign debts Nigeria is owing, and we realized that every Nigeria is owing our debt of $50. So we need to add this to, and we need to convert it to naira and know how much we are owing in terms of naira. Every Nigerian is owing. And before now it was 200 naira. Each Nigerian is owing in terms of naira debt. So I think it's not just looking for ways to pay, but how you go about looking for these ways to pay. I mean, if there's any administration that have taken advantage of debt with impunity, is this current administration. They've not looked at debt as debt as something that is going to affect the future generation of the incoming administration. They looked at one side. We need to finish projects that we've started, and most of these projects are physical projects that most of them will not be concluded by them, and most of them are economical variable. If they are giving it to the private sector, like the PPP, most of these private sector would have built and operate for the next 25 years, and the government would have channeled those funds maybe to social investment in health and education. But the government has refused to think out of the box, and that is why we have the challenge that we have now. So for me, I think this government that don't think out of the easy way out, and the easy way out is to borrow money.
Okay, another factor supporting the need for a review of debt benchmarks in the fiscal strategy paper is that the share of domestic debt in the overall public debt split will rise to almost 73% compared with around 60% previously. Is this really true?
Yeah, it is. And again, most of this 76% government is the highest debtor. I mean, in any developed economy, you see private companies are one that are highly indebted because they collect this debt to expand their business, and through their business they're able to service this debt. But what we have seen here in Nigeria is that the government collects the debt to pay salary and also to continue to pay salary of political parties. So definitely the debt profile keeps going up, and the means of payment gets slimmer by the day, because the only other means they look at, okay, outside of the crude oil, which have subsidy regime, the NPC did not give anything to the federation account. So the next thing they're looking is widening the tax bracket. And when they talk about widening the tax bracket, it's taxing the already taxed. So definitely, I think it calls for concern, it calls for worry. But debt in itself is not bad. It is being used for productive ventures. But when you look at debt as a means of allowances and salaries for an over-bloated civil servant due to political appointee, there's more to worry about now.
All right, Mukhtar, let's look at the flip side because some people still believe there's a bit of an advantage to this. But with the rising debt service to revenue ratio estimated by the World Bank at approximately 96% in 2022, some analysts say this move is very good in reducing the federal government's debt service burden. How do you reason all of that?
It's good in terms of when you look at debt in itself, it's not bad. It's just like any business. Sometimes you need to expand, you go to borrow. But what we are saying, why it's bad in this instant is that some of these debts are borrowed because they cannot meet their salary demands. So especially with the ways and the means, and then they are not able to use this working in synergy between the monetary and fiscal side to control inflation. Inflation is every month in every economy in the world, but ours seems to be out of control because we seem to do nothing about it. So definitely, I think there is a lot to be concerned about when you look at Nigerian debt profile and what we are trying to do. It doesn't look workable at all. I just feel for the incoming administration, they need to find a way around and begin to see how they can offset some of these debts and look at those debts that are not productive and get out of it.
I must say a very big thank you to you, Mukhtar, for your time and, of course, all the analysis that you have brought and clarity you have made on these ways and means and the implication on Nigeria's fiscal policy. Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be coming back in a moment to look at the impact of the CBN's cashless policy vis-a-vis the new notes in circulation and all of that, how it is in the country and how Nigerians are bearing the brunt in one moment after this quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now, it's been over 60 days since the Supreme Court halted a move by the federal government and the CBN to end the circulation of the old Naira notes across the country. But despite this ruling, the newly redesigned notes have remained scarce and out of the reach of the common man. Our correspondent, Plus TV correspondent, the law of Ikukuri Doko, went around the street to fill the polls on resident. Let's take that report now.
The court's verdict stipulates that the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes remain legal tender till December 2023. After much disregard for the court's ruling, the CBN succumbs. Surprisingly, the old notes rather than the redesigned ones are what is more available to the spending public.
The one we pay me, money no dey. Jesus. Oh God. And I go use to drop 5,000. They go collect 1,500.
very hard way that people will suffer for it. So, but up to now, I just withdraw from the ATM. There's no new note in it, just the old note.
A little bit sad because I've seen the note just once and I've not seen it, but I think I see time there because half is better than nothing.
If I go to bank, is the old currency they give me most, and most people too accept it like that.
8 months to the phasing out of the old redesigned notes, many express concern about the feasibility.
I don't see it to be something that's feasible, you know. Fine. It's not going to be feasible because of all these underlying reasons, you know. People might be struggling to meet up and they lose money and they lose value for their money. So it's not really feasible.
Well, in Nigeria now, every day is surprise, so we're just hoping for the best. So I don't know if it is going to be possible or not. So I'm just fingers crossed.
See, make una tell Buhari Abina who wan enter, Abina Tinubu, Abina Obasanjo, Abina Obi. I don't know who wan enter, but the first one, make dem no try repeat wetin happen that time because if not, dem no go like am o. Now when they talk okay, we go use old note now till December. Make dem no come now come say December na new note. If you no get new note, people now go come dey die for bank in front. Some go dey faint, some go dey die. Even me, I nearly die. Even my mama sef nearly die, but God na him save us.
In a recent statement, the CBN refuted claims that it is planning to phase out the newly redesigned Naira note. The Apex Bank insists the old notes will seek to be legal tender by December 31st. Murphy Kuku Uyendoku, Lost in the News.
Oh, just sincerely hope that Nigerians will actually get to see this new note as the deadline for it, that's December 31st approach, because it is really scarce. I can't even remember the last time I saw the new Naira note. But that's the size of the show for today. Business Insights will return to your screens tomorrow. I am Justin Akadone. Many thanks for watching.
Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long
TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Necessary that Nigeria must take. I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to start businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and get exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I'll be talking about the way thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Oluwasegun Elegbede will be talking about mediocrity in Nigerian society. Sholakwe Azazi will be talking about what is autism. As usual, expect interesting conversations that will keep you enlightened. We'll be back just after the break. Stay with us. The way thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Today, I want to talk about the importance of we mentality, how it can lead to a more secure and prosperous Nigeria. There is a story about a father who took his son to visit a poor village to show him how people live. The experience was eye-opening for the son, as he saw firsthand the struggles that many people face every day. Upon their return home, the father asked his son what he had learned from the trip. The son's response was unexpected. Rather than focusing on the poverty and lack of material possessions that he had seen, he instead highlighted the wealth of love, compassion, friendship that he had witnessed in the village. The son's words were a powerful reminder that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the values and the relationship that we hold dear. This story has stayed with me throughout my life and has taught me the importance of embracing a we mentality. It's about prioritizing potential we have as a nation when we come together. So I urge us all to embrace a win mentality in our daily lives and in our efforts to build a better Nigeria. Let's work towards a more secure, prosperous, and connected Nigeria for all of its citizens and prioritize the values that truly make us rich. Fellow advocates, what can you say to this?
Well, I like the fact that when the child was asked to say what he learned, and he was able to point out all the other things that in his childlike mind. And sometimes that's what I see missing in the society. We have prioritized a lot on material things, so much so that it has clouded our mentality. Before we used to say the village system when all the children were raised in that, communal setting. Now, everything is just concrete jungle. Everybody is all about me, the mentality of me, myself, and I. And because of that, we're not even looking out for the fellow human beings anymore. We are so selfish in our interest that we don't take time out to enjoy that little thing that we don't even have to buy with money. The love, the acceptance, the brotherhood.
What do you say to that?
Unfortunately, I would say this is one of the disadvantages that modernization has brought to us. When we were still, life was still very easy. When in the rural areas, villages, even as a young child, you have so many adults. Looking after you. You have so many fathers, so many mothers, and so many people you can call your own father, your own mother, because they see everyone as a unit. The organization has really disintegrated us. Now everybody wants to live the lives of their own. Everybody wants to amass enough wealth, enough resources to themselves. Just the fact that we are for each other. And if you bring that to a Nigeria concept, you understand that the only area that you see that we have a few times come together is in sports. In other areas, when it comes to politics, you see division here and there along ethnic, religious lines. You see that we are not able to come together to fight those that really have held the country on the jugular. So the only area where we come together, and that has shown that if you really want to take a cue from that, is the sports. If you take a cue from what we are able to gain from sports, we will be able to achieve more. You see us coming together when Nigeria is playing, either basketball, either football, which is the greatest sport that we follow in this country. So that win mentality is really not there yet. And we really need to begin to see ourselves as one, because we know there is strength in unity.
Okay, I also want us to look at it from this perspective, where we have adults today, the husband and the wife, chasing their dreams of career, go out, probably in Lagos, for example, 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning and come back late as 10. It's that compassion of sharing of love with the children, understanding, sharing culture and what have you. Can we also say in that aspect, they are thinking about themselves, not about their immediate environment, and the effect of them thinking about themselves and not catering for their children, right? And then we now look at the effect where you see in occultic groups, you find out that a lot of people who are really high class in
And that's why you see kids growing up with a lot of talents untapped, because the parents are not always around to be able to see,
to guide them
and see that, okay, you know, when you want, the kind of educational system that we run is such that most of the schools, private schools, don't have sporting facilities. Then the only time you do, as parents, you need to dedicate some other resources and time at the weekend to monitor help them improve their skills and all of that. But everybody is on their own. You know, on the weekend, even when you are at home, you want to stay in a place where you want to rest, because you know on Monday again, the hustling and bustling start again. So
that's funny. What can you say about the way mentality in regards to security? Because today I can see that everybody wants to have their own private security firm, you know, their own policing once they can pay. And you know, growing up, I remember that you always have, you know, from one house to other, when any stranger enters the community, we already know this person is not part of us because he doesn't roll with us. Where are you from? We want to inquire that what do you come here to do? You know, we feel secure around ourselves, and that is obtainable as of today in villages. But in the cities, we shout of insecurity and stuff like that. But can we say, because we think as an individual, I want to just protect ourselves, I don't care about the people within us, or what can you say about that in relation to insecurity challenges that we are facing in the country?
Okay, so I think I'll just take it one at a time because it's a very big, you know, I'll unbox it. So first and foremost, when we were growing up, it was more relaxed in the sense that we had, like he said, we had our uncles and aunties and everybody else watching out for us. But when you look at it now, you have mom, dad, and children. It's a unit now. The extended part of that communal living has fallen off. And so I remember when I was growing up, my parents have gone to work, but I have one auntie or the other that is watching out for me, that is serving as my parents in the house. And because they are there, you know, there's someone else that would, you know, make sure that they carry out the responsibility of parenting and making sure that all that I need to do to thrive is there. But nowadays, you don't see it anymore. The parents have to survive. The economic situation of when we were younger and what is in reality now is totally different. And for them to survive, they have to go out there and hustle. And when they go out there to hustle, it's a given. You are tired because you've gone through the traffic, you've gone through all of it. You're only human. You come back home, you want to rest. To start to focus and nurture all those other things, it starts to affect your mental health. And that's why you will see them lashing out and all of that. Then you come to security. It's still the same concept. We had that communal living when we were younger. So you can always spot who is not our member. You didn't need a security firm, you didn't need all those people because all you needed was the guard at the end of the street. In fact, when you come and then your parents, they already know, the person is telling them as they're driving in that, oh, she's on the 3rd street. Because we knew ourselves. There was that space to play, space to move around and all of that, but we don't have that anymore. Because everywhere, like I said, it's a concrete jungle. Everywhere you turn, you see a space, there is a playground before. You turn tomorrow, it's been turned into a building complex. So when you think about that, today you know your neighbor, tomorrow there's nobody because it's already, what can you say?
So that means, to cap it up, I think we'll also be looking at it from the angle of business, because today we have more of capitalists than, you know, socialists in Nigerian business space. And you know, I was actually watching the Nigerian Titan, and I saw a beautiful presentation of a man who is seeking an investment funding to do rice processing. He has started, and he did his analysis and said, for every bag of rice, he can generate as much as 2,000 naira as profits, and it's from this 2,000 naira that goes after removing all expenses. That's a net profit. But the investor said, that's too small. And I looked, 2,000 naira, about how many tons of bags of rice, and it's too small. Is that not greediness? You know, and when I look at it into banking sector as well, you see debt, you see high percentage at the end of the day. And how do we want to go as a country, as an individual, when everybody are just thinking about them, and them?
I think what we have not also touched on and why it seems we are tilting towards this individualism is because of the way we vent for ourselves in this country. Virtually, I used to say, you're your own government. You need to build your own house, get your own water, get your own power supply, take your kids to school. I mean, when you begin to do that, the tendency is that you begin to think all about yourself. I want my wife, my kids to be fine. You understand? So the government has to be involved in so many other things for us. Why do I need to be the one to cover out like 15, 20 million naira?
But people are the government. We are the government.
Now, in this case, we have become individual governments. That is what so from the federal government, the state government, the local government, you also have individual governments.
So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I agree with what he's saying, because by the time you have to sort out all those other little pockets, at the end of the day, you're not thinking about everyone, the national cake anymore, because you're thinking that I have coughed out so much. What's in it for me? I have done X, Y, and Z. I've become my own security man, my own this, my own that. So please, I need to maximize all that is there for me. And so there's no room to be able to say to my neighbor that, sorry, do you want me to extend this water that I'm getting now? Do you want me to extend it? There's no room for that, because I just want to say it's for me, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just before we go, I want to advocate that we are the government. All these things we know, we just need to take a step, to say, let us build a system. And we can begin from private sector to show example and try to adopt it into the public sector. We have seen it happen in fintech, trying to play the role of finance and teaching the banks on a better way to make things work right. And it's becoming a policy and becoming a government entity. I think as an individual, we should start as a private entity to start thinking about formalizing it and taking it to the government. Sholape Azaze is next after the break. Do stay with us.
Autism. Autism is a developmental disorder that affects communication, social interaction, and behavior. Unfortunately, there is still a lack of understanding and awareness about autism in many parts of Nigeria. Today, we will be exploring what autism is and how it affects individuals and their families, and what we can do to raise awareness and support those living with autism. Prevalence of autism in Nigeria, according to the Nigerian Society for Autism, it is estimated that there are over 2 million people with autism in Nigeria, and this number is expected to rise. However, despite the high prevalence of autism in Nigeria, there is still a lack of awareness and understanding of the condition, leading to stigmatization and discrimination. Diagnosis of autism involves a comprehensive evaluation by a team of healthcare professionals, including a developmental pediatrician, a psychologist, Awareness and acceptance. It is important to raise awareness about autism in Nigeria to reduce the stigma and discrimination against individuals with autism and their family. We can achieve this by promoting education and understanding of autism, providing support services for families and caregivers, and advocating for policies that promote the rights of individuals with disabilities. Challenges faced by individuals and families affected by autism in Nigeria. Some of the families with a child or children with autism in Nigeria face a number of challenges, including lack of access to appropriate diagnosis and treatment, stigma and discrimination, and limited support services. Many families also face financial difficulties as they try to provide the necessary care and support for their loved ones. Raising awareness and support for those living with autism. There are several ways we can raise awareness and support these individuals. First, we can work to improve access to diagnosis and treatment, as well as support services such as therapy and educational program. We can also raise awareness about autism through education and advocacy, including training for healthcare professionals, teachers, and general public. Finally, we can work to reduce stigma and discrimination through community outreach and awareness campaign. So, what do you think? Have you ever encountered autism, or have you, apart from here?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to witness this, but it's quite unfortunate that in Nigeria we see it differently. I want to hold it to the fact that our cultural belief of being fetish, sometimes you take it to a traditional taboo to say somebody is actually, doing something bad to the children. So it's just like the way we have what Yoruba called abiku, in those days, where people die young and they come not knowing that it is genetic, more like a genotype, that is not maybe SS, maybe that kind of child that is called abiku is SS, because they match make people as at that time. So there are a lot of things that we need to actually change when it comes to that. We need to look into the cultural belief, we need to look into the religion belief and what have you to have, because that is predominantly what shape our thinking in this part of the world, from childhood to where we are today. And beyond this, the awareness is necessary, just like you said. And I believe we should begin to advocate for private entity to also find a way to put a percentage of their CSR or those private CSR into special needs like autism, special disability, and what have you. I believe it's going to go a long way because we don't see it because it's not actually making business sense. Just like I said, people talk about themselves. Anything they do, even when they are doing CSR, it has to translate to money. You understand? But if it's not translating to money, it's very few people that will do things voluntarily. We are not saying they should not do things that will promote their business, right? But they should also try and separate a percentage of this, their CSR, to support special needs or special cases like this. I can give you an example. I was opportune to be in an European country sometimes ago, and inside the car park, like the underground car park, the third or the fourth floor underground, I saw someone just trying to dial. I said, who is this person? He's an autism patient, person. But I look at the compassion. They gave this person job, like a security guard, to help. It's not like he's a wasted human being, just like we have it in Nigeria. When you have a special need, you are found to be like you are useless. You are not useful. The love, the care is not there. And I believe if we begin to embrace other abilities and show care, that's all that is needed. Once we're able to show care, it will help us to even identify symptoms, guide, know about more awareness that I've seen this, and educate other people.
Thank you. So quickly, before I heard some few things that made me just like, okay. First and first, you said autism patient, but I know that you didn't mean that, but it's very important to also put it out there that because someone has been diagnosed with autism does not mean that the person is a patient or medically termed, because autism is not a medical condition that requires medication or that requires you to be treated in a particular facility or whatever. So autism doesn't have a physical marker. It's not like, oh, okay, there's a special ability for this and that. With autism, it's just each person is differently wired. So it's a neurological difference, meaning the way I think, the way I see, the way I interact with the world is different. It's not that the person is less, it's not that the person is more, it's just, I'm just different. And so it's like, the more you come out there and say, look, it's just different. No, so accept me, accept my differences. And that's why in a place like where you said you traveled to, they've been able to understand that I'm not different from you and I can be gainfully employed. I can do certain things that life has accorded to me without me having to be looked down on as being less. So it's very important to start to change that narrative, because when you started saying those things, I said,
I don't know. Now I know.
Yes.
I think it's one of the things that this program has afforded us is to be able to put this out there as a means of awareness. Because before now, yes, I've heard about autism, but not in this light. And I think more has to be done regarding awareness. And I think also one of the reasons why parents who have kids with this syndrome, because of stigma and discrimination, don't often allow their kids to go to school, because they are prone to being bullied, and some teachers don't even have that special training to be able to identify might be taking on that kind of a child or tagging them differently, and that makes them to look different in class, and then and when you have that kind of treatment, it brings stigmatization and all of those. So that awareness is very necessary, and the government has to be involved, like we always say. And of course, I know there will be one or two NGOs that would really be taking attention on this and trying to put more information out there for people to know. And again, on the area that you mentioned the other time, which has to do with the cultural beliefs, everything about culture has to do with, okay, is it because the mother had aborted or used some drugs when she was pregnant with the child, and that was why, a whole lot of issues come around when you have a baby with some of these syndromes, and so it is important. I think awareness is what we need to happen more in this regard.
I totally agree with you about awareness, and that's what we're talking about when we said discrimination. You pointed out several ways that people have been discriminated on in time past, but it's also very important to note that for autism, there's no genetic marker, unlike Down syndrome and some other genetic, some other neurodevelopmental, disability or disorders. Autism has no genetic marker, and as of today, scientists are still baffled by the cause, and they still do not have a definitive cure for autism. So when you have situations like that, and then you have parents, people still believing that autism was caused by something they did, it is not helping us change the narrative of the acceptance. It's not helping us push the narrative of the awareness, the advocacy, and helps them to act the way they do. Because the day you remove the veil and they see what is under it, they say, is it not just this? But when you just come masqueraded, they don't, because with autism it shows differently. If you've met one child with autism, you've only met one child with autism. You can't use that one child that say, because it spins around, it does this, it does that, this child is, and then you see another child that is not spinning, that is not, and then someone tells you, this child is autistic. I say, no, it cannot be. I saw Taje the other day, so Chukwemeka cannot be. He's not running around, he's not, and then in your mind you think that person is not, and you just see the person child that you immediately you say, something is wrong with this child. But when you now start to unmask, unbox, understand what it is, it makes it easier for parents, even because sometimes it's not that the parents don't even know what's going on, but because they are afraid of the label that society will put on them. So they are quick to say, I don't know.
And I also think education has to play a vital role here at all levels, both from the secondary school, primary school, secondary school to tertiary institution. Because I could recall that there is a case like that. Actually, it's in a film, right? It's primary school, it's Indian. This child has this symptom, right? And he sees, just like you said, he sees things differently. So he keeps feeling. But when you ask a written exam, the child fails. But when you ask oral, it's sharp. Like, what is wrong? This is exactly what you say, but this is a different thing you are writing, right? And the teacher was able to carefully study the child and see that the child is seeing age as you. You know, it sees things differently and try to guide. Say, look at this, look at this. Today, we hardly have guidance and counseling departments functionally the way they are expected to be. When you observe something, the teacher of a class, maybe an integration science class or mathematics class, should refer to a guidance and counselor to help identify one or two things and guide. You know, but right here we don't have it, and the education system has to, you know, catch up with the reality. You know, I believe if that, it will help us to manage the society's stigmatization in terms of the education parts, to educate people right from there, and people will know that this is a special kid. Right?
Yeah, I like what you said, but just a note, the particular thing you were describing is dyslexia. That's not autism.
Okay.
Yes, the one that you can identify letters and all of that. So it's also important because sometimes we get a lot of misdiagnosis in there because you see a particular issue at hand or challenge, and then because of one or two things or one or two seminars you've attended, you just assume that is it. And that is why it's important to have a multidisciplinary diagnosis team to define what exactly is going on, because you say, oh yes, so it's very important. Autism is not something that one teacher just looks and says that must be what's going on. It requires a certain team of professionals to use their diagnostic tool to be able to give a definitive diagnosis of autism.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. I believe we have gained a lot and we'll still keep learning.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, Oluwasegun Olegbede is next after the break. Do stay with us.
Engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influenced very much.
You are sitting on Nigeria's money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. On the bargain, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the moment. Another thing for them to be able to do when push comes to shove.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to start businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and
as if it is to be expected. We often witness public officials failing to deliver on their promises, yet they are still celebrated as if they have achieved something great. We may see governors being praised for simply fixing a road that has been in disrepair for years, instead of holding them accountable for the poor state of infrastructure in the first place. Furthermore, in Nigeria, we tend to have a culture of celebrating mediocrity, especially when it comes to entertainment. You may see an artist with poor vocals or subpar lyrics being praised as a superstar simply because they are famous. It is important for Nigerians to recognize that we deserve better than this. We should demand excellence from our leaders and service providers and not settle for less. By holding them accountable, we can create a brighter future for ourselves and for our country. Let us reject the normalization of mediocrity and strive for greatness in all aspects of our lives. As Nigerians, we should always aim for the best and not settle for anything less. See, when I was coming up with this, I looked around and I feel like it seems because we have been taken for granted for long, we tend to see some of these misnomers being normal. You hear when after a week, power supply is restored to your area, and maybe after 6 hours they interrupt it again. You're like, on their trial. Man, were they supposed to interrupt it for? 6 hours, because you've gotten 6 hours power supply, you feel like, wow, you were in Netherlands, then you now come to the normal. So, and again, you see government celebrating, have been paying the salaries of our civil servants since the last 3 years without, is that supposed to be an achievement? Are we supposed to be celebrating for paying the worker's salary? So I see it as really celebrating mediocrity, and that's why we have not moved beyond the state that we have as a country. When a service provider ditches us or don't give us the commensurate service for what we have paid for, we don't hold them accountable. We tend to, I've heard people who will tell you, when I used a card at the ATM and I was debited 20,000, that money is still there since the last 1 year because I don't know their problem. And you see citizen person banking with such financial institution, which means we don't know what we want. And that's why the government or the leaders are able to see through this, and so they give us peanuts instead of what we deserve as citizens of this country.
I don't think that is I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's just human nature. When you beat someone all the way, you constantly beat someone, beat and beat and beat. You keep hitting the person. After a while, the person gets used to it. And because the person gets used to it, the person doesn't even understand where to rise from. Do you understand? Because it's not, imagine every time I want to climb this mountain, for example, and every time I try, I fall. And then for every time I fall, maybe I was supposed to fall to 20, then I fall to 10, then I fall to, and then I keep falling and I keep falling. The spirit gets defeated. And there's no motivation. When you look around, everyone is hustling, everyone is bustling there, and double taxation here and there. Everything is just so hard that when you don't get just a little right, you can't read is everything else, because you've been met with so much negativity here and there that you've even given up, basically. And so the small positivity you get, you celebrate it. So I'm not defending people that, yes, you should ask for more, you should strive for more, but
society keeps beating you down, you try to, fight for your rights. You put something, I've had people that they go robbed, and then they clear out their account. They go to the bank to say, oh, it was one chance, they cleared out my account, and then immediately they say, sorry, we can't help you because you showed that you withdraw this money. Go and get police reports. Police says, no, we can't help you. You can't file under here because your money is maybe 200,000. That's not where you file it under. You file. So by the time they go round and round, they say to you, I leave you with God. God will judge you. Because number one, that is the person's entire savings. That the person has worked, made sure she left the house at 4 a.m. in the morning and come back home at 10 p.m. in the night, worked non-stop, and then entered one chance. Got robbed, goes to the bank and say, hey, they cleared my account. Bank says, I can't help you. It shows that it was you that withdrew it to do this. You need police. Go to police. Police says, oh, it's below the amount. Go and file it here. You go to this one, they say, pay this. I said, you know what? I start from the beginning again. Are you going to say that person is being mediocre? No. The person has been beat up and beat up time without number. Society has pushed the person down.
I think I will want to digress a little bit and look at it from a different angle, right? You see, yes, mediocrity, reality is what you have actually explained.
Yeah.
And mediocrity is what we should not entertain, right? But we should quickly run it back to, I would say, self-awareness, right? Because today, the same police, the same banker that are doing the job, they are not doing the job because they are happy doing the job. They are doing the job because they have certain instruction they have to follow and they have to put food on their own table, right? They are not doing the job and following to the letter, to the way it expected to be done. I give an example. You go to an ATM machine or a POS agent, withdraw, you have a declined debit, meaning that the transaction failed, you are debited. On a ideal situation, you are not to fight where you got debited. The standard says, go to your bank, fill a dispense error form. The dispense error form says, go and load it on a system, then they track it and it is bank to bank to reverse your money, right? But what we have is different. You see somebody who is a staff, a bank staff, number one, they don't even know their job. They will tell you, yes, you have been debited. See, the money is debited. Go back to where you have been debited. That's where the money is, right? You see transaction of transfers. This is a section ID that you have to log and track the transaction. They're lazy to do it. They will tell you, no, we don't have this money. You see a system where I've seen a known fintech, I don't want to mention it. You see a money, you send the money from a third party to that known fintech. You see the money, so amount of money received, status failed. Go back to where you get the money from. It's self-awareness, I think, and the willpower. I also go back to about Hawks. If you look at before 1966 coup, sorry to digress a little bit. Before 1966 coup, Nigeria was running a regional system. Everybody were trying to see how their community or their region can strive. It's a real thing. Everybody, they don't celebrate you because you are doing good, because they know it is necessary for their next phase of development, right? And you can see that those are the best roads we still have till date, right? Now, you now see a military system where there is fear. Since 1966 coup and counter coup and stuff like that, we have been living in fear, and everybody is just trying to see, how do I survive? If I do this, there are powers of, let's say, a government that is powerful more than me, or I have somebody, I don't have money. Once I have money, they win the case in court. I don't see justice, and it's that fear that actually promotes the mediocrity that we are seeing in Nigeria. You see the fear that somebody will tell you, I will kill you. A police will harass you on the road. They will tell you, I will kill you. And if they have good connection, they will kill you and nothing will happen. You can see the case of do is they will just disengage the police. The action happened as a police officer. But when they say you have killed a citizen, the reason why that of the lawyer is because she is a lawyer and the MBA is intervening and said they will follow it to the letter. If as an individual, they will disengage such police officer. The police officer will answer the crime as an individual. But when the crime happens, that's a mediocre, settings that it doesn't really make sense. It happens when the person was a police officer. Why will you disengage that person? Because you don't want it to attach to the system. A lot of things are wrong, and it is all about self-awareness. When people are conscious and are aware of what penalty, what effects, what negative effects all these actions are going to be, I believe people will be conscious of their dealings. And just like you said, why will you celebrate a governor for constructing a road? Why will you celebrate a governor for paying salary? Their staff, they work for their money and they are expected to be paid. It's just like saying you have father in a house and giving food to the children. Why will you celebrate a father for giving food to his own children? Does it make any sense? You are not adding any additional value to say, there is a society like this. My child, go and learn this skill so that you can solve this problem in this society. Then you should celebrate such parents. Right? You can see normal road, normal traffic, but you look at Lagos, for example. Normal traffic wherever is there, but they introduce the likes of LASMA as an additional supporting. Okay, you can celebrate them for bringing something new. You look at BRT, subsidized as at then. You can celebrate, yes, this is beyond normal, and these are things we should be looking at too. But because we are used to it, our parents do not also help us, truth be told. Because our parents have actually, all those glorify professional courses and the societal acceptability of some things have made other people look less. And you allow it to now then, I think we should start thinking different and see self-awareness. For my own advocate, it's more like of self-awareness and taking necessary action that we need to.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to really jump on that. It's good to say self-awareness, but I think also when we go with self-awareness, we should also look at enforcement. It's one thing for me to be aware of a situation, of what is my due, of what my worth is. How do I enforce it?
I agree.
Because I'm aware that I've been dealt a bad hand. I'm aware that I know what my worth is, and this is not my worth. So how do I enforce it when the society that is supposed to, based on the rules that govern a society, a sane society, the rules cannot be enforced? So I'm only aware of my suffering. I'm aware of what is limiting me, or I'm aware of my situation. I'm aware of what I need to have and what I don't have.
I agree with you, right? And that is why I said I chipped in a little bit, but I don't want to expatiate on it. When I went back to the government of military, regional and stuff like that, right? When we are talking about enforcement, it's government to enforce. But when we are aware, we don't even start, we have a democratic system, and it's not something that will just happen under a miracle. It's a process, right? Are we electing from the, world level, the necessary people to nominate who will represent us to do the right system? Because if there is no system, it's difficult to enforce. Our system entirely is corrupt, right? So we need to start changing the mindset from the grassroots, from the interaction, not the high type of living. We live in an estate now. I don't even know my neighbor. You understand? And when you have to, within your wall, you have to interact. Change. Don't look like this person is less. Today we see artisans as being less. But the reality is we can't do without them.
I think at some point we need to put a stop and say, here, just like you have said, if somebody has been beaten and beaten and beaten, then that person wants to go to one corner and just. But at some point, so we cannot continue to celebrate this mediocrity. There has to be, just like that, as you mentioned, consequences of actions. That is what has really been an issue. Because, anybody elected who has not performed knows that there is no consequences. Because he is surely going to still get re-elected the next time he comes out again. So at some point, we have to know when to say, no, we cannot take it no more. We cannot continue to celebrate these people. We've seen situations in this country where politicians embezzle money, they are on trial, and their own kinsmen will come out and say, it's our own living, at least it's doing fine for us.
So when you're even talking about on that, sorry for cutting you, on that, when you're talking about enforcement, there's also plea bargain. I've still 100 billion, you know what? I'll give you 80 billion. Free. So that means if you want to steal big. That's the enforcement, and they will enforce. And they will pardon you. You are pardoned. So enforcement, that's why I talk more of self-awareness, doing the right thing. Even if you are in government and stuff like that, everywhere you have to just.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that self-awareness is not important, but I'm just saying that they go hand in hand. Because even if I am aware, even if I'm ready to, even if the goat is going to charge back, it needs to have someone who's going to charge. And he needs to know that it's with this force that I will use to knock this person down. Right? So that is now going to enforce his might and strength and boom for action. So I'm aware that this guy, if I continue like this, there's nowhere else to go.
So let me give you another example just to join what he said. I was in a particular junction in Lagos here, right? And this guy kick against indiscipline or what have you. They are trying to, all those occurs to chase them away. But this lady, when they saw them, they were running and scattered. You are still running after them. This old woman fell. She stood up, fell like 3 times. And people were pleading, okay, please leave this woman. She has at least failed you. And the next thing, the guy was very nothing. They were like gathering. You know what people did? Awareness. They bombarded them. And they ensured that they freed the lady. Even as much that the lady was doing something that is banned in those areas, but they were at least trying to say, give this person a warning. That's self-awareness of saying, if we say no, I'm just talking about we coming together to change things. Even a constitutional authority, by the time we come together and say no, we are going against this bad act, it's achievable. That's the point.
It is.
So it's just the readiness and awareness to say we are not just. I recall when I was in school, I fought the management. You know why? Because our due that we pay. So management staff are the one paying. They're the one swallowing it, and we begin to fight it. And fellow students are the one fighting us back. But immediately they get to know that so this is how worse it is. If they knew, and they would have come together and do the right thing. So self-awareness is also very important. When people are self-aware, they can come together in unity and say stop to something that is not right. That's the advocate. The end always seems to come too soon on the advocates. However, the advocate continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. On Twitter and Instagram, at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrican.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
talks about getting their dream jobs. But what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer. But did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, a public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you will help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have the compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye, you get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you're not up to something, you're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Series 8 for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria. Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Vicky Mbaka, your host, saying thank you for joining us on Series 8.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Cross TV Africa.
Practice makes me perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, good evening. I'm Kimberly Ubiamo. This is the news update. The Supreme Court in Abuja on Tuesday affirmed Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, as the elected governor of Osun State. Oyetola and his party approached the Apex Court in a suit praying the court to set aside the decision of the Abuja Division of the Court of Appeal, which voided the judgment of the Osun State Election Petition Tribunal and returned Oyetola as winner of the November-July 16, 2022 governorship election. The appellate court awarded 500,000 naira cost against the APC and its candidate. The cross-appeal, which centered on the educational qualification of Governor Adeleke, was thrown out for lacking in merit. Meanwhile, Governor Ademola Adeleke has reacted to his victory at the Supreme Court.
Almighty and my people, of Osun, because they stood by me and they did everything to let them know that, to let me know that they love me and I love them back. And today has proven it today. It's now to be focused. Even though there was little distraction, we are focused. You journalists can testify to our 100 days in office. I mean, you have seen it all. You went with me, you worked with me, you saw what we have done. And work is still going. Despite the fact of little distraction. Now there's no distraction again. We have all our agenda, our 5-point agenda in the making. You just wait and see, because we can tell you our government is grassroots. Our government is people's government. They ain't seen nothing yet. We have a lot of goodies in stock for our lovely Osun people.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged residents of Osun State to team up with Governor Ademola Adeleke to build up the state. In a statement on Tuesday, presidential spokesman Femi Adesina said the president recognized Tuesday's verdict of the Supreme Court on the July 16, 2022 governorship election in Osun State, as well as the important role of the judiciary in deepening rule of law and democracy. Earlier, the Supreme Court set aside the appeal by Adeboye Oyetola of the APC challenging the election of Ademola Adeleke of the PDP as Osun State Governor. The Apex Court, in its judgment read by Justice Emmanuel Ajem, also upheld the appeal court's judgment, which upheld the election of Adeleke as the state governor. The Presidential Election Court has resumed its pre-hearing session at the Court of Appeal in Abuja, the nation's capital. The 5-man panel, led by Justice Haruna Samani, continued from where they stopped on Monday. At the pre-hearing, the first petition, called the Allied People's Movement, APM, which is challenging the victory of the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. APM alleged that the election was marred with electoral malpractice and violence, among others. Counsels to the APC, the President-elect and his vice, are however asking the court to dismiss the petition. Justice Samani advised all the parties involved to consolidate their issues for determination to avoid duplication and waste of time. He subsequently adjourned the suit to Thursday, May 11. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, has unveiled the Afrin 3 Fast Power 240 megawatt turbine in Rivers State. The project is a subsidiary of the Transcorp Group located in Oyibo on the outskirts of Port Harcourt in the state. Osinbajo, upon arrival, was received by the chairman of Transcorp Group, Tony Elumelu, and other dignitaries. In his address, he said in 2023, electricity subsidies reached 584 billion naira, but service-based tariffs have led to a doubling of collection in the Nigeria electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira in 2020 to 80 billion naira in the first quarter of 2023.
I'm happy to say that since 2020, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has executed all its biannual review processes without fail. Now, this is a major difference from the past. In 2019, subsidies reached a peak of 584 billion naira in an environment that became so burdensome for the Nigerian government's fiscal position. The introduction of the service-based tariff, the payment discipline initiative for the sector, which was jointly organized by NERC and the CBN, and the introduction of the National Mass Metering Program have led to a doubling of market collections in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira a month in 2020 to a record 80 billion per month in the first quarter of 2023. In 2021 and 2022, 5 underperforming discos were brought into a restructuring program that has led to a 10 billion naira per month reduction in shortfalls. If this trajectory continues, then it means that the Nigerian electricity supply industry will attain self-sufficiency at the end of 2023. In other words, it will be able to resource itself, pay for itself. The challenge before us is for the industry to leverage the improved commercial environment that has been created to sustainably supply electricity and improve service to all our citizens.
Therefore, I'm proud today that we have been able to bring together so many key stakeholders. Why am I proud and happy? I'd like also to tell a success story out of Nigeria, a story that can be repeated over and over again if government, communities, and the private sector work together as we have worked together here at AFA. The Transport Group partnership at Okoloma Farm began in November 2020 when we signed the AFA Power Share Sale and Purchase Agreement.
Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has threatened to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes from the country. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele spoke at the RT200 Non-Oil Export Summit 2023 on Tuesday in Abuja. Emefiele said the development of the non-oil export sector is crucial given that it holds vast potential for generating a significant amount of foreign exchange earnings.
The Central Bank will be beaming some searchlights on undocumented exports. And we had advised the shipping lines at that meeting that we would also be monitoring, and if we find that the export cargoes without documentation, that we will penalize them, including placing their accounts on PND, post-no debit, and I'm sure we all know what post-no debit means. We have so far not done anything like that, just because we feel that our shipping lines will be responsible to do what is right. But if we do not see the kind of cooperation that we expect, I'll have to insist that we will do what we need to do. For any export to a warehouse established outside India, for instance, with the permission of the Reserve Bank of India, export proceeds can be repatriated within 15 months from the date of shipment. Many countries of the world have these requirements to ensure effective export repatriation back to their countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we will agree that the challenges facing our country today are many and evolving. These challenges require macroeconomic policy actions that are inclined towards a market-based financing system. Some of these innovative ideas could spring from deep system thinking and powered by technology to engender growth and rapid transformation. Unfolding global economic development suggests that monetary policy was reaching its limit and would need complementary help from other spheres of the economy to propel for sustainable advancement.
It has been 60 days since a Supreme Court halted a move by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to end the circulation of the old naira notes across the country. Despite this ruling, the newly redesigned notes have remained scarce and out of reach of the common man. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun felt the pulse of the people and brought back this report. Please turn off the Now, to other parts of Africa, autopsies carried out on corpses found in mass graves linked to a religious cult in Kenya have revealed missing organs and raised suspicions of forced harvesting, with a fresh round of exhumations set to resume. The discovery of mass graves left last month near the Indian Ocean coastal town of Malindi has stunned the deeply religious Christian majority country in what has been dubbed the Shakahola Forest Massacre. Police believe most of the bodies belong to followers of self-styled Pastor Paul Unthenge Mackenzie, who was accused of ordering them to starve to death to meet Jesus. While starvation appears to be the main cause of death, some of the victims, including children were strangled, beaten, or suffocated, according to the chief government pathologist, Johansen Odwan. Outside Africa, the United States on Tuesday announced a new $1.2 billion security assistance package for Ukraine to boost the country's air defenses and provide it with additional artillery ammunition. The Defense Department said in a statement that the package underscores the continued U.S. commitment to Ukraine by committing critical near-term capabilities such as air defense systems and ammunition, while also building the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces to defend its country, its territory. Kyiv has pushed for some items that its international supporters have been reluctant to provide, including Patriot air defense systems and advanced heavy tanks, which were eventually promised, and others such as Western fighter aircraft, which have not been pledged so far. And that's it on the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good evening.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on TV.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes you perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send me to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman. Your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's on you. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and that Shrebi they all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aim to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me Charles Dickens, those like a lot of the classics. You know, my dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would we had these book shopping days where I'd we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. I've always loved reading, like I told you, growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, go ahead now, write it. And it's obviously, because something I was sure that, I'd written it, then I used to write essays, and I contributed to some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was in between jobs, I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's that you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and it just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, MBA, everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Everyone around was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, when you actually have to workshop each other's works, and just reading and being inspired, wow, more people are writing, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Those little things, talking about writing, you never know what will change. I I remember at that point, I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck, and I didn't know what to do. I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell a story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was it was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that because I had to even gain confidence as a writer, I had to be sure in my own voice. I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing on, but also about myself. Because I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, why are you comfortable with this? Why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get news, there's so many like, why are you special? But it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times and I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to query a lot of agents. So I got a lot of no's. I got over 15 no's, and from the draft I had, and that's kind of what spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think around after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I wrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it and I just felt like I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I know. And at that point I knew I was supposed to this can go out, and I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, why would you tell me that, that's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then, most of the time, all it takes is 1 yes. And it's about not stopping your work, just keep writing. Because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy, it's like, oh, but my writing isn't good, but then you won't get better if you stop. It's about reading more, it's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you, and also improve your writing, just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come and you'll be discouraged. Because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. There are times I paused writing for months. It will come. But then it's about not stopping there. Refusing to allow that to be the end. And just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
the engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influenced persons.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. From the bargain, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement. No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to your moment, but another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand most of the time.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally compared.
A 500 naira they collect am. No talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
The family, they say, is the smallest unit of the society, and whatever affects the family rubs off on the society. What are the effects of a dysfunctional family? What really is a dysfunctional family? And what are the dangers of a dysfunctional family to the society? This is what our guests will be talking about today on the show. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, CADAM, a faith-based NGO under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God that is at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse. Louisa Olani is my name. Welcome on board. But as always, we take you through the case study for today, and then we come back to delve straight into the issue. Stay tuned.
Welcome again.
You have a really beautiful home.
Thank you.
Next one.
I hope you didn't find it difficult finding this place.
Oh, no, not at all. When is Uncle coming back?
Anytime soon.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure you don't want to eat anything?
No, I'm fine.
You know this is your home too as well, yeah? Oh, that's him.
Yeah, how are you? And how's everybody?
Welcome.
Ah, brother.
Welcome, sir.
How are you? I had no idea you were coming.
Yes, it wasn't planned. I had no one else to run to.
Run to. What happened?
My mother had an accident.
Jesus Christ. When?
2 nights ago.
I just hope it's not anything serious.
wanted to get in touch, but...
But what?
The last time I saw my stepsister, she rained abuses on me over a minor family issue. Do I deserve that kind of a treatment? Do I?
I guess that justifies it then.
I'm not trying to justify anything.
She fell into a ditch.
Was it that?
It doesn't have to be. She was intoxicated.
No, this one is not making any sense to me. No. I don't know Titi to be an alcoholic. No.
My mother is an alcoholic.
What?
Yes. You see, you don't know what I had to go through. What I had to put up.
Hello? We had a little misunderstanding last night. But his father switched off. Please, I beg you in the name of God, if you see my husband, tell him to come back home, please. The kids are worried. Okay? Thank you.
Mommy, how could he just leave?
He won't leave. He will come back. I know your father.
And if he doesn't?
He will. He won't abandon his family. And please, enough with this your negativity. Just leave my front.
Mom.
Go!
Mom, wake up.
What is it?
I need you to go lie down inside. Please.
Why?
Femi and Benga will be home anytime soon.
So?
I don't want them meeting you like this. Besides, where have you been?
Dora, what gave you the right to wake me up from my sleep?
Mom, you were passed out drunk.
So, because you are started hanging around this stupid boys on the estate, you think you are the same level, Abby? Think you are the same level? Don't blame you. I would have walked away the way your father go. I just left.
You're the reason he left.
What did you just say?
Yes. I still remember everything you put him through.
So it has gotten to this. You not talk back at me.
Mom, you know what I'm saying? It's the truth. Everybody knows it.
You not talk back at me, Dora.
Mom, please just sit down.
Dora, you push me. Your own mother, Dora. You all know it's been tough since your father left. I've tried all my possible means. I think we have gotten to a point where we'll start contributing.
Contributing? How?
When the school resumes next time, your brother here is not going back to school.
And that's not going to happen. I dropped out of school, so he don't and won't have to.
Things are harder now, so there's nothing I can do. But mommy, not just but mommy media Femi. Go outside and see what your mates are doing. I think you're a child. Go outside and see what your mates are doing. Not keep head like your father.
Mommy, if he drops out of school now, what will he be doing?
You can go and learn work now, or you is my own is well for you to bring in income.
What kind of a mother are you?
The kind that have done everything she has to do for her children. Or do you people want me to kill myself for you? Eh? Please, I'm going out to.
Don't mind what mommy is saying. You're not dropping out of school, and I'll make sure of it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going out then. So I will see you people later when I come back. Dora. Come. Dora, come.
Why?
Dora, come. Let me take a closer look at you. You are pregnant.
Me. When her suspicions were confirmed, she chased me out of the house. So I had to go stay with friends. I sought out ways to cater for my brothers, whom she abandoned. 2 days ago, I got a call from a neighbor that she fell into a ditch when coming back from the bar. She's still in coma.
Honey, we just have to do something about it.
I am so sorry.
Wow, what a little mistake can cost the family. Hope you enjoyed that clip. And like I mentioned earlier on, we're talking dysfunctional family today. And I've been joined in the studio by a certified relationship coach, an experienced educationist that has about over 25 years experience, dealing with issues like this. She's also an ordained pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to make welcome none other than the delectable and cerebral Mrs. Olabisi Ibitayo. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. For a moment there, I wasn't sure if it was me you were introducing or there was somebody else here in the studio with us. Thank you. It's such a pleasure for me to be here. I really feel honored to be here.
Yeah, it's you and just you. I mean, you're doing a whole lot within this space, and it's only proper that we seek your counsel and, of course, some of the experiences you've had within counseling when it comes to families. But let's start first and foremost with your take on that video.
My take on the video, first I'd like to commend what KW is doing, like I said, and it's amazing, and I can imagine how many lives are being transformed by what they do. The video, for anyone who watched, is a very pathetic one. It makes my heart bleed in the sense that it's obvious that family is dysfunctional. There's so many things wrong. A cocktail of issues. A father who's not there, but a father who before he left had
issues with his wife, a woman who didn't know how to solve her problem and so resorted to alcohol, a young girl who had to grow into shoes that were not exactly her fit. And so everything for me in that video was just so off.
So how would they have dealt with the issue differently? Let's take each party concerning that video one after the other, from the mother to the girl and then to the guy.
You know, a lot of times it's very easy for us to sit back and judge a situation and assume that there are better ways to have handled it. But looking at that and listening to all parties there, I believe the man walked away. I don't know whatever it was, because like the girl said, the mother was always nagging him. And so he got tired of the nagging. So I probably think maybe the wife shouldn't have nagged so much to the point that she drove him away. But then I'm asking myself, what exactly was he doing that was making her nag? So I see both parties not sitting down to talk about the challenges they were having in their marriage. And so I see a lack of communication, a lack of openness, a lack of like, this is what you do that I don't feel comfortable with. And so it probably went on many years. And after a while, the guy was just like, come on, I've had enough of this. What else should the wife have done differently, the mother have done differently? Definitely not taken to alcohol. Because that obviously messed up her mind, and she just couldn't think rationally. She couldn't fit into the position of being the mother, the leader in the home. And of course, we all know alcohol messed her up to the point that she became an alcoholic. So that was wrong. She shouldn't have done that. Also, for the girl, poor girl, my heart really went out to that one. And there's so many of them out there, painfully and sadly so. There's so many youths who are being forced to take on roles that are not exactly theirs. They're being forced to become the adults that they're not ready for. They're being forced to take on responsibilities of paying school fees. You heard her there. She said she had to drop out of school. I mean, how bad could it get, really? And so I saw a pained girl, really, trying to act maturely, but she wasn't exactly doing the right thing. So it was a cocktail of the father, the mother, and the child not handling the situation the right way.
Now, let's come to what you do. Some people have issues in their family. They come up there and then feel all of the, nice family, but deep down it's eating them. And then we also have this issue of if someone comes to talk, people look down and want to judge them. How do counselors ensure that people trust them to come to talk to them? And are there cases or helplines, so to speak, where families can run to without fear of getting intimidated or talked down or even regretting going in the first place?
Okay, let me share this with you. I was at a program a few days ago. I was the speaker there. It was a marriage talk, making your marriage talk work. And I said something. I said, it's essential for us in our relationships, whatever the relationship is, work-related, marriage, whatever, to always seek prayerfully professional help or people who can assist. And then somebody in the audience got up and raised her hand, and she said to me, she said, I stopped asking for help the day the pastor in my former church got up and started preaching about my situation. Did you hear that? I mean, it's on YouTube. You can Google it. It's there. It's on YouTube.
But he never mentioned her name.
Yes, he never mentioned her name. But she said to me, because I asked those questions, she said to me he wasn't bringing it up to make people learn from. She said he said it in a scornful way, as if I was foolish in my reaction. Right. And so I say to myself, why would people clam up in their relationships? Because people like you and I would definitely stigmatize them. Because people like you and I, even though we have our own issues burning under our skirts, will always give the impression that our homes and our marriages are perfect, our relationships are perfect, our children are perfect. And so what that does is it cages individuals who would really want to shout out for help. We don't have so much of even our spiritual leaders. I'd like to hear a pastor come on stage and say to me, these are the issues I'm having with my wife in marriage. But these are the ways. But when we come up and we so sugarcoat everything about our relationships, it gives the impression that everybody else's life but yours is fine. And so what happens? I try to cover my head in shame. I bury my head in sand. I don't want anybody to hear. And ultimately also, talking about the youth here, that's why a lot of parents whose children are dealing with drugs, whose children are having issues, will never come out to talk. Why? Because we all assume that every other person's child is perfect. And so you just think it's yours only. Someone said to me when she took a child to rehab, when she got there, she was amazed at the caliber of people whose children were having challenges doing drugs as well. And so I think if the society could just stop being judgmental, we will have more people speak about their situations and people would be able to help them.
So so true. We all have our issues. I mean, they'll tell you every other family have their stuff, bothering them. It's only the ones that come out to speak that but I mean, don't resort to drugs or alcohol to solve any problem. That's my take home from there. We'll take a break at this point. When we return, we'll delve straight to what really is a dysfunctional family and what are the causes of dysfunctional family in the 21st century and how detrimental are dysfunctional families to the society. Still, regardless, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
My name is Olabisi Ibitayo, and an ordained minister in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I'm a certified relationship coach, and I have a passion for family. I have a passion for homes, and I believe strongly that we can make families work. We can make our marriages work. We can bring our children right, that they don't become burdens to us as we grow old. Let's do what is right. Let's teach them. Let's train them. Let's be there for them. Let's be there for ourselves in our relationships. And I promise you honestly, in the place of prayer, the Lord will guide us and everything will work out fine. Thank you.
Interesting times in the studio here. You're still watching Regardless, Nigeria's #1 anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Kadam. Kadam, of course, is under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse. And my guest, she doesn't like me to call her Pastor Mrs., but permits me to use it, Pastor Mrs. Bisi Ibitayo is still with us in the studio, and we're talking dysfunctional family. She's someone that has walked that shoes, that's walked that path, and she has an experience of something like this. She also deals with families with similar issues. So, of course, we're talking to the right person. Thank you for staying tuned and, of course, for joining us in the studio today. Interesting talk before that break. And now let's come back now. This is the 21st century, and so many things are happening. It's as if people come out and tell you how it seems that the devil is attacking the family institution. But let's just leave the devil at one end and deal with our issues. Now, what really is a dysfunctional family, and what are the causes of dysfunctional families?
Okay. We will not leave the devil out of it, because obviously the devil is against the family. But then I'll also like to say this. My mantra in life is emphasizing individual responsibility. That's my mantra. Everywhere I go, that. And why do I say that? Because if we keep pushing everything to the devil and we leave it at the devil, we never will go far in life. And so what is a dysfunctional family? Like I said, anything dysfunctional is something that goes against the right way that it should be. Well, that's the way it's been fashioned or programmed to. So ideally, a family is a place where it should be your safe haven. It should be a place of joy. Oh yes, you will have your differences, but not so much that it pushes one out of the home. So what is a dysfunctional home? The signs of a dysfunctional home. A place where there's continuous conflict. A place where there's fear. A place where there's intimidation. A place where there's so much uncertainty of what you're going to meet next. A place of physical abuse, both parents of the children. A place of emotional abuse. These days we focus on a lot of, I hear things like, why should you be complaining about your husband or complain about your wife? At least he doesn't beat you physically. Yeah. But there are a lot of homes where people are battered emotionally.
And it's even worse than the physical ones.
Exactly. It has more damaging effect on people. So what is a dysfunctional home? A dysfunctional home is where there's no peace. There's just no joy. Everything just doesn't work out. And each time I talk about this, my heart bleeds, because I've walked this path. I grew up in a home where I watched my father beat my mother severally. I watched him strip her naked and throw her out, especially when we had to grow up in an environment. It wasn't a RAS environment. And so the next day you're carrying your bag, you're going to school, and people are looking at you and they're wondering what happened to you. Of course, what does that do to you as a child? What is it doing to our youths out there? It is pushing a lot of people, like it did me, to places where you wouldn't ordinarily go. Why? Because you're seeking for love out there. You're seeking for everything that is just not at home.
Yeah, I would come back to how you dealt with yours. I mean, how you scaled through, and today you're a better person, and you could tell people's story. Not every other person will go through that and get saved at the end of the day. Now, we talk about family. You blame the church and other people, giving us an example of the pastor that used the woman to preach. Now, at the end of the day, we saw that young lady going to the uncle. That means they actually had a family. Why didn't they seek help? Why did she have to wait? I'm asking as if we were there, but I'm just looking at how some people avoid other family members. They just feel it's just me and my family alone. not wanting to seek help. You're not going to church. You're not even going to other family members until it now dawned on them before she eventually. So how do people deal with that, and why is that in today's society?
Okay, can I just say this? I didn't blame the church. I used the example of that woman to show you that a lot of people have issues with their issues now becoming topics of discussion to make them feel like bad people. So it's not just the church, it happens everywhere, even amongst friends. You're not talking, haven't you heard that this isn't working any longer? Okay, so you're saying, why don't they seek for help like we saw? If you recall from that video, the uncle said he had reached out to his sister, that she sent her out of their house, if I recall that correctly. Many times it's out of shame. Many times it's because you don't want your, you know, sometimes when we get married, they say things like, don't let the third person hear what issues you're dealing with. And so that woman was probably fixated on that. And so she said to herself, the third party mustn't hear what I'm going through. The third party, can I say this to every woman and man out there? There's nothing wrong with the third party as long as the third party is a sensible person who can help you out.
So how can this same society that this dysfunctional family can affect, how can they be of help to such families before it gets out of hand?
Can I just say this to everybody who's listening here? Can we all be concerned for the next person? Can we all show love to one another? Can we stop criticizing people? Can we also, as parents, allow other people to have input in bringing up our children? Can we begin to collaborate as parents with the stakeholders in the lives of our children? Can we ask more questions concerning the lives of our children? Can you please take time to talk to the teacher? You're not in competition with the teacher, to find out how your child is doing. Can we also, as married couple, learn to communicate? Learn to talk about the issues we have. Can we be present for ourselves? Not just the presence now. Can we be there physically, emotionally? Can the husband please be careful to hear what the wife is saying and even what she's not saying? Can the wife please stop nagging and just listen to the fact that this gentleman might have issues from work? Can we just all take time to come into ourselves and begin to live? Can we cut off phone times also? There's so many things I could talk about, but then more importantly, can we please pray?
Pray.
The devil really is on the rampage. Can we just pray? And while we're praying, can we also watch and ensure that we do what is right?
Prayer without good work, they say, is dead. I mean, I tried to exonerate the devil, but he keeps coming into the picture. So let's pray and take him away from the picture. Thank you very much, Pastor Mrs. BC Ibitayo, for that very entertaining session on dysfunctional family. Well, you've heard it all. No one has it all put together, but you can still have it put together if you know how to go about it. And also seek help when you think it is not doing or it's not going the way you so desire. Remember, like we always say on the show, regardless of how far, how deep you've been into being a dysfunctional family or into drugs or falling out of God's will or plan for your family, there's always hope when you seek help. I can't leave the show today without saying thank you to all our partners. This program, of course, is proudly supported by Fitson Healthcare, NEM Insurance, CFAX Group, and of course our collaborating partners, the NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency. The NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency anyway. My name is Louisa Onani, and to come your way again next week. Stay out of trouble, stay out of trouble, and be good. Bye for now.
engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. From the bargain, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the government, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
As the new administration sets in on May 29 this year, there are hopes that the umbrella body binding governors of the Southeastern region, christened the Southeastern Governors Forum, that they will begin to live up to expectations of the caliber of governors that will join the forum from this month. And no room for technicalities, says the Presidential Election Tribunal. This is Plus Politics. And I am Mary Hancock.
Engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. From the bargain, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the government, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Do not understand, you must know that.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally compared.
administration sets in on May 29 this year, there are hopes that the umbrella body binding governors of the Southeast region, christened the Southeast Governors Forum, will begin to live up to its expectations with the caliber of governors that are to join the forum from this month. Now, the forum, which kick-started by the governors from the People's Democratic Party at the time, after the return of democracy in 1999, has continued to suffer from lack of commitment of its members and the politics of interest. Now, from control by the PDP governors that held sway 1999 to 2003, the APGA governor produced in Anambra State in 2005, Peter Obi joined the forum. The PPA, which produced Governor Ikedio Hakim in Imo State in 2007, followed suit. Former Hakim, Okorocha, who won his first election in APGA in 2011 and later joined the APC, followed. As members leave and new ones join from other political parties, the goal and aspirations of the forum has continued to dwindle. Now, with the outcome of the 2023 general elections, are 4 political parties, including the APC, the PDP, Labour Party, and APGA, will now run the forum, which may have forgotten about its existence. With the likes of Alex Oti from Abia State, Peter Mba from Enugu State, and Francis Muifuru from Ebonyi State joining, and then, of course, Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo, and that of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, in that forum, are there tendencies that the forum could revive the work for the collective interest of Ndibo? Now, this is the big question the people in the region will want to address. And joining us to discuss this are political analysts Francis Chilaka and Charles Otu. Good evening, gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us. All right, great.
We have less than 1 minute.
All right, let's start with Francis. Francis, it's very interesting that, just as I said in my opening, it started with a purely PDP governors forum in the Southeast, and then, of course, different parties continued to infiltrate, or rather, hold sway in the governors forum. And now we've seen another shift and another change. Many people would say because of the different political parties, this is what has destroyed, the hopes and aspiration of the people of the Southeast through this governors forum. But then, if these people are governors of the people in the Southeast, should the interests of the people not be priority over party interests?
Well, I would start by saying that the whole essence of having a governors forum is not about the political party you represent. It's about the fact that you are a governor from the Southeast. You were voted in by the people of the Southeast. So we expect that, coming together of different governors from different political parties, it will help to create a synergy where, because each governor coming from their political parties, they have their own agenda, they have their own manifestos. So I'm sure that when they sit down on the round table, we should have a robust discussion and something that will be focused on developing the Southeast. It's going to be interesting because it's not going to be like, it's not going to be as usual. It's not going to be something that they're used to. But it's going to be a situation where different political parties are coming together for the interest of the people. That is what the Governors Forum should really stand for.
But then, of course, just as you've said, these governors are supposed to work for the interests of the people together to confront. I mean, we all know it's common knowledge that the Southeast of the country has had, the short end of the stick when it comes to infrastructure, development, etc., etc. But you cannot also put it past the governors, can you? Because if you don't have a governor that is pushing for some of these things and these developments to happen within their states and from the federal level, can we really blame the federal government if the governors in the states are not pushing for the interests of their own people?
Well, let me put it the way it is, black and white. I'm not going to paint it in any other way. We've had governors who are very selfish, self-centered, who do not understand the fact that the people voted them into power. It's been about them. It's all about them. It's all about the people. And I believe that this time around, with this new blocs and these new political parties coming together, I expect them to be able to say, look, how do we get the Southeast to work? How do we get things to work? How do we move governance from the high heavens to the ordinary people who voted us in? And I believe that, with the new governor they here. I'm expecting a lot of changes. I have a lot of, trust in the new Alex Oti, and I believe that coming with his own ideas, merging it with the idea of somebody like Charles Soludo and so, we should have a robust forum where the plight of the Southeasterners should be on the front burner, and for them to also say, look, we need to have a developmental plan for the Southeast. 6 years rolling plan, 4 years rolling plan, 2 years rolling plan. The Southeast governors should be able to come out and lead other governors. But unfortunately, it hasn't been like that, because the greed, selfishness has overtaken everything. But I want to believe that what we have that's going to play out is going to give us a better leadership in the Southeast.
Let me go to you, Charles Otu. Let's start with Anambra State. For example, the last time I was talking to somebody from the Indigo group, what's it called now? Hannes Indigo. We were talking about the Anambra election, which I covered. And he kept saying there's so many billionaires in Anambra State. There's so many billionaires. But I went to Anambra State. I wasn't sure if I was happy or if I was confused. And that's not necessarily the fault of the billionaires. But of course, we're talking about good leadership. Governor Soludo made a lot of promises as to what he's going to be doing in Anambra State that would set the pace, a competitive space of sorts for other governors in the Southeast to follow. Can we say that Governor Soludo has even started to scratch the surface of that particular promise? And should the governors within the forum not be competing to see who's better in terms of their developmental strides as opposed to fighting over political interests? Charles, can you hear me? Oh, I don't think we have Charles. Okay, maybe Francis, you'd like to attempt?
Yeah, you see, this is what has been playing out in the Southeast. And I am from the Southeast. I'm from Imo State. And I first of all want to use my state as an example. Imo State has not been the way it used to be. People don't even travel to the East. It's that bad. The rate of kidnapping, the rate of killing is outrageous. Now, the question is, where is all this coming from? It's coming from the fact that you have a leadership that is far away from the people. Don't forget that, the current governor we have in Imo State came as a result of the rulings of the Supreme Court. And the Imo people have not come to terms with that. And there has been so much anger, so much frustration, so much anxiety. There's so much hatred in the land. Now, I would have expected that the governor like Hope Uzodinma would calm down and form a unity government and try to accuse the people. No, but it's not happening. Now, if you take it to Anambra as well, Charles Soludo, as a governor, has started well, but he's spending so much time talking. He's spending so much time fighting that he shouldn't even be involved in. As a governor, he should be concentrating on his state. But you can see he's been busy. Every opportunity he has, he wants to throw a swipe at the Labour Party presidential candidate. So I keep asking myself, what is the problem? What is the problem? Why is it that we have leaders in the Southeast that are finding it difficult to come together? The Southeast is not what it used to be. It used to be a land of peace and all of that, but we don't have the peace anymore. It's not there. So something is definitely wrong. And what is wrong is that those who have held sway as governors are far from the people. Their leadership style, their leadership is not about the people. It's about them and the interests they represent. And we need to get this mindset of leadership in this country. We need to begin to have leaders who relate directly with the people, who feel the pains of the people, who feel the pains of the people, who understand that the people, they have a voice to ask for something. Unfortunately, what you have always had is you have governors who believe that, this community needs water. They're not asking the community what they want. They just believe that this is what they want. So we need to get that mindset off. We need to have governors who are proactive. You can't be a governor, you have SS, SSA, you have SA, you have commissioners, and yet they cannot add value. And you keep them there. That's something. It is wrong. For me, it is painful, it is sad when I see the level of degradation It's killing the economic vibrance of the state. And something needs to be done. And the only people that can be able to do something about it is the governors to sit down and say, look, there are agitations. Let us sit down. Let us discuss. I believe that negotiation and discussion is best than war.
Okay.
So these are things that they need to do, and they need to do it urgently.
Charles, I don't know if you're back. Charles, can you hear me? Mr. Tu, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, please.
Perfect. Let me take it to your state. I like what Francis has said about the fact that negotiations and deliberations are important. I remember sometime last year, the Southeast Governors Forum had a tea party, that's what I'm going to call it, because they talked about the fact that they were going to deal with the situation of insecurity, and they talked tough. And right after that tea party, everybody went to sleep, and then, of course, everybody started campaigning, and then elections were here. Elections have come and gone, but the issues in the Southeast are still pending. Now let's go to Ebonyi, where Mwifuru has, of course, been declared the governor-elect. Does he have what it takes to deal with the situation in Ebonyi State? And just like Francis said, will he be the one to ask the people what they want as opposed to preempting what the people want?
Okay, thanks very much. First
I'm not sure I can hear you, Francis. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I can hear you, Charles.
I can hear you.
Okay, well, I can't hear you, but go ahead.
The major challenge of the Southeast Governors Forum is that of leadership. Leadership in the sense that the tenure of the chairman of the forum, appointed Governor David Umahi, expired several years ago. Its tenure expired since 2021 or thereabouts. But he has held strongly to that position because he is using it to negotiate for himself.
Okay.
So until the forum purges itself of this leadership conundrum and then try to reassert itself, the forum cannot make progress. Now to Ebonyi, the APC candidate in the election, Obeda Nwifuru, was declared the winner of the election. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Even though there are contentions about that, some parties are in court, the fact is remains that he will be sworn in and he is going to preside over the state. Regarding the question you posed about his capacity to galvanize and tackle issues, the fact is that you take it from the current leadership position he has held. Remember that he is the Speaker of the State House of Assembly.
Yes.
And he has been the Speaker on 2 tenures. That is a total of 8 years of speakership.
So he's a right honorable, obviously. Yes.
2015. So if you check his record and performance as the Speaker, that would have answered your question. Those of us in the point, those of us who have seen how the executive have completely pocketed the legislation on its front pocket, not even back pocket or side pocket. I mean on the front pocket. There is absolutely no expectation that will be different from us in terms of what we've seen. So, but then it is left for him to see if he will continue with the way of his predecessor, or he will take a path of, especially considering the aspect of women empowerment. Because you watch, of course, the airport test flight was done. I don't know whether you saw the pictures of rickety poor children who found their way to the airport to scramble for crumbs. So it shows you that when they say that Ebonyi is the third poverty capital in Nigeria and the third poorest state in the country, and the number one poverty capital in southern Nigeria, it is without a missing of words. It is the reality on ground. So for me, the incoming governor of critical sectors like health and education, that is an area he needs to work very hard on, especially in the education sector. There is no time to the outgoing government that no classroom block was added to Ebonyi in the last 8 years. The records are there in real. You can ask questions, you can Google it, you can even read some of the issues that are being contended both in health, education, and agriculture. So that it is just that the incoming administration will at least take off on a different level and look at these critical sectors, including and most importantly, human empowerment.
All right. Let's quickly move away from Ebonyi. Let's go to Abia. Now, Abia State seems to be one of those states in the southeast that would be considered the Lagos of, the southeast. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But we also know that there's several economic activities, several things that could be developed that are still not developed. Compared to Anambra State, where Governor Soludo says he wants to turn it into a mini Dubai. But Anambra has a lot of potentials that are lying fallow, bad infrastructure. Anambra seems to have been forgotten or abandoned by its former governors and even the sitting governors, hence the emergence of the Labour Party candidate who is now the governor-elect. Do we see an Alex Otti able to also pull his weight, being that Abia State has been lacking in terms of good governance? Do we see any of that? Because you see, this is another person coming from the banking sector, just like a Charles Soludo. How ready is he to, deal with that situation?
Yeah, I have very implicit confidence that Alex Otti will be able to turn up around. Even if I could say within the first tenure of his office, because you look at people's antecedents, even in previous positions or current positions occupied. If you look at Alex Otti, for instance, the caliber of people he has assembled in his transition committee, the likes of Dr. Kunjawala was there, a lot of cerebral minds around the Abia governor-elect. Even the speed with which, the hurry with which he is to turn around projects and facilities within Abia, the commercial center of Abia State. You can beat yourself and say that this is a man who will know what he wants from the beginning. But there is something lacking in our governance, and I think I really see very few of even these elected governors and fall into the class of people who can correct that. And that is the aspect of assembling a team that is creative. The other thing that were conveyed during the transition, the inauguration of the transition committee, if you check across board, you see a lot of young people from even other states of the federation who were assembled to bring their ideas on how to move Abia forward. So long as Alex Otti keeps exposing himself to brilliant minds, no matter where they come from or where they come from, the most important thing is to deliver credible governance that is different from what the three urges, the two urges, and the fund, the last huge who has done in Abia.
Okay, all right.
Until that's cleared, nothing will function. So I have confidence that Alex Otti will deliver.
Okay. Let me come back to you, Francis. We've talked about Imo, your state. We've talked about Abia. We've talked about Ebonyi. Let's talk about Enugu. That's one state that's not necessarily had any form of insecurity or uprisings or agitation. And I remember traveling through Enugu Airport on my way to Anambra to cover the governorship elections at the time, and I said, surprisingly, Enugu has succeeded not to have the kind of insecurity that every other state surrounding it in the southeast has had. And is that as a result of good governance, or maybe the governor just has, his hand on the handle when it comes to insecurity? But have they generally fared well in terms of leadership and good governance?
Enugu State has enjoyed peace because they've had a governor, or they've had successive governors who believe in dialogue. And, like I said earlier,
a time to be well behaved and show your own works one after the other. It was a time to watch the famous NTA Giant 7 television news and summarize the content of the day's newspaper to the man of the house, my father. God help you if the content of those newspapers were not fully digested and accurately summarized. Those were the days when we were taught to be abreast of events in our dear country. To what extent can we say today our children are very current on happenings in our country? I ask. I recall those days, those good days when holidays were times to bond with cousins and uncles, when it was as much fun to go to a cousin in the village and it was for another cousin to pay us a visit and spend the holiday with us in the city. Life then was modest and humble. Such moments to behold were those when my grannies would call me only by my native pet name, and this was always followed by a rendition of the family's panegyric, known as Oriki in Yoruba. It was always an emotional trigger. The call of Ajani was all I always desired to hear, and would be eager to run errands without getting tired. For the time, how I claim in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narratives by working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generation? Instead of dwelling on the glorious past, we can do it. Ajani desires a brighter future laced with the solid foundation of the glorious past. Today, I equally identify with Sir Shamori Badijo in his desire to bring back all that is good about our past, with a view to redirecting our paths towards a greater future, not only for us, but the upcoming generation. I remain sincerely yours, Ajani.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art
celebrities either on social media, television, or in person. We assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult. It's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up. Just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain. I've had my money stolen. I've walked long distances just to go for auditions. And at the end of the day, it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back. But look at me now. I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums. I started dancing. I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Bado, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbiru character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, he saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right?
space where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Sayome Sally, and today, Jenny baby, Diola, you look amazing. I love you.
Thank you.
I wish it was my size. I just borrow it. People wear big jackets, so right? Yeah. How are you doing? How was yesterday?
Yesterday was good. Today was.
Today. Let me just reserve my comment.
I'm fine. Why is your day not good today? I do not like traffic. Oh. It just, I can't really. It sits perfectly.
Because we flip fly. I think Nama is with us for us. Hi, Navy. Nama, are you there? Can she hear us now?
I think she had to go out and then she'll come back in. Yeah.
Oh, Nama will join us. So, I mean, we're having a fantastic conversation today.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what we want to discuss today. We want to discuss how parents, how do you handle, especially when your child is getting to that time when you feel like sexual activities might be happening. So how do you handle that well? And here's what we found as today's quote. Parents are desperate for advice on how to talk with their kids about sex. So this quote is by, I think, Dr. Mark. Yeah. He was saying that a lot of parents are very desperate. I don't know, do you think parents are desperate?
Yeah.
Our parents were desperate. If you touch, you carry belly.
I think our parents just took the safest.
They were the wrongest.
Yeah, the safest route.
In the history of.
And then they just shrouded sex in such yes, mystery that, of course, naturally, that's what kids would always gravitate towards. Yeah. They're curious about it.
No, they do it in the dark.
Oh, yeah. Like something that should be shameful. Something shameful, kind of.
Alright, so we came across a video of a lady narrating the case of a young lady, I think it's her classmate, that goes whenever she's on holiday, she comes back, and the father ensures that she comes back in July to, just because he wants to take her to the hospital for some kinds of tests, right? And that's the conversation that we're having, and we want to tie that to the fear that parents have, right, when it comes to raising their kids and discussing issues around sex. And we'll do all of that first. Of course, the ladies' night out, Jennifer, Diola, Norma, and I will be doing that. And but we'll do all of that first. Let's go on a break. When we come back from the break, we want to see what we found in the news. Ways on the 9th of May. Every year, National Sleepover Day is celebrated, and this day provides an opportunity for girls to confide in their friends in a way that can be inspiring, therapeutic, and confidence building. Sleepovers play an important role in both friendship and memory making. It's a time when women and girls share stories and realize the more we're different, the more we're alike. The thing I have in my head for this sleepover is what we're discussing in the makeup room. I not do. But the thing is, I don't think I ever had a sleepover. I never slept in anybody's house. Oh no, I tell a lie. One time my mom took, but it wasn't just like me. My mom took all of us to her family, a close family friend's house. Yeah, I think it's only because she was very, very suspicious of everybody, so we never really had that freedom to go. But I see a lot of, Mom, can I have a sleepover? Like my kids, I don't think they've ever had a sleepover with friends. Their cousins, yes, my sister's kids, but friends, yeah. I'm very paranoid like that. Yeah. I never had a sleepover growing up.
Well, I did with family though.
That one will be sleepover. I'm going to visit your family. But your friend.
But now, I mean, okay, well.
Would you be open to that?
For my kids? To go to that? No. No.
Number, are you there now?
They can come. But
why are we struggling to get this number?
I have responsible friends.
It's not so much the friends.
I mean, when we get to the point where we start giving birth and I see how they raise their kids, that will determine if my own children will go to their house to sleep over. But if the way you train your kids is very questionable and it doesn't align with my values, then my kids will not come to your house.
Okay, that's I hear you, but again, for me, I think that is sometimes there are factors outside of your control.
Definitely.
The people in their house. Somebody who comes and that you don't know. You have to control that. Again, you're not there.
You can't even control the one in your house.
Exactly.
Control.
And in situations where really bad stuff have happened, they don't happen with strangers. They've actually happened with people.
Family members and those people around.
Exactly.
Infantophilia. I won't go to people. Who are sick? Hey. It's not all these things you see that you do because it's normal. Hey. Love is a lot of crazy things.
I always tell people you need to have conversations with people. You need to sound them out. You need to hear their thoughts, where their head is at, because you can't just take people on face value and just think everybody's thinking the same way you think or have the same values you have. Conversations are very important.
Alright, so what did we find in the news? Jennifer, let me come to you.
Yeah, so for me, UI Master's student reveals she just received her identification card dates the completion of her program. So she said she applied for her master's degree in 2019 and started the processing in 2020. And that she's glad to inform us that she just got her student ID card in 2023, just few months, I think it's a month, because her thesis defense is next month. And a lot of people have just been commenting. Some said, "Oh, congratulations! You use the card to show your children, see what the government has done to you, that kind of thing." So I mean, it just goes to show how our process is in Nigeria. Because I don't understand how you started when you start your schooling, even as a normal undergraduate, once you start, you've done your matric, you should be able to get your ID. Not talk of someone who is coming in for masters. You should have your ID card before, in a month. Now a month is even longer. But a month max, let's just say, okay, you're taking time.
My son never entered school. The ID card already. Imagine. Because they asked for his passport and everything to get him his student ID. Because, that is what gives you access. It's because we do not have proper structures.
Yeah.
Because ideally, a student ID is what gives you credibility to even walk on the
school ground.
On the school ground.
Yeah.
You can't come into that school ground without an identification. Right? If we're doing things right, there are some certain places you cannot enter without that identification. So how can you how lopsided some of the things that we do in this country is. It's interesting. Jola, what did you find for us in the news? Norma, can you hear us now? I hear you having struggles hearing us. Norma? Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, this is Supreme Court affirms Adeleke's Osun governorship, and of course, this has been ongoing since the elections that was conducted July 16, 2022. You know, in January 2027, the majority verdict by Justice Tersi Kume annulled Adeleke's victory and declared Oyetola the winner of the poll. Of course, Adeleke went to the Court of Appeal, and they were saying, you know, there was a lot of back and forth. They were going to take it to the Supreme. So, right about now, Supreme has ruled, and it's in favor of the sitting governor, which is Adeleke. So, maybe we say congratulations to him, or I don't know. I don't think you can take it any further. I mean, Supreme is the highest.
Process in I like the guy. I like the spirit. Right, so I saw a story that Jennifer gave me. Even though I don't know the guy, but I think I want to discuss. I saw the way Jennifer was vibrating. I want to ask her, what up? Why were you vibrating? So there's a young man. I think his name is Toyo, right?
Toyo,
yeah. So he wrote, and I want to read what he wrote about Gen Z. He said the younger generation are already having mental breakdowns. Some are already deeply rooted in drugs, no morals at all, no vision, no goals. All they want to do is just get high, post and look fly for the gram, and expect money to fall from the sky. So much entitlement, and I'm not going to say the last word. All right, so I mean, this is a genuine concern. The reason I'm actually taking the story, because yesterday we talked about older generation and their role and all of that. The truth is, before you open your mouth or you hold your finger to type something, remember that every child is born. There's something that's called tabula rasa. It's plain like this, no stain, no nothing. The child comes into this world blank. So anything you see the child exhibiting, right, is a clear picture of what the child has been exposed to. So either through their eyes, you know, what they hear, what they feel, you know, and all of that. So all of those things now make up to what you eventually see as a product of the person, right? So before you open collect your finger and be typing on social media, remember that this generation, they did not just drop from the sky. The way they are saying that they expect money to fall from the sky, they also did not just drop from the sky. They actually, you understand, are copying. I remember what I said. What happens with some of these things that we're doing is that the next generation will do it 10 times better. So if it is a bad thing, they will be better at doing it very bad. Yeah. You understand? So you can't make that kind of generalization and now try to blame a group without tracing it back in history. Because all these things you're talking about is because our parents didn't have Instagram or all of those things. Because I know that it was a case of show. This person don't buy car, they'll go and do this. Yeah. Even birthing children was show. I must have 10 children to show that me, I'm richer than you, I'm this and so the issue of maybe posting for the grammar, it's always been there. You know, it's just that technology has changed a lot of things. So before you make such summations, right, check back to your generation that precedes this generation that you're calling out. What have you guys done? What are you doing? You know, what are they seeing? What have they copied? The only thing is that they will copy it and they will do it better. Yeah. So you cannot just open your mouth and say the generation is entitled and all of that. I think it's a very, what's it called? Don't attack them like that because they will also come for you. I'm helping them to come for you. My own comment is mild. I'm the advocate, but the truth is my comment is mild, but I'm telling him that you can't do that. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean, just like we said yesterday, you know, there's always the issue of role modeling. You cannot be saying one thing and then be doing something else. So if the younger generation is driven about money, or if they have redefined success to mean something else. It is because we gave them that blueprint. It is because we said that this is what success means. It is because we have done all those things. And then, I mean, quite rightly, like you said, unfortunately, they process faster. They don't have the luxury. It's almost as if they're racing against time. You know, so they do things, and then I mean, with internet, everything is amplified.
Thank you.
It's just so amplified.
I told my son that you can, because he was saying some things about. I said, let me verify. I said, mommy, but you should be able to do. I said, please, they don't bomb me with a tablet and a laptop and phone like Una. I am learning it. So I mean, like you rightly said, it's everything's at the speed of light right now. You know, come and just be typing because you can type. Let me leave you there. It's not your problem, that's my problem. It's these parents that are afraid. Alright, so when we come back from the break, hopefully we'll be able to get normal and we'll discuss the fears of parents. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Queen November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes you perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, most matters.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. No talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Classmate, right, in university. She's not my classmate, she's not my classmate. We just went to university together. For context, she's Nigerian, she's a northerner. I don't really know her tribe, but she's a northerner. But anyways, every holiday, her dad made it a duty. Like, she needed to come back, travel back. Okay, okay, I also did study in Nigeria, I'll probably say that. So every holiday, every summer break, her dad will make sure she comes back to Nigeria, which is like, oh, come see family, come visit, it's always nice to come back. But then what was really weird was that every time she came back home, he takes her straight to the hospital, to the gynecologist, for them to check to be virgin. That is so weird. There's something about Nigerians with abusing power that is. I have this classmate, right?
So this girl, I'm coming for you. But let me I'm sorry for the importance of parents, guardians, and other caregivers in all aspects of a person's development cannot be overemphasized, right? So from the video, right, you would understand that a lot of parents are afraid when it comes to issues around sex, but the role of sexual education is very crucial. As you can see, parents are the single largest influence on their adolescents' decision about sex and parents. And for most parents and their children, the prospect of talking about topics related to sexuality creates anxiety and apprehension, and this may lead to avoidance of discussion in a very healthy way, or or like seeking some level of openness when you're having that conversation, right? So how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears? Whichever one you might call it. Some will call it is a fear, some is just genuine concern. Now, please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow, Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. All right, so this is interesting. Before I even come back to that girl, quickly, what was your experience like with sex education with your parents?
Okay, so for me, I think I was just one of the very lucky ones. My parents are quite liberal, and I come from a very closely knitted family, very open. So we have conversations. My mom never truly said to me, "Oh, once a boy touches you, you get pregnant." I mean, for her, again, I grew up with boys, so it was easy for her to say, "Listen, you're a girl, there's a difference, I mean, then when I started my puberty and all that, and she was just like, okay, you know what, I mean, if you have sexual relations now, like with the way you are now, I mean, you could easily get pregnant, you could, but there was no scare, like, oh, a boy touches you. I mean, I really mingled with boys. I even remembered when I had my first boyfriend, I mean, the first person I told was, my dad. That's how, close we were, and it didn't make me curious because I didn't feel like I was missing out on anything. Oh, I needed to do stuff, or I needed to hide, and like I could easily. Okay, so when I started having questions about sex, I spoke to my mom about it. Oh, okay, so my body is changing. Okay, what does this mean? And she was quite open about it. So,
Jennifer, interesting. Look at you. I never had any sex education. Wow, from my parents. I know my dad would always tell me not to play with the boys, not to sit with the boys. When we first moved to Lagos, we're living in this public compound, and normally in the afternoon or even in the night, there are benches around. People would just sit. You sit with your fellow kids. Once I'm sitting with a boy, once I hear where daddy is back, I will start running, because the one day where he saw me sitting beside a boy, he called me into the house and he gave me the slap of my life. Wow. So since then, once there's a boy, my father must not see me walking with the boy, he must not see me talking to a boy, nothing. But he never really said, oh, this is why. But I kind of like had an idea about these things because I grew up around adults. So I saw a lot of things, witnessed a lot of things. So I grew too fast for my age. But the one time where I heard about, oh, if a boy touches you, if a man touches you, you get pregnant, was when I was living with my aunt. And one of our friends who used to come do sleepover in our house, she started her period. So he was in our house. house when she started her period, and my aunt went, now that you start seeing your period, you're a woman now. If any man touch you direct straight, you're getting pregnant. So there was this fear. So I think one day the lady left and the girl left, and when she came back the second day, she was like, that when she went to one of her uncle touched her. I'm like, touch you how? So he just held her hand, and I said, oh my God, are you pregnant? And she said, myself and my cousin, we went back to her, and she said, you lied to us. She said, what do you mean? I think you said that if a man touches you, you get pregnant. So Sophie is not pregnant now. She just said, no, that's that you see. I said, you lied. She started laughing. So that was when we realized that, okay, she was actually just putting fear. Yeah. And she kind of like tried a little bit to teach us about those things, but she wasn't exactly clear because I also felt like she didn't want to say too much. Yeah. So that was very, so she had this fear of saying too much. Okay, let me not say too much so you wouldn't know too much. There was this fear, and she always checked us. So this thing that this man, she checked us, but not as extreme as going to the hospital. But even her own method wasn't exactly friendly or nice. It was very upsetting even to us as teenagers. We didn't like it at all. But it did happen once in a while, especially if she traveled for a period of time and then she comes back. We were just two girls and then there were lots of boys and young men in the house. So I kind of like understood her paranoia, but I also wanted to believe that at that age, because I was very outspoken, I knew that if anything had happened, I would have probably told her. But then she just felt like as kids might not want to open up to tell you, so she had to do her own checks.
Not my father. So what was your experience before we now come to the topic of the day? Let's say una be community. 7 years.
When you grow up in a family of 7 girls and with a military father as your dad, you can only imagine what the setting is like. There's no man that they born well, so to speak, that will show up in my house with all confidence that they wanted to see who exactly do you want to see. So that was the story of our lives, 7 girls, 1 boy, with a dad who had the double barrel, and dogs as well. So what do you want to come and tell any of them? Yeah, so pretty much that was the exposure that we had. My parents were quite protective of us, always hammering, always talking. We never really quite got the story of, they touch you, get pregnant. But the realities was that if you get pregnant, you're going to carry that pregnancy. And you're going to, stop school. You're going to stop schooling. You're going to be responsible for a child. And the thought of that was quite scary because imagine having to leave school to care for another child. And each of us had that background of having to take care of the younger ones when you are older, slightly older. So we have had that responsibility. And then now taking care of your own child at that age, it didn't sound good at all. So everybody was set straight and focused on education and all whatnot. It was so bad that even in university, when guys came to talk to me, I sounded like an old woman. It's like, don't you have important things to do? Don't you have studies? It's like, it was so weird. Like, what kind of child are you? Talking like an older person. So really, that was as much as we got. But a lot of it, you learned along the way, so to speak. Yeah, that was my experience.
So similar situation, 7 girls, 2 boys in my own house. It was a, and my mother is like a hawk. So she would put her teeth inside if she needs to bite off your ear so you can hear what, But I think because we are like, I did bottom pot, I'm second to the last born, So it's easier. They had already used my older ones as scapegoats because the kind of flogging, all those scaling offense, all those things. So the kind of flogging that they will flog you, you would realize that I don't want this kind of, because me, I don't like, don't beat me, my body's too, I don't like mark, I don't want. So when I saw the way that, because again, I think a lot of parents at that time, they were parenting with fear. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so it was almost like I need to instill fear in you and all of that. Unlike now that we have a lot more open discussions. But I want us to go on a break because I want to also open our phone lines to hear our audience. Then we'll now come back to that video. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us now. If you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out and we're discussing the topic, how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears, right? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wisho Africa, one of the hashtag Wisho. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 0702500779. So 3 things that lady mentioned in that video. She said something around northerners. She said that why do people want to always abuse power? And she said, what else did she say? Was it up to 3 now? Well, 2 things. Let's talk about the fact that the girl is a northerner and also is almost like abuse of power. And I want to say to everyone that cares to listen, this is not because again, there was some argument that was coming up around the fact that this girl is because she's a girl. That's why this is being done. The truth is that I have sons, right? The only thing is that you can't test whether a boy is sexually active. If there's a test, please let me know because I need to carry out the test. You know, but I mean, you can't test it like the way you can go and examine a young lady, right? If there's any form of penetration. I remember the movie when you were talking about Compound and all of that. I just watched a movie on Netflix, Wildflower. It was about rape and all of that. The young girl in the compound. Yes, the guy was trying to, but he eventually did not penetrate. So when he went to the hospital, it was the hospital that proved that there was no penetration. So 3 things I want to say before I just move to you ladies. I've heard a lot of girls now going into practicing anal sex because again, they want to help the parents that are parenting with fear that since it's sure you're going to go and examine, no problem, we'll try another method. You know, I've seen a lot of people indulge men through that method because of this same thing. Secondly, when you raise children like that, you are raising, what's it called? Hypocrites, right? There is nothing wrong because we are naturally wired to be sexual beings, right? There is nothing wrong for someone to start having those feelings. The only problem is that you're not able to control it. So, when you raise children like that, what you're doing is that the girl, because I remember a classmate of mine in school then, she is a pastor's daughter. She would wear bomb shorts in school, things I would not wear. But guess what? When she was going home, she had 2 different boxes of clothes. She would keep this box that she wears in school with her what's it called? Her classmates. And she would take this other box when she's going back home, one with the long skirt and all of that. So when you parent your child the way this lady described in this video, what you're doing is you're raising a lot of hypocrites because guess what? They will just give you exactly. Children know how to please you. Then the third one I would like to say is parents need to understand that it is not every subject matter that you must be the one to train your children. Thankfully, in this present age and time, we have sex educators. They have dedicated their life's work in helping young people. The only thing you can do is be there when they are having this conversation. So don't feel the burden if you are not comfortable because again, we too, we're not comfortable talking about sex. So it is difficult for you that you're not comfortable to talk about it. Now wanting to teach your child, what would you say? You don't have anything to say. So you can then just hand over that burden to the experts. They would help you. There are books, there are different things, age appropriate, at 0 to 3, at 4 to 7, there are books available for that. Instead of going to this extreme, because now the girl will always feel like coming home, there's something that would rub off wrongly. So that's why I understand this girl's concern. But even she said, this is not, there's no way to link it with power because it's not show of power. That statement that she used to round up the conversation, she just put it on because it is genuine fear and concern from the parents. That's why a father will go to that extreme. Make sure you come home. You think it's easy to buy the flight ticket, come home every summer, and the first thing he does is to take her to the hospital. You think that is show of power? That's not show of power. That's a father that is afraid and he doesn't want his child. And given that they are Northerners, there are some things that are very sacred. There are some things that they still hold to say, this thing, chastity and all that, So you can't just draw up conclusions. Kind of people just concluding.
Social media.
They have their right. But let me hear your thoughts, dear.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that the person speaking is a minor. You're less than 18.
She's in university now. She cannot be minor.
Okay, so if you are in the university, then it's going to be assumed that you're at least, I don't know.
Young adult.
You're a young adult. I don't know if that approach, again, you're right to say that it's coming from a place of genuine fear, whether cultural, whether religious, because of course there are sometimes religious influences as well. However, I think that it's trauma on its own for the girl. And it's just, it's also an invasion of her body. I mean, if she has to go through that every year she's doing that, and at some point in time, there is also I'm trying to look at the mental backlash of it. That, okay, she's had, I don't know how they conduct the test, but when she's even now sexually active, it may be such that maybe the way the father had painted it is such a dirty thing. She might now not even be comfortable to go into sexual relations, number one. Number two, it might have some form of mental setback on her. The idea of anyone even, trying to...
But three, she can change her preference.
Exactly, she can change her preference.
Like, I am Jennifer.
So you are very right to say that it is not all parents that are knowledgeable about this subject matter and are comfortable with it, again, because of the way they were also raised. So the thing is, if your fear is so, I don't know, I can't put myself in that girl's position, because for me, I'm just trying to be like, my father does this to me every year. I will be coming home again, no? Honestly, because she can't do that. And again, you see, if the father is talking to her from a place of fear, there is a gap. Somebody is going to speak to her from a place of love to make her feel, listen, no, and that's what she will listen to.
The person will groom her into understanding.
Exactly, will groom her.
Absolutely.
And that's what she will listen to. No, one day she just decides, okay, you know what,
that's not as bad as
Daddy, come on. And that's where the problem starts.
Baby.
So I'm very uncomfortable with these parental concerns and fears. I understand it, but I hate the fact that it always goes towards the women. Because when you're always trying to shield women, you're always trying to teach them, you're always trying to instill fear into them, you don't instill the same fear into the men. And that's why you have a lot of, I'm trying to find the right word. You find very questionable men out there. Now, when you talk about infantophilia, pedophilia, you talk about men who are predators, it stems from things like this because they weren't taught from infancy or from when they started seeing puberty, when they got to their puberty age. You didn't teach them these things, but you need to abstain. Like Juan rightly said, you would end up creating kids that are hypocrites.
Yeah.
and then you also create kids who would have trauma, like Jola said. I remember my cousin, even with all the checks that the mom did, every time the mom came and she asked some questions, we started to get very uncomfortable. Now, I know that personally, she didn't do a lot of checks on me because my dad is an older brother. So I'm sure she must have, my brother like this, let me not do this, let me do it to my own child. And whenever she came close to her daughter and she starts asking those questions, I saw how the daughter reacted. It wasn't nice. So I was having third-hand experience. Seeing all of those things, it wasn't nice. And every time I picture them, like, if this woman does this thing to me, don't come close to me, please. I've told you what I need to tell you. You have to take it and leave it at that. If you create a safe space for your kids to talk to you about things, they would have those conversations with you. But now when there is fear, when it gets to the point where they need to be honest about something that has happened to them, they won't come to you. They probably go to someone who is not going to help them. Will really help them and help them in the worst way possible. And as time went on, the relationship between her and the mom, it wasn't the nicest. And as she grew older, she became an adult, her mom would definitely ask, oh, where did I go wrong? I'm just like, you don't know? And the truth is, sometimes parents don't know these things. Now, a lot of parents are operating from their own trauma based off of what they had been through in the past, especially mothers, or what they've been through. And men or fathers are acting based on what they've done to other people's daughters, or what they've seen their own friends do to other people's daughters. So they're very scared. I don't want that to happen to my daughter. But the truth is, there's no amount of checks that you're going to do that is going to prevent people from attempting to do the same thing that you are scared of. Now, what you need to do is to create a space where your child can easily be empowered to you. And you don't even necessarily have to ask any question. I don't need to answer you. My body is exactly. What should I do? Or I feel this way, or I start talking to this boy, and this is how I'm feeling. Or this boy said something to me, or this man, or this uncle said this to me. What should I do? Your sons should also receive the same education. Sex education is not just for your daughters. It's not just for the girls. It's for both the girls and the boys. Because boys are also picking up little things. I mean, boys get molested. But you don't hear them talk about it because to a lot of men, it is supposed to be a sexual priority. It's supposed to be a win. It's a cool thing. But the truth is, a lot of boys are getting molested. A lot of boys are getting touched in places they shouldn't be touched. A lot of boys are getting spoiled at really young age. And that's why they go to school and you find a 5-year-old boy is trying to touch another 4-year-old girl or a 5-year-old girl. Or a 5-year-old boy is going to school to tell them about something they had seen at home. And another little boy who is innocent is learning that and taking it back home to teach his own siblings. So it's like, exactly, it's a vicious cycle. So it just keeps going round and going around. It's little boys that spoil other little boys. It's little boys that spoil other little girls. So how would you, I mean, if a little girl of 5 years old, we've heard that little kids have sex. Absolutely. Now when that happens, obviously there is no hymen being broken probably at that point. But has your child done the deed or not? They do. Have they been exposed or not? Absolutely. Let me hear your thoughts, Nama. You are raising 4 children.
Well, it's, I mean, you guys have said quite a bit. There's, I'm even just struggling as to what to even add to what you've shared in the conversation. But I just want to just pick a few points just to, as an addition. And it's the fact that just from where Jennifer stops, that basically there are 3 influences in the life of a child. We have the influence from home, the background, the upbringing, what you teach the children. Then you have the environment that they grow up in, whether it's in Nigeria or in the UK or in the US or wherever, India, Russia, wherever. And then you have emotional experiences that they go a lot, and depending on how much exposure that a child has. And when you think about these things, there's a lot for the 21st century parents to be concerned about or to have fears for. But if they approach it, like you had said rightly, from the place of fear, then you find out that everything that comes from a place of fear actually fuels it into reality. So you find out that most times when parents say, "Oh, this child, though, you will not kill me, you will not get, if you get pregnant," and then it actually happens. The next thing you hear the parents say, "Shebi, as if I knew." So it's like you already
attract what you fear. It's like Job that said, "What I feared the most came upon me."
Exactly. You preempt it to come to the fore, and that's something that parents need to pay very, very particular attention to. That you are teaching a child, your teaching should not come from a place of fear, but from a place of information. And that's where communication comes in very, very importantly on how a parent should be able to approach sexual concerns. Sometimes parents make it look as if that they were superstars. Growing up, almost all the parents came first. So none of them ever did anything. They were all very best children. But the truth of it is that when you share even your vulnerable sides with your children, of course, per time, the information you're sharing with them should be age appropriate. Yeah. When you're sharing to tell them that, look, in life, it's not a perfect scene. You are going to continue to learn. Sometimes you might make mistakes. You might be able to avoid those mistakes if you listen to the wise counsel that you're given. But peradventure, if a mistake happens, there is a way out. So that fear is not what drives them, because most of the time, in the process of not being hurting daddy or mommy, they end up finding themselves in a vulnerable state that exposes them to the same vices that bring them to that place where they have fear the most. And a lot of the parents, if they were sincere with themselves, the driving force behind, "Oh, don't do this and that," is because some of them were... They knew what they did. They knew how to do it. They knew somebody else's child or somebody else's daughter. So when they're growing up and they now have daughters, it's like that awareness comes to them, and they begin to get paranoid, and they are protecting and doing all sorts of things. Sometimes you check it, daddy, where have you been? Mommy, what kind of life did you live? So is your life exemplary? Because children need to be able to trust the adults in their life. They need to be able to come to you with their problems, with their concerns, tell you that, and in today's world where online everywhere it just comes up, boom, it comes up whether they want to know it or not, they're going to come to you with questions. We had a situation some years back, a child was trying to find out about sexuality. "Mommy, what's sex?" Daddy said, "No, that word is not mentioned in this house." Mommy said, "Didn't you hear your father? This one is not mentioned. It is prohibited in this house. We're children of God." At the end of the day, she goes to the driver and asks, what's this about sex? And he says, "Didn't you ask your parents?" And she says, "No, they're not giving me the answers." And then the driver becomes the answer. Says, "Okay, let me tell you, but it's going to be a little sad." I have to show you. These are the ways we push children out and make it possible for predators to be able to have access to their lives, be trusted enough to now manipulate them into doing those things that we were afraid of. And that's why we must not operate from a place of fear. We must operate from a place of information. When you share with the children, let them know that, these are the things that can happen. I mean, this is natural. It's going to happen to you at some point in your life, but you have to be ready for it. When you put them through the process, they, by themselves, they'll come to that decision. This is a beautiful thing, but there's a time for it, and I would wait for it. It will be their own decision at the end of the day.
Okay, let's quickly take a comment because we're running out of time. All right, so I have a question. I have a comment from Santos. Your topic, how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears, is an interesting one. Most parents project their sexual experiences to their children, and as such, they become overly concerned on the subject matter towards their children. Some parents who are struggling with their sexual life would think that their children would behave like themselves. Being overly concerned towards the
sexually towards the sexual life of your children would make them to create unbalanced human beings. You can easily find out that many children became gays and lesbians because of their parents' preoccupation with their sexual lives. Sex education should be done in a free and open environment and safe space. Love absolutely. Thank you so much. You really summed it nicely. I was going to just add that, you see, the truth about sex and body, I learned it from someone, and I taught my children how to take ownership of their lives. You are not abstaining from sex because you want to please mommy. No, it's your life, it's your body. You must take ownership. So would you like to see your body in a state? I mean, if you are able to take ownership of your life, right? Every decision you take in life, you will always be on the good side. Because you are taking the decision not because you want to please anybody. You're just taking the decision that is not because you have information. Exactly. Thank you so much, ladies. We have run out of time. Sorry. Daniel Elo, you said you missed me yesterday. We couldn't take your message. I'm sorry. Please send another one. I will take it tomorrow. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Diola. Thank you, Nama. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Parents are desperate for advice on how to talk with their kids about sex. So, parents, please go out there. There are experts that can help you. Instead of leading from a place of fear, you've heard all of us today. Lead from a place of information, and I am sure God will protect your children. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to you. It's great. Enjoy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Now, TW Conversations you dey watch now, and we dey inside this lounge with the usual suspects, minus one or two people. We get Mrs. I, Ebu Feludu, Sauda Salami, and Chisom, and Omoye. We dey talk about something really very important. People will say not be real issue, but me, all of us, well, some of us believe say na real issue. Lying, or you go say fibbing. Wetin be fibbing? Na lie. So imagine this scenario. Meghan Markle don't marry Prince Harry. They'll date together. She will call the whole umbrella for her. Feminists go, they say, yes, go pa. But question, she did lie, she did act. After all, an actress.
name now, Oye Zamire, the actress. As you can see, I produce height, so go come. Unfortunately, I can't keep up with that pigeon. That pigeon was epic. Thumbs up, girl. Welcome back. So we're going to be talking about this lying or fibbing issue. Me, I can say for a fact that I have lied or fibbed many times. I'm coming. 5 minutes time. I'm 5 minutes away from you. We have all done. I'm at the toll gate. You're feeling now. Now. So we want to, is it bad or are there good sides to it? What's really acceptable and what's not? But I think that lying holds us accountable. Oh, no. Lying is bad, and so let me go to pigeon. So in fact, okay. So you say I did for toll gate, but you did for Chevron. You never really reach, or you just a lie. Tell yourself, say I go talk true no matter what happen. Meaning, if you did for Chevron, you go say no vex, so I did Chevron. If you don't want to offend person again, you go did Chevron when you say you did Chevron. What that means is we'll hold ourselves up to higher standards. We'll be accountable to one another. And at the end of the day, we're better people for it. We're more disciplined. People can trust you. I think it's the biggest thing. Lying for me is just such a big deal because it means that I'm not sure if I can trust a person if they're not honest. Even when you look bad for being honest. It's not that deep now. It's not that deep. Why do we lie sometimes? Or maybe let's call it fib or whatever. Sometimes you don't want to hurt the person's feelings. Sometimes the person's voila is too much. I'm on my way. I'm before me there. Where are you exactly? I'm on my way. Whenever you tell the person that, okay, also, or you say something and the person goes on and on, because you don't want the person to go on and on, you just say fib or something. You know, white lie. The white lies. Oh, white lies. Well, you just say don't get too genuinely, like tell the person that I know you're pissed. I know you expect that I'm supposed to be here at XYZ time. That's what we have to do. To genuinely have that sort of conversation with people. Well,
the truth of the matter though is that I think that sometimes it's kind to prevaricate. For example, if your friend is wearing a dress that is truly ugly and doesn't fit her, and she says, "What do you think?" Oh, I think that is a ugly dress. You will tell her, "I've seen you in better things." She knows. You're saying the same thing. If somebody's mouth is smelling, do you say to them, "Your mouth is smelling," or do you give them cola to eat? Aren't you saying the same thing? I think that we lie to be kind, but I think there are other ways to be kind. But it takes teaching ourselves to use those other methods. Because the thing with lying is it's convenient. It's just a quick fix. And that's what makes it dangerous. Because it then becomes a habitual quick fix. And then you become known as a person who is economical.
But I actually think there's a difference between being diplomatic, being kind and telling lies. I think that there's some people who are known for their fibs and their tales. And you remember them from primary school and secondary school. My father's house, my mother this, my father went to, Saudi, he ate with them. And they're just people, and I think it comes from a lack of insecurity, a lack of self-confidence, and even with other things like not being able to tell someone the truth about where you are, is just being afraid of being confrontation or not being liked, So I'm not afraid of the truth or telling the truth. I've actually had to learn how to cushion the truth so that, you're diplomatic and it's kinder to receive.
You can call it what you like. What do you think civility is? Yes. What do you think civility is? It's telling a series of fibs in order to be polite. It's good manners. There's some things you don't say. Exactly. And that's the truth. So it has its uses, is what it is.
So there's some things you don't ask. Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies. Don't ask me that kind of difficult question and not expect me to, So I think also civility is not putting people on the spot because we ask or we put people in difficult positions and that's why they sometimes. Okay, I want to ask, how about, how they say that a man that has not lied to his wife or his girlfriend does not love her. Is that true?
don't know. We really don't know. Be honest.
That you don't tell the truth when it's kinder. Honestly, let's just be honest. Because what is truth? It's a perspective. Truth is a perspective. In many instances, you say it's a lovely dress. To me, that is true. To somebody else, it may not be. So if you now say I'm lying to you when I tell you it's a lovely dress, am I? I'm not. It's my truth.
Okay, so let me give an example of the truth that I'm telling. So it may not be a lovely dress in my opinion. It's a lovely dress. After the designer made it. What about what time did you walk in? That cannot be a perspective. Yes, that's true. Okay, so are there times are there lies or fibs? Let me use the word fibs. So don't say so. Not acceptable. That's why you go man. So there are categories of lies. Okay, so are there times that we told fibs that were understandable to us? It's always understandable to you. Every time you tell it, sometimes you know that okay, this was unnecessary. But there are times my mother, for instance, has said, "Oh, don't you think this? Don't you think I should do this?" And I know that if she does that, so you see, sometimes people already have preconceived ideas of what they want to do. So what I want to say to you is probably not going to be accepted anyway. So then I'm trying to manage the ego. I'm trying to manage my relationship. And then I feel like whatever I say, how detrimental is it going to be to this thing anyway? So I weigh the option. I say, "Mommy, don't worry, do it." And when I'm praying, I pray she doesn't do it. There are times like that are understandable. Have you been in such situations?
I think there's some, but I think that we have to differentiate between the really heavy lies that create problems. Because once you begin to tell you begin to tell, it's one lie building on the other, and then you can't find the truth anymore. Those are really dangerous. But these are the ones that are like kindnesses. I think that civility allows us to fib. And fib is a small lie. When you use the word fib, it suggests a sort of lightness of the lie, so to speak, as opposed to whoppers. Religiously speaking, kindness will replace the need to lie. So, for example, if you're a Christian, and did Jesus ever tell a lie? No, but he was always kind. So when you speak the truth with kindness, you don't need to lie. So if you're, for example, at the toll gate and you tell somebody you're at Chevron, if you're going towards VTC, and you say, just like Chisom said, "I'm so sorry, I'm running late. Forgive me." It takes the heat out. Yes. It is so annoying when you have an idea of distances and somebody tells you, "I'm 30 minutes away." And you say, "So where are you?" It's a question. They never want to. Once they don't agree to tell you where they are. But then again, it's being kind, because 30 minutes away can take you like 2 hours to get there. But then again, what we tell our kids, sometimes you lie to them. Look at all the things like Tooth Fairy, like Christmas, and then like our tradition when they tell you that they don't want you to sleep at night, so they tell you that witches, if you sleep at night, you're going to attract witches or something like that. They don't want to, or something happens. So many lies. Well, are they lies or are they, what do you call them? Are they fables? Fables. Yeah, some of them are not, they're not lying, they're fables. Are fables true? Fables start from somewhere and then they get stories told around them. It's part of our lives. Fables are part of life. There's a message ultimately in every fable.
Okay, so if you told your child a fable, or so my son wants to open an umbrella in the house, and I say, if you open an umbrella in the house, 7 years bad luck. What I'm trying to put in the child, so there's a saying in our village that you open the umbrella, you had 7 years of bad luck. Now let me tell you a story. Sit down. The tortoise one day did it. And you told the story of you believe it to be true. Yes, saw you.
Sense. They know you're telling them don't do it. They can't process it that way. But down the line, they're going to say, "Oh, that's why you told me that story." So that they're not stupid. They're not stupid. That's why there are certain kinds of lies shouldn't be told. Don't tell your child to say you're not in when you're in.
Yes. Okay, now let's look at this. Lying in when you're talking about in business setting, in marketing, sales, and all that. Exaggerated truth. To what extent is that?
It's a lie. An exaggerated truth.
I'm talking about a business setting now, because sometimes when people are marketing, when they're advertising, when they're doing stuff, you're a media consultant,
It's on, you know, you look at what you use this toothpaste and this is what happens to you tomorrow. And you buy the paste, you use it for a year, and you still have brown teeth. Someone asked me, for instance, I have stretch marks. If I use this coconut oil, will it erase it? I said no. That's not going to happen. Coconut oil, you know, it will erase it. Yeah.
Before you get it, what you can tell them is that if you start using it before you get the stretch marks, it feeds the skin. Exactly.
Yeah. So is that possible? No, I will tell them, look, people are always, I always say this, people will hang on to your every word because people love hope, right? And they want you to give them the answer, no matter even if it's a lie or not. They suspend their brains and they just want you, just tell me a lie. It's like they're hungry for a lie, you know, but then where does it end? But no, it will not erase your stretch mark. If you're pregnant, start from the time that you're pregnant, start to rub it in, and that's the truth. You know, just say the truth. And if you're known for that,
would you really put that?
No, you wouldn't write out. This is a personal one-on-one conversation. But if you're known for the truth, then people will come to you for that. You
so
know,
I'll tell you this, that in America, the rate of lawsuits has gone so high that people have started being more clear about it. Sensitive, for example, would say, a certain toothpaste brand, for example, would say, has proven to help eradicate. It doesn't say it will do that for you or for everybody. You know, has been proven in certain studies. So, to you, it's tweaking. We have to take a break at this point. This one is just going really. But before we go, we want to say, are there times that we've had an experience where these feeds have gone wrong? Don't go away. We'll be discussing this after the break. Sometimes we hate to take breaks here because the conversation never ever stops. We're almost literally holding, hold that thought. But before we came back, you were talking about confrontation. Yes, a lot of people, many people, don't like confrontation. That is why they lie, so that they can get out of the situation. You don't want to argue, you don't want to even appear weak, you know, or someone has told you to do something, or incompetent. So you just make that up, you know, at that point, to buy time.
I mean, I remember when I was asked to repeat in secondary school, I didn't want to believe that I was actually going to go through that phase. So after going home to beg my mom, please just change my school, and it was clear that there was no two ways to it. I had to repeat that same class. I remember I kept telling people, oh, I'm in GSS 3 because I had to repeat GSS 2. Oh, I'm in GSS 3. And I remember one person, even up until SS 3, then I was in SS 2, he thought I was probably in SS 3. So he was like, oh, so how is YF going? And all of that. And it just got to that point where I knew I couldn't keep up anymore. So I'm just like, you know what? Actually repeated. And I mean, you know, and I felt so much better. I felt like I didn't have to hide anytime he was around because his family, he's like an elder sibling, and he's one of those people that, oh, how is it going? What's going on? So he's always in my face, you know, and all. So I didn't have to lie and run away from him again. I did. I actually did. Especially some big lies. I mean, you need to have another lie to cover up the lie. I mean, like about 2 months ago, I had this transaction, and we're supposed to deliver outside Lagos and to Port Harcourt, and we had not left Lagos by 5. And the client is calling, and the client is like, when are your people coming to Lagos? Oh, we left about 3, and we should get there maybe about 1, 2. And he was like, okay, I'll get my team ready. We were not there. And they kept on calling. I had to leave my phone on all over, and I had to say one lie after the other. Oh, they were stopped on the road. Oh, they had 2 tires that went off. Oh, they had this. And, you know, by the next morning, I was so exhausted. I told a colleague of mine, I said, I'm not going to talk to this guy again because I am tired. I'm drained because of this lie. I mean, I was actually really drained overnight. I had to come up with so many lies. Then I had to even call someone to say, this is the lie I told you. Make sure that your own lie and my own lie.
Negativity, lying as an activity, something we get into.
I was drained. I was like, no, I'm not going to do this again. You guys, you need to leave on time. If we're delivering outside Lagos, make sure you leave on time. So I don't have to really keep up with all my lives.
And if you don't, then say that you can.
Exactly. Oh my God.
You know, but I think also that people like to impress. Yeah. And it depends on the people you're with. If you feel you're not up to scratch, for example, if everybody you're with has a master's, you now decide that you have a master's and you're doing a PhD. You know, the challenge with that is that if they now ask you, what school did you do? What was your project? Exactly. And you know, it's you may not, even when you went, you don't remember your teacher's name after a while, so that may not matter. You can just invent some name.
That's true. You just reminded me of something that happened to me. So when I moved away with my husband, people were asking me, you know how Nigerians call you and you're in the States. So Anne, where are you working now? What have you started doing? And at that point, I literally had just arrived. I was trying to get my social, trying to get my life together, and then it started to get to me, to be honest, because I'm like, so at this point, sometimes I would make sure that I go get a volunteer job first, so that I have something to say. So when people call me, I'm like, oh, right now I'm even going to the film, blah, 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 or I'm going, and I almost felt like I always needed to have something to say, so that it doesn't seem like, because someone actually told me, at one point she said, so Anne, you left your job and left your life and followed man to travel and relocate. You never thought about yourself. And this kind of started making me to have like jealous feelings towards my husband. Like he'll go to work and come back, and I'll be like, excuse me, so I have turned to, you know, and then he'll be like, no, that's why you're going to do this course and you're going to do that course and everything. But it's something I had to deal with. So I can totally understand when sometimes you're now pressured to do things that they're not really your calling or not necessarily the things you wanted to do, but because you needed to keep up with appearances, you ended up doing
as well. I also think that we forget to use the word I don't know. People always try to make us either say yes or no to something, even when we don't necessarily want to do it or know about it. Sometimes when you say a particular word and I don't know it, I really don't know it, I'll ask you, please can you tell me the meaning? Because somebody else might be there and might be like, oh, do you know the meaning? Oh, yes, and you just, you don't want to feel ignorant. So I think we should also learn to start saying we don't know when we truly do not know, and then we can research or, find out about whatever it is that we don't.
Yes. Yeah. You also wear the HR cap. Yes. Now, where do you put that when we're talking about our feelings? And when,
You see, it's words. It's semantics. It's amazing. For example, people, if you what example I use now? If you've done a particular thing, the way people do it is, if you baked a cake, for example, you say you're a culinary specialist. That's what I'm saying. You baked a cake. So that sort of thing. That's where people beef up their CVs, because people are impressed by those things. And what you want is to impress people. It's just that with people like myself, CVs don't get me to recruit a person. It may get you into the door, but it's more how you phrase things, I don't know, but you get a feeling from the way a person writes, for me, whether or not you want to talk to them. Okay, they may say they have a first class or a 2-1, and because of that, they're shortlisted. When you then see them, it's not what they tell me they've done. It's who I feel them to be and how I feel they can fit in. The kind of lie I find myself telling, to be honest, is if I feel you're taking me for granted, I'm going to stop making time for you. And so I'll tell you I'm doing something else. That's the kind of thing. But you see, you have to push me to that point. If you take me for granted, it's not something that I enjoy. And so if you're always doing it, when you want my time, I'll say, I have something else that I'm doing. I won't be available.
But has this made us sort of take honesty and truthfulness less seriously?
It has always been taken less seriously, I think. I think each person behaves as they want. Honestly, I find myself to be a largely truthful person. So I truly find it irritating, because I'm not going to beat you if you tell me what it is. That's how I feel. I'm not going to beat you. But I have found that I count my teeth with my tongue, which is something my mother used to say. So I will count before I say things. So whilst I'm in, people don't want to hear the truth, whatever it is that you perceive it to be. They don't really want it. It's like what you were saying. They don't want to know. So you're careful, and there are times when you just keep quiet. That's the option. If somebody says to you, oh, this, they don't want to hear the truth of it. So you say to them, okay, so what do you think about it? So you turn the question to them. It's easier, and I'd rather that people do that, because if you're a thinking person, that tells you that they don't want to answer that question, or that what they're going to say isn't what you want to hear. But then if you're a psycho, you'll be thinking, so what was it they wanted to say? What nasty thing did they want to say? And they might not have wanted to say anything nasty.
We have to take it before you make it, because that is also part of life. There's so many things we tell ourselves every day. It's all about lies, and
cover it and use nice words. Fake it before you make it. It's lying.
But it may be about creating perceptions as opposed to outright lies.
What do you mean outright lies? Fake it before you make it.
Okay, we have people who may be fashion consultants, and so you get a dress from them, for example, to wear on a show. It's not yours, but you look nice in it. That's faking it, but you haven't told any lie. Nobody asked you where you got it from. So you present a brand, you create a personal brand of yourself, how you want to be seen. It is not up to you to live up to it.
This is why I say we've stretched fibbing and telling lies
and that's why
a little bit. So perception is really what we do every day. Yeah. So the idea of Meghan Markle holding an umbrella over Prince Harry, so perhaps she is trying to create a perception that may not necessarily be the reality of their life, but that is what will serve the public. Mm-hmm. And they throw that out there. I think we all do that.
Yes.
In one way, shape, or form. It's true. It could also be that it's true.
It's true. And I think sometimes you, rather than lie, when you ask a question, you say what you liked. Like usually when we attend movie premieres, you come out, the press is asking, so what did you like the movie? What did you think about the film? I said, oh, the acting was really good. Oh, I really love that scene where this person did this and that. And I don't say that I thought the film was crap. I say what I liked about the film.
Absolutely, and that is truth. In that context.
Yes. I can't lie. I don't want to lie about it.
It's also wisdom, actually.
You can't just tell somebody that,
Yes. I always say to my sons, tell me the good news first. Yeah. Say the positives first. I always say that. And
Okay, so what would we say about this feeling thing? Should we continue? Should we start?
You want the truth? You want the truth? You can have the truth. For me, I think I don't like confrontation. Lying, I also don't like lying as well. So you just have to draw the line. For me, I just find myself, Sauda, just try to be selective about how you present, whatever situation is. Say the nice parts of it. Tell them what they need to hear. But I've always believed that no is not a curse, and I'm not afraid of confrontations. But I've also learned over time that to apply emotional intelligence to be diplomatic and cushion the truth a little bit so it's easier to digest.
I think stability and diplomacy are words that exist for a reason, and it's about recognizing that we have sensitivities. I don't think outright lies are necessary, but I think that there's a way to couch something so the person knows what you're saying without you saying it obviously, and that's a skill that I think we should all learn.
Very true. So I say do all things with love, but at the same time, I'd take brutal honesty over a lie any day. Brutal honesty that hurts me over lying, because then I know that I can trust you.
I would say people should stop putting other people in positions to lie or to, to lie to them. However, I think people should actually try as much as they can to genuinely communicate with other people. And people should also learn how to say, I don't know. I'm particular about that word right now. I don't know, yes. So, yeah.
For me, I say that if you're asking somebody a question and you realize that the person is uncomfortable, don't push it. Know what your limits are, know what boundaries are. I mean, as much as you want to know, don't also put the person in a situation where they're forced to lie, Well, I guess that puts a cap on it. I've enjoyed this conversation thoroughly. Thank you all so much, ladies. This conversation doesn't have to end here. Let's continue on social media. All the handles are on your screen. Let's talk about your impressions on lying and diplomacy and civility and feeling and trust and whatnot. Okay, so let's do it and go and live better lives.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stores live here.
What we do not understand, we must not it.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's of an equally confessed.
Na 500 naira dey collect am. If you no come, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 dey pay.
Engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influenced members.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the bargain, I pay my rent. From the bargain, I send my children to school.
Consultative engagement. No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. It's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Tribunal adjourns Atiku Abubakar's pre-hearing petition to Thursday. Sudan's army chief says dialogue without ceasefire is useless. Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed world is at turning point in Victory Day speech. Hello, good evening. I am Kimberly Obiawa. This is News Now. The Supreme Court in Abuja on Tuesday affirmed Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, as the elected governor of Osun State. Oyetola and his party approached the Apex Court in a suit, praying the court to set aside the decision of the Abuja division of the Court of Appeal, which voided the judgment of the Osun State Election Petition Tribunal and returned Oyetola as winner of the July 16, 2022 governorship election. The appellate court awarded 500,000 naira cost against the APC and its candidate. The cross appeal, which centered on the educational qualification of Governor Adeleke, was thrown out for lacking in merit. Meanwhile, Governor Ademola Adeleke has reacted to his victory at the Supreme Court.
I describe this victory as victory, I dedicate it, to God Almighty and my people, of Osun, because they stood by me and they did everything to let them know that, to let me know that they love me and I love them back. And today, has proven it today. It's now to be focused. Even though there was little distraction, we are focused. You journalists can testify to our 100 days in office. I mean, you have seen it all. You went with me, you worked with me, you saw what we have done. And work is still going. Despite the fact of little distraction. Now there's no distraction again. We have all our agenda, our 5-point agenda in the making. You just wait and see, because we can tell you our government is grassroots. Our government is people's government. They ain't seen nothing yet. We have a lot of goodies in stock for our lovely Osun people.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged residents of Osun State to team up with Governor Ademola Adeleke to build up the state. In a statement on Tuesday, presidential spokesman Femi Adesina said the president recognized Tuesday's verdict of the Supreme Court on the July 16, 2022 governorship election in Osun State, as well as the important role of the judiciary in deepening rule of law and democracy. Earlier, the Supreme Court set aside the appeal by Adegboyega Oyetola of the All Progressives Congress (APC) challenging the election of Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as Osun State Governor. The Apex Court, in its judgment read by Justice Emmanuel Ajim, also upheld the Appeal Court's judgment, which upheld the election of Adeleke as the state governor. Now, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has congratulated Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State over his victory at the Supreme Court, which upheld his election in the July 16, 2022 governorship poll. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Mr. Debo Ologunagba, made available to newsmen on Tuesday in Abuja, the party described the court verdict as the ultimate triumph of the will of the people of Osun. Ologunagba commended the Supreme Court for its courage in upholding justice and reaffirming the saying that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. The PDP, he said, congratulated the good people of Osun State. We're now being joined by the former PDP National Publicity Secretary, Diran Odeyemi, also joining us. It is later on. Yeah, so we'll stay with Diran Odeyemi. Hello, Diran. Good evening. Fine, thank you, Diran. I'm guessing you're fine too. All right, Diran, now it has been a long walk to the final verdict. It must have been obvious to many that the pendulum would swing the way it swung today. So what are your thoughts on Ademola Adeleke of the PDP retaining power in Osun State?
Yes, we went through this route in 2018, where we believe we won an election and we believe the election would be held at the judiciary. But eventually, we lost it at the Supreme Court. So this time around, the tension was there because nobody could predict what to come out of today's decision. So we had no choice than to continue to pray to God and to douse the tension in Osun State and assure our people that the judiciary will do justice and their votes will not be wished away through the back door. So eventually, when we had the outcome of the judgment, we were all happy. The whole of Osun is in jubilation mode right now, and I'm sure your reporters must have given an indication to that. So we're happy, and we are assuring the people of Osun State, to whom much is given, much is expected. The support has been very overwhelming right from the election, from the campaign, up to the present moment, because we knew how they were prayerful since last week, and especially yesterday when we had the judgment will be delivered today. So we are happy, we are extremely happy, and we give kudos to the president for allowing democracy to thrive in Osun State, not only in Osun State, but in Nigeria. And we appreciate the congratulatory message that has come both from the presidency and from the party. And up to now, we are yet to receive one from the former governor, Adiboye Ayitola. It's not too late, we are expecting it.
All right, Diran, what does the power shift mean for Osun State now?
It means a lot for the people of Osun State because that was the basis of their voting for Ademola Adeleke and PDP to start with. We campaigned, we promised them a lot of information and the renovation in Osun State. And they have started feeling it. Because what we did in our 100 days surpasses what APC that has been in government for the past 20 years did. Apart from the fact that we were now paying salary, there were backlog of salaries, salary arrears, promotions that we have embarked on that we are doing. Roads are being touched, boreholes are being provided everywhere, healthcare system is being taken care of, education, yes, we are on it. Well, the people of Osun State are already feeling us, and that is the more reason why today they all went prayerful for PDP and Governor Adeleke.
All right, Diran, thank you very much for coming on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Still on news now, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja on Tuesday adjourned the continuation of the pre-hearing of the petition by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and its presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, against the president-elect, Bola Tinubu, of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to Thursday, May 11, 2023. The PDP and Atiku in the petition is challenging the declaration of Tinubu as the winner of the February 25th presidential election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The counsel for the petitioners, Chris Uche, SAN, at Tuesday's proceedings informed the court that they had filed and served a motion dated 7th May requesting a live broadcast of the Presidential Tribunal proceeding.
We also brought up the issue of the motion on notice which we filed and which we served on all the parties in the case. And that is the motion for the live televising of the proceedings in this case, because we consider these proceedings very, very critical and important to the
Security Group have urged judges at the ongoing Nigeria's Presidential Election Tribunal to uphold the integrity of the judiciary and be impartial in dispensing justice while listening to petitions before them. They also urged the Chief Justice of the nation to ensure judges are given the right support that will fast-track justice. The group, under the aegis of the Free Nigeria movement, made this known in the nation's capital, Abuja, saying that its expectation is for the conduct of ongoing proceedings to follow the rules of justice without undue interference.
As they listen to petitions, the conscience of Nigeria will be waiting outside the walls of the courtroom with the account it will give posterity to their names. We urge them to do the right thing for Nigeria, and not for any political party or candidate. The Chief Justice of Nigeria must ensure that the judges are given the right support and independence to decide on the cases without any kind of interference or inducement. The judges must look beyond technicalities and base their decisions on the path that bequeaths the best outcome for this country. We are, however, concerned by the teaming of the hearing and call for the conclusion of cases before the inauguration of a new administration. This will provide focus for the administration and closure to the nation.
A member of the House of Representatives and chairman of the House Committee on Appropriation, Aliyu Betere, has joined the race for the speakership of the 10th House of Representatives. This is coming as the ruling All Progressives Congress APC with majority seats had zoned the position to the northwestern region. The federal lawmaker from the northeastern region of Nigeria says he has the experience it takes to lead the parliament to meet the yearnings of citizens. Other aspirants are Majority Leader Al-Hassan Abdul Dagoa, Chairman, House Committee on Navy Yusuf Gadi, Sadi Solo and Mariam Onoha were present to show solidarity with Betere, who formally declared his intention to run for speakership.
Whoever becomes the speaker must need better around to really hold it tight. I think in the light of that unity and understanding, like my colleagues have rightly said, I feel like during this occasion, to fraternize with him, to wish all of us well, and to let the world know that my contest is not about you or die affair.
All has been said about me. The most important thing today is for me to declare that I'm contesting. Today is our day for members elect in the 10th Assembly and for our former members of the Parliament. You have seen all the aspirants here. They came to support me because we are one family.
Action. And the name for inclusivity and diversity. I have proven that I'm a woman who comes with the right experience for this process and was the first to initiate this, visiting a co-aspirant at this declaration. We have all shown that united we stand and divided we fall.
We are here for the respect of the sanctity of the independence of the Parliament. Why are we here? Because we would want to demonstrate the inclusivity of parliamentarians. Once a parliament is not inclusive, the country will cry, the public will castigate the parliament because some people are isolated.
It has been 60 days since a Supreme Court halted the move by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to end the circulation of the old Naira notes across the country. Despite this ruling, the newly redesigned notes have remained scarce and out of the reach of the common man. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun felt the pulse of the people and brought back this report. However,
the court's verdict stipulates that the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes remain legal tender till December 2020. disregard for the court's ruling, the CBN succumbs. Surprisingly, the old notes rather than the redesigned ones are what is more available to the spending public.
The one we pay me for that when money no dey. Jesus. Oh God. And I go use if I want to withdraw 5,000, they go collect 1,500 on top my money where I suffer. Come collect 1,500, come give me 3. Oh, it remains mama can kill myself, but God said no, my daughter wait.
Though the long queues seen at banks' ATMs when there was scarcity of the new notes have disappeared, it is not yet Uhuru. One is dispensed from this ATM machine and the old notes.
The old notes also should be taken away in a way that is convenient for everybody, not in a very hard way that people will suffer for it. So, but up to now, I just withdraw from the ATM. There's no new note in it, just the old note.
A little bit sad because I've seen the new Naira note just once and I've not seen it, but I think I see time there because half is better than nothing.
If I go to bank, is the old currency they give me most, and most people too accept it like that.
8 months to the phasing out of the old redesigned notes, many express concern about the feasibility.
I don't see it to be something that's feasible, fine. It's not going to be feasible because of all these underlying reasons, People might be struggling to meet up and they lose money and they lose value for their money. So it's not really feasible.
Well, in Nigeria now, every day is surprise, so we're just hoping for the best. So I don't know if it is going to be possible or not. So I'm just fingers crossed.
See, make una tell Buhari Abina who want enter na Abina Tinubu Abina Obasanjo Abina Obi. I don't know who want enter, but the person when they not try repeat wetin happen that time because if not they no go like am o. Now when they talk okay we go use old notes now till December. Make they no come and say December na new notes. If you no get new notes, people now go come dey die for bank in front. Some go dey faint, some go dey die. Even me I nearly die. Even my mama sef nearly die, but God na He save us.
In a recent statement, the CBN refuted claims that it is planning to phase out the newly redesigned Naira note. The Apex Bank insists the old notes will cease to be legal tender by December 31st. Lovikuku Uyeduku, Plus TV News.
We're now being joined by public policy analyst Professor Shola Akiriade. Hello, Shola. Good to have you. Hello, Professor Shola. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, good to have you. Now, with the scarcity of the new Naira notes, can the Supreme Court's December deadline to phase out the old notes be feasible?
Well, my take is very simple. I don't think Nigerians should get unnecessarily agitated by the December 31 deadline. The essence of the deadline given by the Supreme Court is that Nigerians should have access to currency notes. What the experience of the last several weeks has demonstrated forcefully is the possibility of the coexistence of the old and new currency, the new currency notes at the same time. Remember that at the peak of the scarcity, many analysts pointed out the experience of other countries, including the United States, the United Kingdom, where old and new currency notes have coexisted for several years in some instances. If you go to the US today, some of the currencies that were phased out in 1986 are still in circulation. But once they are taken to the bank, they are not given out again. Now, what is likely to happen is that the old notes will start getting withdrawn once there are enough notes in circulation. I'm sure that even the Supreme Court will not be necessary to continue until we have enough of these notes in circulation so that there will be a gradual transition that will be seamless and will be painless for the people. There's no need for us to get agitated and insist that by December 31, that the old notes must be phased out. In any case, the purpose of the currency note is to be a means of exchange. And as long as the old ones are accepted and are being accepted by the people as legal tender, I think we're in good hands. Hopefully, I believe that great progress to be made during the next couple of months to ensure that by December we'll be on. But if it is not even ready, I believe that it's okay for us to continue using the old notes and the new notes until we can easily face them out without stress for the people.
All right, so many have said the NARI redesign was a policy somersault, especially looking at the back and forth banters on it. Let's hear your comments, let's hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I'm always wary of drawing conclusions without the benefit of all the factors that led to the policy formulation. No policymaker goes out of his way to design policies that will fail. No policymaker goes out of his way to design policies that will make life for the people more difficult than they are currently. So let's get that clear. At the point of designing a policy, some factors may not be clear to the policymaker that will bear on the implementation. That does not suggest malicious intent on the part of the policymaker. What we should note is that policies are not cast in stone, and some policies are subject to review. So the question of policy somersault does not apply. Because if you're a policymaker that failed to review a policy that is not working, then you have failed the people. So policies are meant to be reviewed based on the lived experiences of the people. Indeed, any policymaker that fails to review a policy that is not working, or that is not working as designed, should have his position reviewed. Even the Nigerian Constitution is subject to review, much less a policy. So whether to call a policy somersault is maybe a little bit uncharitable. I think what you have is a policy review that is always part of the policy making process in any society that wants to develop.
All right, now let's hear your recommendations just before we let you go. What are you recommending the way forward?
Well, the way forward is very simple, like I said. Now, there's nothing wrong, and what I would suggest is that we keep using the two notes, the old and the new currency note, simultaneously until the new ones are enough in circulation, such that when the old one is taken to the bank, they are gradually withdrawn and not returned to the public until such a time that everything is phased out. Until then, we should continue using the two notes simultaneously. But the central bank and the security printing and minting should take aggressive steps to produce more notes for the use of the people, because we knew the amount of money that was withdrawn from circulation, and we should be able to print enough, if not to meet the exact number that was withdrawn, but at least to be close to it, so that the economy will not suffer needlessly.
All right, Professor Shola Akiriade, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
All right. Still on news now, the Upper Chamber have on Tuesday confirmed and approved the nominations of the chairman and members of the governing board of Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. This follows the presentation of the report of the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions presented by the Vice Chairman of the committee, Senator Sadiq Suleiman.
The Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, having screened the nominees and been satisfied with their experiences, their performance and qualification, hereby commend that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Dr. Honorable Abdulhakeem Mobolaji, Professor Osita Ubu, Umar Gambo Jibril, Muhammad Atairu, Haruna, Yasmin Zabad Dalhatu, Samuel Ogi, and Abibullah Olashore as chairman and members of the governing board of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation.
Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Honorable Dr. Abdulhakeem Mobolaji, representing Southwest, as chairman of the governing board of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Dr. Hakeem Mobolaji, representing Southwest, is hereby confirmed as chairman of the governing Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Professor Ositagbu, representing Southeast, as member of the governing board of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Professor Ositagbu, representing Southeast, is hereby confirmed as member of the governing board of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Omar Gambo Jibrin, representing North Central, as member of the governing board of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, has unveiled the AFM3 Fast Power 240 megawatt turbine in Rivers State. The project is a subsidiary of the Transcorp Group located in Oyibo on the outskirts of Port Harcourt in the state. Oshibajo, upon arrival, was received by the chairman of Transcorp Group, Tony Olumelu, and other dignitaries. In his address, Oshibajo said in 2020, electricity subsidies reached 584 billion naira, but service-based tariffs have led to a doubling of collection in the Nigeria electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira in 2020 to 80 billion naira in the first quarter of 2023.
I'm happy to say that since 2020, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has executed all its biannual review processes without fail. Now, this is a major difference from the past. In 2019, subsidies reached a peak of 584 billion naira in an environment that became so burdensome for the Nigerian government's fiscal position. The introduction of the service-based tariff, the Payment Discipline Initiative for the sector, which was jointly organized by NERC and the CBN, and the introduction of the National Mass Metering Program have led to a doubling of market collections in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira a month in 2020 to a record 80 billion per month in the first quarter of 2023. In 2021 and 2022, 5 underperforming discos were brought into a restructuring program that has led to a 10 billion naira per month reduction in shortfalls. If this trajectory continues, then it means that the Nigerian electricity supply industry will attain self-sufficiency at the end of 2023. In other words, it will be able to resource itself, pay for itself. The challenge before us is for the industry to leverage the improved commercial environment that has been created to sustainably supply electricity and improve service to all our citizens.
Therefore, I am proud today that we have been able to bring together so many key stakeholders. Why am I proud and happy? I'd like also to tell a success story out of Nigeria, a story that can be repeated over and over again if government, communities, and the private sector work together as we have worked together here at AFA. The Transcorp Group partnership at Okoloma Farm began in November 2020 when we signed the AFAM Power Share Sale and Purchase Agreement.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has threatened to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes from the country. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele spoke at the RT200 Non-Oil Export Summit 2023 on Tuesday in Abuja. The summit is themed RT200 Challenges and Prospects. Emefiele said the development of the non-oil export sector is crucial given that it holds vast potential for generating a significant amount of foreign exchange earnings.
The central bank will be beaming some searchlights on undocumented exports, and we had advised the shipping lines at that meeting that we will also be monitoring, and if we find that the export cargoes without
We have so far not done anything like that, just because we feel that our shipping lines will be responsible to do what is right. But if we do not see the kind of cooperation that we'll expect, I'll have to insist that we will do what we need to do. For any export to a warehouse established outside India, for instance, with the permission of the Reserve Bank of India, export proceeds can be repatriated within 15 months from the date of shipment. Many countries of the world have these requirements to ensure effective export repatriation back to their countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we will agree that the challenges facing our country today are many and evolving.
Still ahead, soldiers stage mutiny in Somalia's continent state. Details when we return.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, to other parts of Africa, Sudan's Army Chief General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan said that political dialogue without achieving a ceasefire is useless. More than 550 people have been killed and thousands injured in fighting between the army and the RSF paramilitary group since April 15, according to Sudan's health ministry. The two military rivals began their first face-to-face talks in Saudi Arabia on Saturday in an effort to end their conflict. Sudan has been without a functioning government since fall 2021, when the military dismissed Prime Minister Abdallah Hamdok's transitional government and declared a state of emergency in a move decried by political forces as a coup. The United Nations on Tuesday said that fighting in Sudan has disrupted the deployment of additional peacekeepers in the disputed Abyei region claimed by Sudan and South Sudan. UN Assistant Secretary General for Africa Martha Ama-Pobe told the Security Council that the outbreak of violence in Sudan may deeply affect the chance for political progress on Abyei and border issues. All-Rich Abyei has been a disputed area between the North and the South since South Sudan gained independence from Sudan in 2011. The UN deployed the UNISFA peacekeeping mission to the region in 2011. Soldiers in Somalia's northeastern semi-autonomous state of Puntland on Tuesday staged a mutiny over unpaid salaries, and officials said. Abdino Abdi Ahmed, a security official in Puntland's Bari region, told Anadolu over the phone that soldiers seized a security checkpoint in Garowe, the state's administrative capital, in the early hours of Tuesday. This comes hours after Somalia's Prime Minister Hamza Abdi Barre criticized Puntland's leaders for the strained relations with the federal government, accusing him of undermining development projects in the state. And while the African Union Commission, AUC, on Tuesday welcomed the announcement by Mali's transitional authorities to hold a referendum on a new constitution in mid-June, AUC chairperson Moussa Faki Mohamed welcomed the decision, calling it the framework for collective efforts essential for the return to constitutional order. The constitutional referendum in the West African country will be held on June 18, according to a presidential decree. The new draft constitution intends to strengthen the president's powers and relegate the French language, which is currently the official language, to the status of working language. Autopsies carried out on corpses found in mass graves linked to a religious cult in Kenya have revealed missing organs and raised suspicions of forced harvesting, with a fresh round of exhumations set to resume. The discovery of mass graves last month near the Indian Ocean coastal town of Malindi has stunned the deeply religious Christian majority country in what has been dubbed as the Shakahola Forest Massacre. People believe most of the bodies belong to followers of self-styled pastor Paul Nthege Mackenzie, who is accused of ordering them to starve to death to meet Jesus. While starvation appears to be the main cause of death, some victims, including children, were strangled, beaten, or suffocated, according to the chief government pathologist Johassen Odwa. Now, outside Africa, Vladimir Putin has claimed the world is at a turning point and a real war is being waged against Russia as he addressed the nation at a scaled-back Victory Day parade. In a 10-minute speech in Red Square at the event to commemorate the defeat of Nazi Germany during the Second World War, Putin claimed the struggle against oppression continued for Russians.
Идеология превосходства по своей природе отвратительна, преступна и смертоносна. Однако западные глобалистские элиты по-прежнему твердят о своей исключительности, стравливают людей и раскалывают общество, провоцируют кровавые конфликты и перевороты, сеют ненависть, русофобию, агрессивный национализм, уничтожают и семейные, традиционные ценности, которые делают человека человеком. И все для того, чтобы и дальше диктовать, навязывать народам свою волю, свои права правила, а по сути систему грабежа, насилия и подавления.
The United States on Tuesday announced a new $1.2 billion security assistance package for Ukraine to boost the country's air defenses and provide it with additional artillery ammunition. The Defense Department said in a statement that the package underscores the continued U.S. commitment to Ukraine by committing critical near-term capabilities such as air defense systems and ammunitions, while also building the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces to defend its territory. Kyiv has pushed for some items that its international supporters have been reluctant to provide, including Patriot air defense systems and advanced heavy tanks, which were eventually promised, and others such as Western fighter aircraft, which have not been pledged so far. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has been arrested by paramilitary officers outside a high court in the capital, Islamabad. Details in this report.
Pakistan's anti-corruption agency arrested former Prime Minister Imran Khan at Islamabad's High Court on Tuesday, sparking violent clashes between protesters and police. Footage of his arrest shows paramilitary forces in riot control gear, leading a surrounded Khan into a black van. His arrest comes a day after the military issued a rare rebuke of the former Prime Minister for continuously accusing a senior military official of attempting to assassinate him. Shortly before his arrest, Khan posted the following video online. In it, he says he's prepared to go to jail, but he adds that there are no cases against him that would warrant an arrest. Khan's PTI party immediately called for mass protests. Hundreds of supporters blocked streets in Khan's hometown of Lahore, where police have been put on high alert. And in Karachi, police fired tear gas at demonstrators who were throwing stones. Footage shared by Khan's party also appeared to show one of his lawyers being treated for what appears to be a head injury he reportedly obtained during a police scuffle. The former Prime Minister was ousted from power in April 2022. Since then, he has been tirelessly campaigning for an early general election, despite having been wounded in November in a gun attack. But if convicted this time, Khan faces being barred from holding public office. Khan's arrest comes at a time when ordinary Pakistanis are reeling from the worst economic crisis in decades. High inflation, anemic growth, and a delayed International Monetary Fund bailout are already threatening turmoil in their own right.
China has expelled Canada's consul in Shanghai in retaliation for Ottawa sending home a Chinese diplomat accused of trying to intimidate a Canadian MP. Details in this report.
China and Canada expelled each other's diplomats this week, escalating already tense bilateral relations. On Tuesday, China's foreign ministry listed Jennifer Lin Lalonde of the Canadian consulate in Shanghai as persona non grata and asked her to leave China before Saturday. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin said in a news briefing the move was justified and necessary and a countermeasure to Canada's unreasonable actions. The move came after Canada on Monday expelled Chinese diplomat Zhao Wei. Canada alleged Zhao, who was based in Toronto, of foreign interference. He was accused of targeting Canadian MP Michael Chong, a conservative lawmaker and critic of China's treatment of its Uyghur Muslim minority. Canadian spy agencies authored a report in 2021 warning of potential threats to Chong and his Hong Kong-based family. Chong praised Zhao's expulsion on Monday, but said it came late.
It shouldn't have taken 2 years for the government to make this decision when they became aware that members and their families of the House of Commons were being targeted by the PRC and by persons in Canada accredited by the Government of Canada as diplomats in Canada.
China's Toronto Consulate General said the report on Chong has no factual basis and is purely baseless. The latest tit-for-tat expulsions raise already high diplomatic tensions. Canada and China have clashed since the detention of Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou in 2018 and Beijing's subsequent arrest of 2 Canadians for spying. Since then, Canadian media, citing unnamed intelligence sources, have reported on alleged schemes run by the Chinese government to interfere in Canada's last 2 elections, prompting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to appoint an independent special investigator to probe those allegations.
At least 15 Palestinians, including 3 commanders of the militant group Islamic Jihad, have been killed in Israeli airstrikes on the Gaza Strip. Palestinian health officials said 8 women and children were among the dead. Details in this report.
Israel killed 3 senior Islamic Jihad commanders in airstrikes on Gaza on Tuesday, as well as several civilians, including children. That's according to Palestinian officials, coming as the Israeli military confirmed it launched the operation targeting the Islamic Jihad leadership. The armed group is the second most powerful in the Hamas-ruled, blockaded coastal enclave. Powerful explosions rocked the area for hours as witnesses reported Israeli jets hitting Islamic Jihad shelters in residential areas and sites across the Gaza Strip, including training camps and border posts. Videos showed billowing smoke and flames that lit up the night sky as trucks of firefighters rushed to a building that had been hit. Israel's defense minister said the military was working with the Shin Bet intelligence service to launch the, quote, precise operation in Gaza, adding, any terrorist who harms Israeli citizens will be made to regret it. Islamic Jihad's armed wing confirmed the 3 commanders' deaths. A spokesman said, quote, this crime will not pass unpunished. The airstrikes are the latest incident in more than a year of surging violence, with repeated Israeli military raids and escalating settler violence in the occupied West Bank, amid a spate of Palestinian street attacks targeting Israelis. A unit of Israel's defense ministry that coordinates civilian affairs with the Palestinians said its 2 Gaza crossings were closed to people and goods until further notice. Expecting rocket fire in response to the strikes, Israel's military urged citizens living in towns within 25 miles of Gaza to stay near bomb shelters until Thursday evening.
Up next is entertainment news.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Ace Nigerian rapper MI, whose real name is Jude Abaga, along with his wife Eniola Mafe, have shared their experience battling attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a commonly diagnosed neurodevelopmental disorder in childhood that can persist into adulthood. During an interview on the Aproko Doctor podcast, the couple discussed how they manage their condition by prioritizing effective communication and understanding. Mafe, who was diagnosed with the ADHD at the age of 19, shared that the disorder affected her while she was in school. Symptoms of ADHD include difficulty paying attention, impulsive behavior, and hyperactivity. American radio personality Howard Stern has expressed his disgust for the coronation of King Charles III last weekend. During Monday's edition of Sirius XM's The Howard Stern Show, the media personality said apart from the tourism drive, the monarchy has nothing to offer and that the king was not worth the lavish ceremony. Howard wondered why a country grappling for economic meltdown spent so much on just one occasion he felt was unnecessary. Frankie Venegas, known to many as one of the viral Island Boys twins, was arrested by the police for alleged domestic battery. Legal document obtained by TMZ revealed that Venegas' girlfriend told the police that they got into an argument on Saturday, May 6th at the pool area of their Airbnb in Pompano Beach after she threatened to break up with him due to his physical abusive behavior. He reportedly got upset and slapped her across the face and pushed her into the shallow part of the pool, causing her to hit her chin on the concrete floor below. The police saw bruises on her chin as well as on her legs and arms when they spoke to her at a nearby hospital. Police said that they went to the Airbnb and arrested Venegas for domestic battery. The singer has already told his fans that he has gotten out by posting a pretty enthusiastic video outside the jail.
This sports news.
The Golden Eaglets of Nigeria have arrived in Algiers ahead of their quarterfinal clash against Burkina Faso at the ongoing 2023 Africa Under-17 Cup of Nations. The players and their officials arrived in the city on Monday night. The Eaglets are set to face Burkina Faso in the last 8 fixture at the Nelson Mandela Stadium on Thursday. The top 4 teams in the competition will represent Africa at the 2023 FIFA Under-17 World Cup. Meanwhile, in tennis, Roger Federer says he hopes Rafael Nadal will recover in time for the French Open and that it would be a brutal blow for tennis if the 14-time Roland Garros champion is absent this year. Nadal has been dealing with a hip injury he suffered at the Australian Open in January and fears that the Spaniard may miss the Paris Grand Slam grew after he pulled out of this week's Italian Open. Nadal skipped last week's Madrid Open and also missed tournaments at Indian Wells, Miami, Monte Carlo and Barcelona. Nadal has competed at the French Open every year since winning the first of his men's record 22 major titles in Paris in 2005. The clay court major begins on the 28th of May.
And the main news again. Supreme Court affirms Adeleke as Osun governor. Tribunal adjourns Atiku's pre-hearing petition to Thursday. Sudan's army chief says dialogue without ceasefire is useless. And Putin claims world is at turning point in Victory Day speech. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Ubiebo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good night rest.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say young man, you are just saying know your space too. But is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country. Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name. Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we, so far, are individualistic. And that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard? Despite all the resources. You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there. What are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters. What are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic reorientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way, Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. There's a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have coppers that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people pay to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter. You've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
Well, sometime in the past, in our history, we've had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
What went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from our stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he will rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds.
Yeah.
So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space, the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general, I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school that I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road. Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to working before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness, and that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the Northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the North. He should be in the South-South. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The North doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the Southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, for football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, but let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names, born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. The limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything is. There's no price to pay. The same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gate? Price and punishment.
Well, so then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, whether a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
and
be better.
And if you're an occupant of my home, your benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there? There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yeah, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way I
is.
want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country, though.
No, well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is
And
one
you
out
have
of 30.
experienced it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo, now in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. Say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to, George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York. It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run U.S. local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now, even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's a psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a
The
negative
concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the state, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 to maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the End SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? It's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem, and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo State, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? if someone is genuinely disabled, disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics, young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure. I'm not sure that I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
But quite, to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. Apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics.
Oh, yes.
Whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
Think we need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home, nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to try to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 and they pay.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Our Voices. I'm your co-host Ayan Bior in Kampala, Uganda.
And I'm Sabrina Agasha, TV and radio show presenter at Next Media Services. Also, your guest co-host today.
Uganda is the pearl of Africa, the source of the Nile, as well as the source of conversation that ripples across the continent. Some of these consequential conversations happen on social media.
And on this NBS VOA partnership, we take a look at the impact of some of those social media sites on our everyday lives, our politics, as well as our places of work.
We're in beautiful Kampala for a special partnership with NBS Television. Here with me is, of course, my co-host Ariane Itangishaka. You've already met Sabrina Agasha. And to our far left is Bahati Hilda, an NBS media personality. Ladies, it is great to be here with you.
Oh, in Kampala. Yeah, it's such an honor to have you guys here.
Yeah.
I hope you've enjoyed yourselves so far.
Yes, you guys know Africa. The pearl of Africa.
It's my first time here, but it's definitely not my last.
Yeah, we have to work on that.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have a. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, we love it. It's beautiful. The weather is nice. The people are nice. So we couldn't be happier.
All right.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we have a lot to talk about, so let's get started.
Okay.
Well, you've probably heard this before. If Facebook was a country, it would be the third largest based on population. But based on influence in our everyday life, it might be the most prominent. There are almost 1.6 billion daily users on Facebook, and over 2 billion people used either Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or Messenger today and every day, according to company estimates. Other sites like Twitter and Snapchat also boast a large following. But many young people all over the world and here in Uganda aren't just logging into these social media sites, they're figuring out ways to make a living or make some money. But at what cost? Today we take a look at social media and social change. Do these sites create unintended, life-altering consequences and false narratives, or are they a resource for aspiring entrepreneurs? Well, ladies, I don't know about you, but I have a very complicated relationship with social media. I love it sometimes, I hate it sometimes.
Yeah.
How's your relationship?
I love the part that where Facebook puts a relationship and then it puts an alternative of a complicated relationship.
Yeah.
But I know that for sure I have a complicated one because sometimes I just feel off. I just don't want to be on.
Yes.
And then sometimes you just feel glued to it. You just want to be everywhere,
Yeah.
doing everything.
It's like you're married to it.
Yes,
You have
everywhere
to have a
you-
relationship with it. You have to massage it, otherwise you just get dismissed.
The good days and
and
the
you
bad
know
days.
most people don't want that.
You know what? Who would probably not want to hear that that you don't like social media? Social media influencers.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sure.
probably wouldn't want to hear any.
Well, because they make money off of it, so if we're
Absolutely.
not watching them, they're losing money.
That's true.
They do, but I think to them it's more like a task. They have to do it,
Yeah.
whether they want it or not. And sometimes it's really hard for them. I love the outbreak that we've been having on social media, where people have been posting pictures where they're in the Bahamas and they're having all the cool life.
Yes.
And then they say, no, we created this in New York, in my backyard,
Wow.
in a Benson,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And while everyone on social media always thinking she was on vacation and she was spending all this money, and so they're showing us how complicated life is, how they're trying to tone down and be cheap, while what they're giving us, we feel like, oh, this is exaggerated, this is so expensive.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that fits into
But think
our
about how
culture.
hard it is to kind of keep that, you know, that
So hard.
fake life up.
So hard.
And especially with people who have over 500,000, a
That's
million followers.
Yeah, that's exactly true, because you have to really get a return on your investment, return on your time investment, money investment. So if you're not getting it, then what's in it for you?
In my opinion, I think social media influencers are very smart. They figured out a way to make money without maybe necessarily doing the traditional 9 to 5 or, you know, the basic things that we do or the traditional way we thought about making money. They thought outside the box, and now they're reaping benefits from it. I always ask myself though, whoever is influenced by these social media influencers, because I don't feel like I've ever
That's a
bought
good
anything
question.
because of
I
them.
feel there is a facade, there is a lie behind the wall that, oh, I use this this moisturizer, and maybe they've never even used it, but she was given money to promote it. So I'm thinking, okay, are we going to jump from one moisturizer to another because influencers are
Right.
saying
I don't
something
think
about them?
me neither. I don't think I would really do something because an influencer said to do it, but I can be inspired by someone saying something powerful about life itself.
Exactly. But with that said, social media influencing is a very lucrative business.
It sure
you have
is.
young people who are making thousands, hundreds of thousands,
Yeah.
if not millions, every single year just based on ads on social media.
Yeah.
But on the consumer end of it, I feel like we are pretty smart consumers, so we see through the fakeness
I
a
think
lot.
it's only a certain type. I think the elites, we are getting to, we have the knowledge of these products and where to go for them.
Yeah.
But how about the middle class? Those that are just home with just a little bit of data and they're, you know, posing their data. Do you know people can post data on their phones? You post data and then you resume again because they're trying to, and then they see all these products and they're like, oh wow, if I wish I could get money. And that is why people are starting to steal. People are starting to relate with sugar daddies and sugar mummies in
Yeah.
order to finance that kind of life. Because I saw someone and I want to have that kind of life.
Absolutely. And another thing is, social media has been directly linked to people having mental health issues.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times it's because of, like you said, the facade that influencers put up. But we need to realize that social media influencers doesn't just stop at the glitz and the glam. There's other social media influencers who are like motivational
Very
speakers.
real,
And,
yes.
you know, there's like single moms and there's, you know, plus size models. And those types of people kind of like empower us and, you know, enrich our lives. And I think that in as much as we look at social media influencing as like, what is that?
Right.
There's still some substance.
Right,
Talking
I
about-
agree, because
Yeah.
social media, there's a positive side, as we begin saying, and the negative side.
But
I
even
mean,
the positive side is coming down. I read a post today, but by one of the prominent social media influencers, a motivational person, and you know they're inclined to please women because more women have the buying power. Actually, not
That's
men.
right.
We decide
That's right.
what radio to listen in our homes, where to take our children to school, and where to buy, which supermarket to go to.
Yes.
So these people are busy influencing women mostly. recently, and so she was saying women don't have to submit anymore. You know, they have to have their life and they have to have. And I'm like, okay, you're putting that out. No one is going. Some of the people are not going to sieve that material. It takes understanding to be able to sieve it.
Right. You know,
but
women might have the buying power, but they're also targets a lot of times on social media with bullying. I know you're a very prominent social media user. I'm wondering if you've seen any of this.
Well, personally, I don't necessarily feed into the bullying, the trolling, whatever, because I've been called all sorts of things. I've been called fat, I've been called, like, that's the one thing they could use.
Beautiful women like you.
Thank you. But I honestly don't feed into it. I don't pay attention to it. I just read what I want and ignore the rest. And I've
another thing, I think there is definitely a negative side of bullying, but I also think that social media can be really powerful when we hold accountable the powers that be to deliver to the people. And you know, we know that, like, we've seen pictures of journalists being beaten down by police or military, and people have the right to see that on social media and ask that those powers that be to be reprimanded. We've also seen that in when people use social media to broadcast killings, like in New Zealand in the beginning of the year when the young man went around and killing people, and it was broadcasted to social media. So I think in those cases, government need to step in and kind of regulate what goes there and what don't go there, because we just can't leave the social media platform to be influencing society in a negative way.
And we're going to talk a lot more about that coming up after the break. Well, we mentioned that there are over 1 billion accounts on social media. Our Voices is one of them, and you can follow our accounts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices. We're also on WhatsApp, and that number is on your screen. Let us know what you think about this conversation.
We asked a few people here in Kampala what they thought about the role of social media in their everyday lives, and this is what they had to say.
Recently, my niece was testing for Little Miss Universe Uganda, and we used Facebook as a way of mobilizing votes, and she was voted, and she won Miss Popularity just because she had the most likes on Facebook. And I think it's also another way of reaching out to other people. But I would say, at some point, it's very addictive, because, you know, sometimes you find yourself going through all the posts. What did this one say? What did the other one say? And I found myself on Facebook yesterday the whole day. I was on Facebook finding out who was voted, mobilizing votes, who wasn't voted. So at the end of the day, I didn't really do any work.
I usually use it to promote my art, show my skills, and it also kind of drives me if I have a reason to do the art sometimes, because I get lazy sometimes. So usually if I make it consistent, I have to post work. I'd say the art industry and design industry here isn't so profound. So I got to know about the ability to make money out of my art and all that through social media.
I don't think at the moment many people, you may be able to reach out to your clients using Instagram. I think WhatsApp is more convenient than Facebook. I don't think a lot of guys use Instagram. Apart from, I would call them slay queens, people who want to show off their bodies, how nice they look. They can use that probably to feel good and show their quality of life is different, but it's not real.
Social media has impacted the society very positively, I believe, because I can't imagine a society right now without social media. It's a great tool for online marketing. On the other hand, it is a tool for cyberbullying. People have been bullied, and it has created loss of self-esteem, and people actually have killed themselves. They've ended up committing suicide through social media. So I feel like it's a necessary evil, whereas it's very good. Of course, the pros are better than the cons. They're greater than the cons. Whereas it's very good, I feel like it's also bad.
You're with Our Voices. Welcome back. In some cases, social media is a catalyst for social change, but there are some who say hashtags don't create policy, politicians do. In Uganda, the viral hashtag Free Stella Nyanzi and Free Bobby Wine reached hundreds of thousands of people on Twitter alone. The outspoken Bobby Wine, also known as Robert Chagulani, who is a Ugandan musician turned politician, is convinced that social media made an impact in his ongoing battle with the Ugandan government.
Social media has given a voice to everybody, including myself. For a long time, the voices that could be heard by the masses were selected by a few because only traditional media was there, TV and radio, and one had to go through a certain process to be heard. So it's only those that the powers that be wanted heard that were heard. But with social media, everybody instantly got a voice and everybody's opinion mattered. To a very large extent, the hashtag Free Bobby Wine did not only get me out of prison, but it kept me alive. Hashtags indeed don't make policies, but politicians do. However, it must be remembered that while politicians make policies, hashtags influence the politicians to decide the way they decide, because hashtags make the voice of the people count in a more realistic way.
That's Bobby Wine there saying what he thought about social media. Now, today I spoke to Nicholas Opio, a human rights lawyer here in Uganda, and I'd asked him what he thought about social media and the impact on politics, and this is what he had to say.
And so I think that social media has the value of driving a narrative, but is only the beginning of a conversation for actual change, because actual change requires people to roll up their sleeves and get out and do the things that are required to be done.
Nicholas Opio there, he talks a lot about, when I spoke to him, about the pressures that politicians are beginning to feel and the traction that social media is gaining nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, social media is a public platform, and I think politicians need to be very aware of that. When they tweet, when they put something on Facebook, people will read that, and in a lot of cases, people will take that as if it's actual policy of whatever government they represent. We've seen multiple times President Donald Trump of the United States, he'll tweet, and U.S. media has reported that markets will fall when President Trump tweets excessively. But also on the flip side, social media gives us access to our politicians like we just didn't have 10 years ago even. I mean, if you follow Museveni on Twitter, you are directly connected with him in a way that we couldn't have even imagined 15, 20 years ago.
Nowadays he tweets, we see.
I know he does, and I mean, it's really controversial sometimes what he says. But in the case of Uganda particularly, I think you all know about the social media tax that was, I would not say imposed, but put in place by government or politicians or Museveni, I don't know. But the thing is, there's a way it categorizes who is influenced by social media and who is not influenced. So if you talk about elites, if you talk about Kampala, Greater Kampala, then yes, they have direct access because they have data. They can buy the OTT and then they can get onto the platforms. But how about the people in the villages that have the voting power? That means whatever he tweets cannot get to the cattle keepers. It cannot get to, you know, the people that are down there,
the city people
that wake up and line up to go and vote. The city people, most of the times during the voting seasons, my friend, there will be in saunas, there will be in gyms, there will be, I mean, there will be bosses around, bossing big. But the people down who cannot pay OTT, they cannot afford paraffin, they cannot afford food, and then they pay for platforms. No, they will just fold their phones and
I guess that's why the politicians aren't so worried, because the voting power isn't listening to
the
noise of the city.
Yeah, and Bahati, you're not alone in thinking this. In fact, critics say the government of Uganda has made social media less accessible for a lot of people. Uganda's Communication Commission in August announced that commercial online publishers must register with the government. The commission says the publishers have to be watched to ensure they are posting appropriate content. Ugandan social media influencers and news organizations see the requirement as a step toward limiting freedom of speech and the press. Take a look.
Uganda's Communications Commission says too much online content is unregulated with misinformation that can incite the public. Forcing those with influence to register, even those already licensed, will make them mindful of what they post, says UCC spokesman Ibrahim Bossa.
These are people who are online radios, online television, online publishers. But we're also saying that we have equally people who would be using online platforms like blogs, like Facebook, still for commercial purposes, and they earn money from it, and they actually disseminate information to wide audiences. The content they put out there is of importance, so we say they should register.
But bloggers like Rosbel Kagumire note that Uganda already has laws to regulate online communication and says the registration requirement is worrying.
We see these undertones are very political and very really rooted in the fact that Uganda is a very young country and the population which is going to vote will be much younger for the first time, and they are on the internet and they are visibly anti the status quo.
Uganda last year instituted a social media tax that many online publishers saw as a government effort to curb free speech. Nation Media Group editor Charles Bichache says requiring registration raises some concerns about press freedom, but is still in line with the law.
UCC is testing out how much it can go in terms of holding the media. And I think as media, we need to be able to fight back, but within the law.
While authorities can easily track whether Uganda's media outlets have registered, it's not yet clear how well they will trace individuals like bloggers and what enforcement will be used to ensure compliance. Halima Athmani for VOA News, Kampala.
So there's a lot going on in that story, and Bahati and Sabrina, I want to come directly to you because you're Ugandans, you live here, you know this law better than me and Ariane do. Is it about censorship and limiting free speech, or is this a legitimate way to for tax revenue?
Okay, I think different people have had different school of thoughts about it, because at first it was about robbing people of their freedom to speech. That is totally shutting down social media. Now social media is up and running, but people have to choose. Your 200 shillings per day, do you eat or are you going to be on social media? So that means there are so many people that have been limited, and my heart goes out to the less privileged people, because then who creates the hashtags for them? Absolutely. Who says, who is their voices? Yeah. We've seen kids, hospitals, instead of nursery, they have kids on chairs or on the floor. Who speaks for such less privileged people? Why? Because some of them cannot. They decide, let's eat and survive. We cannot afford to be here.
Absolutely. And you know what? I honestly did not believe that this was actually going to become
a law, like a part of us.
At first I thought it was a joke. I was like, oh, who is going to pay to access in, like, I thought it was a human right.
And then it sank. And
the question, do I believe it's there to
censor?
I strongly believe that that's possibly one of the reasons that it's there. I strongly believe I've also had policymakers come out to confess that you know, you guys on social media used to go rogue and say whatever you want. Now, if you want to say something, you have to pay.
You have to pay.
So I strongly believe that that's partly why.
I agree, and those who want to go on social media and actually make policy change, Ugandan lawyer Nicholas Opio also has something to say about the impact that social media can make once you get on it. Let's hear what he has to say.
It's 200 shillings or 5 US cents. It sounds, you know, a very small amount of money. But given that the large majority of people who use social media are young people who are unemployed, who are poor, that has an impact on their access to social media. If you look at it and what they have to pay over a period of 1 year, because it's a daily tax. So what has happened ever since the tax was introduced are a couple of things. So first, people have to make a choice whether they should pay a daily tax or whether they should skip days of the week. So many people would take days off social media because they don't want to pay the tax. But two, you have a significant reduction on the number of people who are getting online. There have been studies by the Uganda Communications Commission, by other agencies that show that access to social media has peaked because of social media tax. Many people are offline. But also there are many people whose businesses relied solely on social media. Young people who are selling earrings, who are clothing, bags, and involved in craft, who are marketing using that space, have found it very difficult now to access the space for their goods. And so it's impacted people economically, it impacted people in terms of what they're able to share online. But I think the real impact will have to be determined by scientific studies. I think the most powerful impact of social media has been in the area of feminism and the rights of women. Powerful people in this country have been shamed online. Young people who have been involved in violating the rights of women have been shamed online. These things have impacts on their behaviors, has impact on how other men relate online. So I think that at a social level, because of the need to appear to look good, instant gratification, it does impact significantly on people's behaviors, impact on people's attitudes, and in the areas of feminism, that has been most effective.
That's Nicholas Opio there about what social media can do for women, and definitely good impact that came out of that. After the break, we'll tell you what social influencers we are watching, so stay tuned.
Like Voice of America on Facebook. Follow VOA on Twitter. Join VOA on our YouTube channel. Like, follow, join VOA.
Welcome back. This is Our Voices. Every day, women across the continent and in the diaspora are making noticeable impact. They are challenging the way we think, daring us to fearlessly chase our dreams, and inspiring us to use our voices. This week, a twist on our Women to Watch segment. We are watching social media accounts ran by women. So this segment was really hard for us to put together because there's so many incredible women out there, but we only had room for two.
Yeah, I had mine that we couldn't follow, but it's all right.
Well, so because we had room for just two, I'm going to say my one, and then Hilda is going to chime in with hers, because mine is definitely somebody I look up to in terms of how she embraces who she is and just empowers women who are curvy. And in Africa, most women are her body type. Her name is Esther Nachitende. I follow her on Instagram. And she says she's just basically there to empower women with curves, to embrace them. In Africa, if you're a curvy woman, there's some things you're not allowed to wear.
Right.
Or you shouldn't even dream about it. But she's smart.
She rocks it. I saw her. She rocks everything.
She rocks everything.
Yeah, I mean,
so she said,
body positivity and, confidence, that's something that all of us, can really relate to.
and a lot of people associate being plus size with being unhealthy, but she points out that I actually do go to the gym, I actually do work out, but this is what I want to look like. So this is how I'm going to stay. So I absolutely love that about her.
That's great.
Wow, that's amazing. On the other hand, there's this lady, she's Opile Chisala. She's a Malawian. She's a storyteller and she's an author at the same time. But the way she brings the positivity or the positive vibe into people's lives, there's just one of her thing that she recently posted, say that, sweet child, dance into the light. Joy is waiting for you. You know, when you feel low and you feel like, okay, I'm really down, and then you read such a thing, it's so simple, just so small, but it's enough to pick you up, and you feel like, you know what, life is out there waiting for me, so I should go and get it. So most women, we really have those down days so many times. We are more emotional than men, so most times we need that extra motivation to actually get up there and do something. So she really does a good job as a woman.
Yeah, great.
That's really nice. I did go on her page and she's very positive. So this week, we leave you with a quote from Dave Willis, an American author and a pastor who used his voice to say, don't use social media to impress people. Use it to impact people. I love it.
I love
It's a great way to end the show.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's deep. And it speaks and cuts across.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's our show for today. A special thank you to Bahati Hilda.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
And Sabrina Agasha.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure being
fun.
on the show.
Thank you for having us.
This was, of course, a special edition of Our Voices here in Kampala, Uganda. On behalf of the Voice of America
and NBS TV,
thanks for watching. Good day.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
As the Kaduna State chapter of the Labour Party suspends 3 of its chieftains and disassociates itself from the Lamidi Apapa faction of the party, the breakfast this morning will take another look at the internal struggles threatening the party and how it can rise above it.
As technology is evolving, we are going to be looking at the place of tech in architecture and how ripe we are in Nigeria to embrace smart homes.
We shall also be taking a look at the headlines and off the press with someone who can give us some good breakdown of some of the headlines on our national dailies. Good morning and welcome to The Breakfast. Is the Technophile edition of the program this Tuesday morning. I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgul. We're glad to know that you are there and watching us. Yesterday we were here and we hoped that we are all going to wake up together and enjoy the morning. And today we're going to be asking ourselves, as the theme of the day, is tech making us smarter or dumber? Are we dumber? Are we smarter with tech coming up? I don't know.
Well, it's become a very important question to ask, especially as some people who have been deeply involved in tech are beginning to raise concerns, warnings about technology and how it's impacting our lives.
Yeah, there was a movie a long time ago. I think the star in that movie was Will Smith, and they called it iRobot. Problems that the tech experts are expressing now were captured in that movie, where the robots became so intelligent and they wanted to be independent. They could think for themselves and they wanted to conquer the world. And exactly that is what is playing out. And some people who are in the tech business are expressing concerns that this AI, when it does come the way we want it to come.
No, not the way we want it to come, the way we do not anticipate. Jeffrey Hinton, who had worked with Google for over a decade, left Google not long ago. And he's one of those who are raising these concerns. And he's worried that AI, the machines could become so intelligent that killer robots could be emerging in the future. And also, of course, we're already aware of how machines now serve in restaurants and all of that. But he's worried that we may get to a point where killer robots will emerge. These machines may turn out becoming more intelligent than human beings.
So that is a terrible thing to happen if it does happen, and I assure you it will happen, because you have robots now being created, robots that have feelings, robots that can be jealous, robots that
Haven't you seen the men who are marrying robots?
So
in Asia, some men have married robots in Asia.
So well, things are crazy. So if this happens, there's a tendency the robots might want to take over the world, and there may be nothing we can do about it. So in trying to make our lives easy, and we're bringing a lot of things to make us just rest and the things begin to do things, robots will now come and begin to have rights and fight for their rights and all that.
Nyambul, I tell you, this concern,
it's scary.
It is scary, and it's so scary that recently more than 27,000 people, including many who are very knowledgeable in tech, they have issued an open letter calling for a 6-month pause. 6 months pause in the development of technology, so that is how serious this is. But then the question is, the tech moguls, these tech giants, will they pay attention? Will they want to be stopped? You see, world domination is a thing for a lot of people out there. So will they stop? And that's one of the things that I think tech giants aim to achieve: global domination. So would they listen to those who are petitioning, who are writing and saying, guys, let's pause this and have another look at what we are creating so we don't end up destroying ourselves?
Yeah, well, the tech guys want to dominate the world, and so many people, there's been a conspiracy theory for a long time that the pharmaceutical companies seek to dominate the world, and a lot of things that happen to us now, diseases that come, are actually created so that they can sell their drugs. That theory is there, even if we cannot prove it, but there are a lot of things that are happening and making us look at these theories again and saying, is there some truth inside it? And some people are also worried that someone who is supposed to be a tech person, Bill Gates, is the one who predicts how pandemics will come and so many other things that he should have no business with. But the fact that he's a millionaire and maybe cashing out and all that, a big multi-billionaire and maybe cashing out on it and all that, making people get a lot of concern. So if AI is developed to the point that they have a mind of their own, it's going to be a very big thing. And I have this feeling in my head that one day we just might destroy ourselves and begin anew. There's even a possibility that this world has existed before. We don't know. There are people who say that as well. But I think if we continue in the way we are going, we just might destroy ourselves, and civilization will have to start from scratch again.
No, as I said, some people have written. There's no doubt that technology has improved life on Earth. There's just no doubt about it. I mean, we're enjoying what we're doing right now is thanks to technology, and it's been evolving and evolving and evolving. But do we know where to draw the line? Do we know where to say enough?
We should let God be God.
Yes.
Because we cannot play God. We can be intelligent creatures of God, but we shouldn't play God. And as soon as we begin to play God, it means that we're going to go above and beyond.
We can't play God. And any attempt to play God will mean the destruction of mankind, ultimately. As you saw in the Bible, where they built that tower, they were building to get to heaven, and at some point God confounded their languages, and that was the end of that tower. So I think mankind should take a lesson from that, and know when to stop, especially when those who built these technologies are themselves raising the concerns. As I said, Jeffrey is raising that concern, and he comes from a history of, mathematicians. His grandfather was into mathematics, was into technology, his father was, and he has been into mathematics, been into science, been into technology. Is something he's very passionate about. He's been in Google for over 10 years and developed some very great technologies. But he is the one raising these concerns and saying, we may have taken this too far already, and we may need to take a look at what we are creating.
They will not listen to him. I assure you, they will not listen to him. Climate change is one of the things that all of us are seeing. We're seeing the science and all that, and there are people who are still doing what they're doing regardless. Well, like you said, mathematician, he came from a family of mathematicians. But if you live in Lagos, you have to be a mathematician to be able to navigate the traffic here in Lagos. And that's why you need to look at LASMA. They will give you a travel advisory every day, tell you where the traffic is heavy and where the traffic is not heavy. For instance, the boundary roundabout is busy, according to LASMA, as a result of influx and commercial activities. Mobile Road in and out is good. Marine Beach intersection inward Nagav to connect Area B is good. Outward journey Apapa through the Marina Beach, or bridge rather, to connect Igomu and Ijora is good. Both entry points of Sifax and Ijora Olokpa inward Total is good. The ramp through Total on the bridge inward Navy Junction to connect Leventis is also good. So a lot of places are good this morning. Traffic movement from Marine Beach through Dalami connecting Nagav down to Area B is good. Eleganza to connect Etisala down to Mr. Biggs inwards. Armour Tank to Liverpool roundabout in and out is good. And at this moment, Apapa GRA in and out is also good. And return journey from Wharf Gate back to Eleganza, Flour Mills, Leventis, ascending Dalami Bridge, inward Ijora, 7-up is good. So there are a lot of goods this morning. And if you're moving, well, when I was on my way to this place this morning, the traffic was quite good. So maybe that's what is also in all the places that LASMA has given us, that they are good. We're hoping it will still be good when you leave home to get to work, wherever that might be.
Okay, well, hopefully that happens for you. Let's take a look at top trending. All right, top trending, we have our first top trending: Nigerian soldiers caught assaulting citizens at Kaduna. We do have a silent film to that. Can we have it roll?
Okay.
Go. Who they talk to?
Eh?
Who they talk to?
I'm calling my friend.
Go. Bring that.
Okay, wait. My mom is calling me.
Who is calling? Off the phone. Off the phone. I said off the phone. I hear you are making call.
I'm calling my friend. Where is she? That's what.
Lie down. Lie down. Lie down inside. Lie down. I said lie down. Lie down inside. No go lie down.
Okay, wait.
Lie down. I said lie down.
We are with our friends. We're not working yet.
Lie down inside. You don't go lie down.
We're not working yet.
I said lie down. You know what do?
Okay, you're not working
Respect
yet.
yourself.
You know
Don't make
right.
up. Don't make up.
Don't make up. You're not working
What do
yet.
you do?
Well, that's happened in Kaduna State. We understand that the military has responded to this video that trended and have promised to investigate and get to the bottom of the matter.
We thank God for social media. We thank God for the technology that we were talking about, because a lot of times these kind of things happened, but they were never reported or they were never captured, and that deniability was there. They could deny that this thing never happened, and of course, how can you show proof, because you were not allowed to take still photographs in those days, and who was moving with the camera if not a cameraman? So now everybody has a phone and these things can be captured. But these people are supposed to be in charge of the territorial integrity of Nigeria. They should be at the borders. They should be warding off any danger coming into the country. What are they doing? What business do they have in the civilian population that will give them the right or the opportunity to deal with civilians the way they do? This is not the first time, you know. The police do their own. It's bad enough with the police that we're taught to to be able to
be our friend.
Yeah, to be our friend, to manage the civilian society. And then now the army going into the fray as well and doing what they do. I think it's really bad. And I like the response of the authorities anytime this kind of a thing happens. And they're being, well, maybe not proactive enough, but their reactions are always very good. The way I see them. So please.
And in that video, which I had initially thought was a silent film, but we had track up to it, you saw, we heard a lady resisting, the brutality and not allowing herself to be coward and, not entering the...
At least she was trying to explain what was happening. Of that fault, meaning what? What kind of... It's really disheartening when the people you should run to for protection are the ones that you now fear. It's terrible. And that's why in some places the Boko Haram and the bandits are festering, because these people offer protection and the people pay for their services, things that the government should do ordinarily, the army, the police should do ordinarily. Private citizens who have now taken laws into their hands are the ones that are doing it. And sometimes you ask the community people and they say, what can we do? Because the government has forgotten us.
They are now at the mercies of the terrorists and the bandits, which is very sad. And sometimes you hear of these things happening, and it grieves you to know that these are fellow Nigerians within our territory, being terrorized, being brutalized, and we hear all these stories almost on a daily basis. And it's sad. We've interviewed Reverend Hiap from Kaduna State repeatedly on this station, and it's always been stories of woes, and woes, and you just hope that that story will change soon, especially as a new government is set to come into play.
Yes, the new government should know that protection of lives and property is a very paramount thing, is a primary thing that people should have from the government and nobody else. Because if you give it out to everybody to protect themselves, we never know what it will degenerate into. We saw a community that felt helpless now turbaning a terrorist, a known terrorist, because they needed the protection from terrorists. Who does that? So if things are allowed to go the way they are going, then terrorists will now share Nigeria into small pockets of places of jurisdiction. Terrorist A is taking care of this place, terrorist B is taking care of this place, which should never be. So government, the next one especially that is coming in, should make sure that we are protected. We, our families, and our properties, we are all protected.
You want to take the second top trending?
Yeah, well, aggrieved Nigerian state protest at the Presidential Tribunal. We also know that the security agencies were also on ground trying to prevent people from protesting and all that, but Nigerians protested. And this brings...
There you have the picture.
Yeah. Now, this could have been solved if they had accepted to televise the proceedings at the courts, because a lot of people would have sat back at home to watch what is going on, because where they are, they can't see what is happening in the court, so they will always only say what they're saying outside there. But if they had televised it, there are a lot of people that would have wanted to follow, and I think some of these things wouldn't have come up.
Yes, but there were calls for it to be televised, but it's up to the judiciary, I think, to decide if they want to go public. Some have argued that televising it may put the judges under pressure or make them anxious. Some people have stage fright.
Don't they need
according to
the
some
pressure?
arguments? Well, obviously they cannot be forced to televise it. Otherwise, they would have televised it, since there were calls for it to be televised, right? So here we are, the way it is. It started already. We've been looking forward to it starting. It has started yesterday. So let's just keep watching to see how it will pan out.
If you ask me as a person, I would say it's a lame excuse to say that they have stage fright. A judge has stage fright. do your thing and leave the rest to God. There are countries that televise this. There are people who televise this. They don't have two heads. It's just a way of transparency and all that. And if you talk about pressure, you need the pressure to do the right thing, because you cannot do the wrong thing under pressure when people are looking at you. There's everybody, my eyes are on you, and you will be forced to do the right thing. I heard something said by some of the judges yesterday, and they said the peace of the country must be taken into consideration. And I was wondering where they were taking this to. So what do they mean, the peace of the country? Is it the peace of the country that we should just let sleeping dogs lie? Or is the peace of the country that there should be justice done? Peace of the country in what regard? And who is it going to favor? Peace according to who? And who are you considering when you talk about peace? Is it the aggrieved people who think there is no justice done? Or the people who say, okay, we have done the abracadabra, just let us do what we need to do and get out? What peace are you talking about? Peace cannot exist where there is no justice, if you ask me.
Well, the Chief Justice of the Federation is definitely aware, no doubt, that the world is watching, Nigerians are watching. This is a very, very sensitive time in our history as a people. This is probably the biggest tribunal, electoral tribunal in Africa that's ever happened. We have 5 of the political parties that went to court over this. So I understand that one withdrew as of yesterday.
Well, some papers are carrying that the case was struck out, the AA
the AA party.
Out, but others say they withdrew their case.
The initial narrative was that they withdrew. In fact, I understood they were to withdraw yesterday. So that was the initial story, that they were going to withdraw as of yesterday because of some whatever within their party.
I want to go with the fact that they withdrew. Whatever else the story might be, they withdrew. They did the right thing and they saw whatever was for and against them, and they withdrew.
Yeah, so the major contenders are out there, the Labour Party, the PDP against the APC. So it's a hot one, and we're all watching.
We're watching. Let's see how it plays out, and we hope that whatever the outcome, Nigeria will be the better for it, because we can't survive an uprising. We don't need an uprising of any kind. We're not even talking about a war, but we don't need any kind of we don't even need another EndSARS.
We don't.
We don't need it at all.
But haven't you noticed, and I had asked when we had our ballot 2023, one of the things that was very obvious to Nigerians was how calmly the youth conducted themselves in the wake of all that transpired during the elections. There were serious grievances, there were so many irregularities, yet, well, they were complained about, but there were no, riots. There were the youth didn't take the law into their hands. They were so well behaved, and it was quite instructive to see that happen.
And they were taking the intellectual way, because if they had a fight, they will go to Twitter, they will go to the social media, and
so which was a good outlet.
Yes, but coming out to the physical, they were quite well behaved, like you said. And whoever is in charge, whatever the outcome is going to be, should never take that peace for granted. Should never take that behavior for granted, because people of nowadays are a volatile type, and it's not like they just want to be, but a lot of them just want the right thing to be done. And if you are not able to do it, they'll be asking you to leave the stage for people who can do it. A lot of people before them couldn't say that, maybe because they didn't have that power of anonymity, maybe because they didn't have a lot of things that they have these days, youths have these days. But whatever be the case, the right thing should just be done. And if it is done, everybody will be happy for it.
Yeah, let justice be seen to be done. I mean, those who belong to the APC will tell you that they won the election fair and square. And the opponents, the opposition, are saying, no, you didn't win it fair and square. But it's up to the judges now to deliver justice, to look at the cases and deliver justice. So we are watching to see whether justice will be delivered or not, for those who are seeking to annul it and for those who are seeking to protect it. So it's let's see if the judiciary would do justice to this case.
Yeah, it's possible the APC won it, and if they won it, fine. Let everybody see that they won it. We know for a fact that a wrong was done by INEC, not necessarily APC, by INEC. Whether they were influenced by APC is another case. We do not know about that. But INEC went back on its own words, ate its own words, and then did the wrong thing. But if it can be interpreted by the lawyers and everybody to say that they did the right thing, let us see proven that they did the right thing and all that. And we see a winner emerge, you know, in a clean way. Whether it's APC, whether it's AA, whether it's whatever party, let us just see the process that led up to that and how clean it was.
How clean it was.
Let us just
continue. And INEC is set to prove to you that the election was, you know, clean. I understand they've earmarked billions of naira to defend their stance.
Our naira. Because INEC has no money
of its own. Exactly.
It's our money, taking our money to fight with us. That is something that needs to be looked into. When EFCC should move, they don't move. When ICPC should move, they don't move. If 400 billion was voted for INEC to do the right thing, conduct election in the right way, where are they getting the extra money to go and fight these cases in court? Should INEC even be saying whatever we have said, we have said? It's terrible. So let's see how it plays out.
Let's see how it plays out. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It is a Tuesday edition. Technophile, we'll call it. We'll be right back to take a look at the headlines. Do stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
All right, welcome back to The Breakfast. It's time for us to take a look at some headlines on some of our national dailies. And after that, we'll have Off the Press with a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, talking about Chris Nwando Kende, who is will be joining us to take a look at all of these headlines that we'll be taking a look at this morning. But let's start with the newspapers before we introduce you to Chris. We're starting with The Guardian newspaper. Well, The Guardian leads with discontent as aspirants minority caucus reject Akpabio Abbas. Details of that you find on page 6 of The Guardian newspaper. On top of it, you find reconciliation not mentioned during Obi's visit. Soyinka clarifies. You find details of that on page 3 of The Guardian newspaper. And tight security as Supreme Court rules on Adeleke Oyetola's case today. Details of that is on page 7. And going down, you find technicalities. Time wasting won't be entertained. PEPC warns Atiku, Obi, Tinubu's lawyers. Technicality, time wasting will not be entertained. And that's on page 6 that you'll find details of that. That's all I'll be taking from The Guardian newspaper.
Okay, we'll move to the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust this morning is leading with a story, Tribunal to Lawyers, Parties, we must consider Nigeria's peace. And under that you have, here's Atiku's petition today, Obi's tomorrow, ASK's dismissed, Lalong barred from representing Tinubu. We also have Reps reject NCC's 700 billion naira request to close coverage gap. You'll see that story on page 5. On page 19, there's a story, not page 19, page 11, there is a story, Osun Governorship, Supreme Court decides Adeleke Oyetola's fate today. They have that story also on page 11. APC National Working Committee ratifies Tinubu's candidates, Akpabio for Senate, Abbas for Speaker. You'll also find that story on page 10 of Daily Trust. Now, ahead of commissioning, Dangote says Nigeria to gain $20 billion from refinery. And then there is a report. That report is on, there's a report on gunmen invading Kagarko Emir's house, abduct 7 grandchildren, 6 others. Those were the headlines from the Daily Trust that we are taking this morning.
All right, let's go to the Punch newspaper. And the Punch is leading with Tribunal. Tinubu Atiku Obi's legal battle commences. The riders, PDP, APM's petition pre-hearing hold today. LP Obi's case Wednesday. And then you have Tribunal warns lawyers, says those who deserve justice will get it. All right, you have details of that on pages 2 and 3 of the Punch newspaper. Right on top, you have National Assembly, APC picks Akpabio Abbas. Details, page 2. Obi's visit not about reconciliation. Soyinka is saying there, page 19 is where you have details of that. Bandits kidnap 40 Kaduna worshippers, 9 Emir's children. Details of that will be found on page 19 of the Punch newspaper. And FG plans rescue of Nigerian domestic workers in Iraq. Page 15 of the Punch newspaper is where you get details of that. FG's plan to rescue Nigerian domestic workers in Iraq. That's all will be taken from the Punch newspaper.
Okay, Daily Independence is next. Daily Independent also leads with the story of coming from the National Assembly, or about the National Assembly. APC endorses Akpabio for Senate President, Abbas for Speaker. And the riders are Jibrin Kalu for Deputy Senate President, Deputy Speaker, respectively. Senators-elect Kik insist on producing own leaders. Presidential Election Court dismisses AA's petition against Tinubu is another headline, and the rider is warns against undue delay with frivolous motions. The Nigerian judiciary is known to do that a lot. We also have stories on top of that. May 29 handover date sacrosanct, says Defense Minister. Defense Minister is saying that this story starts on page 1 and continues on page 7. Presidential Election Petition Court. Atiku PDP seek live broadcast of hearing. You will find that story also there on page 29. Then we go down at the corner of the left-hand corner of that paper, that front page. You'll find Buhari asks NUPRC to supervise all crude oil export terminals. Page 7 is where you find the story. Energy infrastructure, Transcorp Power gets discharge certificate from FG. Okay, Obaseki, that's page 7 as well. On page 6, Obaseki okays 13th month salary for Edo workers. That is on page 6. Bravo. On page 7 again, another batch of 129 Nigerians fleeing Sudan arrive Abuja. And on page 6, 134 kidnapped victims rescued in Kogi State. And just a small headline under there, we have Nigerian Navy to reduce high insurance premium on ships. That's according to CNS. Okay, those are the headlines from Daily Independent. And that about closes our headline readings this morning.
Okay, so it's time for us to go to Up the Press, where we have Chris Kehinde Nwandu, a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, who is joining us this morning from Abuja. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning. It's nice to be here this morning. Good morning to our viewers.
It's always a pleasure to have you join us, Chris. Let's go straight to the tribunal. That is the hottest matter right now. Well, the PEPC has warned that technicalities, time wasting won't be entertained, and they've issued that warning to Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu's lawyers. Let's start with that. technicalities will not be entertained?
Yes, one of the reasons why I'm in Abuja is because of the tribunal sitting or the court. And so it commenced yesterday, hearing of Itobi's case. And what the justices of the Supreme Court, 5 of them that heard the case, are saying is that technicalities will not be entertained. What they did was what we call laying out the rules. So if you are, it's like being employed. When you get employed in an organization, you'll be given the rules and regulations of that organization. So what the court did yesterday was just laying out the rules, and it is going to be taking batches. Today is going to be the turn of article. Yesterday was Ito, and I think there are about 2 or 3 of them. And so after that, the main fireworks will start. And so it was good enough that the head of the panel stated that technicalities will not be entertained, and that has been the bane of our judicial system and most of our the judgments of tribunals in the past, and it has not gone down with Nigerians. A good example is what happened in Imo State, where somebody that came forth was elevated to be the governor of Imo State, that is how he became the governor. And sometimes again after that, the level of insecurity and the rest of them. So it's good to know that this is being led out, and that all the litigants and all the lawyers and everybody involved with adhere strictly to the rules as laid down by the tribunal or the court. Some said it's the court. They don't want to be known as tribunals, as the court. So that's how it goes on.
Well, is there some kind of handbook that will give us a definition of what can be called frivolous or something? Because these are things that have been done over the years in our judiciary, and people are becoming used to it, as if there's no place that you can go to and find out that these things are wrong. Okay, so now, for instance, yesterday, a former governor came to represent someone who was standing trial, and they said this couldn't happen. Will that constitute frivolity? Will that constitute one of the things that they are saying should never happen? So who defines these frivolities? Or who defines what is a deliberate attempt to scuttle the process or to delay the process? Where do we find the penalties for this?
You know, in law, one of the definitions of law is the law is what it is. It is a definition, one of the several definitions of law. So if the law is what it is, then that is what it is. And as defined by the justice, they are setting the rules, and the rules will be made available to all the lawyers involved, either for the those that brought the case or those that are defending themselves. So that is, but the fact is that it has been laid out, and they are aware. The issue of trying to use certain pretense or trying to use some technicalities to be able to prolong. Don't forget that this tribunal has a time frame. It is not what it used to be in the past again. It has a time frame to fit this. In the past, this can drag for the next 4 years. No, it is no longer like that. The new Electoral Act has defined a time frame for this. And I think within the 90s, this should be done and dusted as far as this one is concerned. So it is not going to be so. In the past, you'll be seeing all sorts of technologies being brought, all sorts of technologies being brought, and other. What they are telling you now, don't forget, all the parties involved have already submitted all their papers. Yes, they have submitted. You know that they did that about 2 weeks ago. They've submitted all the papers. So it is just to speak to those issues, as it were, and provide evidence. The bedrock of every law, or when it comes to issue of this, is what we call evidence. That is what the law is based on. You have to provide the evidence. When it comes to criminal issue, it has to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. That is how the law. So it has been laid out, and they know what to do. And if anybody against that, then the panel have a right to be able to bring the person to to the right path and make sure that they don't waste the time of the tribunal.
Yeah, and it does look like it will not be televised as some Nigerians had wished it would be. Also, try to make sense of the protest that we saw yesterday at the tribunal by some Nigerians.
There will always be protests in the United Kingdom during the coronation of the King of England on Saturday. There are people protesting that they don't believe. So protest is a way of is a fundamental right that has been guaranteed in the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic. Everybody has a right to protest, so you cannot stop that. The only time you can stop it is when it gets violent. If it's getting out of law and you are trying to use it to disturb the peace of the people, then that's bad. It is right that enshrined in the Constitution, so they have a right. Then your second question about not being televised. There is nothing in the book that says that it must be televised. It is within the ambit of the panel to decide whether it should be televised or not. But for transparency's sake, everybody wants to be. Many people are of that school of thought that it should be transparent enough for it to be televised so that everybody can watch. But I agree with what you said initially, that in itself can mount some kind of pressure on the justices of the Supreme Court or the panelists. But in all true sense of it, I don't see why we cannot televise it. But whether they televise it or not, what we want is justice to be delivered. There is a difference between judgment and justice. What people Nigerians are looking for is not for judgment, but for the justice, so that justice must be seen to have been made and has to be delivered, so that everybody will feel satisfied. Since the court is the last hope of the common man, so shall it be. Because of late, a lot of Nigerians no longer have faith in the judiciary because of some of the controversial judgments that have been made in the past. So people are losing so much faith. This is the time for the judiciary to retain its image, and I hope that we will this with this tribunal. It's not only we are focusing so much on president. There are other tribunals that are going to see it. That will be that of the governorship, and they are going to be that of the House of Representatives, the National Assembly, and State Houses of Assembly. For example, the tribunal for the governorship in Rivers State has been moved to Abuja instead of Port Harcourt because of insecurity. Most people don't know that. That tribunal is going to sit in Abuja, not in Port Harcourt.
Okay, removing all the encumbrances, do you think there's a possibility that some of these cases might be done with before the swearing in?
Oh, definitely not. It's not possible. How many days? We just have today's night. It's not possible, my brother. So we have barely 20 days. Okay, today's tonight, we have 20 days. 20 days. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. So there's no way the swearing in will come in. A new president will be sworn in on the 29th of May 2023. And in various states, I think 22 new governors will also be sworn in, 22 or so be sworn in the different states. But that is not the end of it. If at the end of it, or the tribunal, for whatever reason, decide that the election was not conducted based on the proofs, and then it can be annulled. That we will have annulment of elections in most states in the past. But that we've never had it since 1999, where the presidential election was annulled. So if there's going to be any encumbrances, if there are going to be any challenges, we're going to see that this election was not conducted, it will be annulled. And don't forget also that just like we are talking about today, the Supreme Court is going to deliver a judgment on that of Osun, the election, governorship election in Osun. It's going to be delivered in Abuja today. So the people in Osogbo are sitting and waiting for that judgment. Whether Governor Adeleke is going to remain the governor of Osun State, or former Governor Oyetola is going to be returned, or whether the court is going to ask for cancellation of the election and the conduct of it, we don't know. So we all are waiting to see the outcome of that judgment from the Supreme Court in Abuja today.
Okay, let's leave the executive now and go to the legislature as it is, because the National Assembly, there's a lot of problem there. The ruling party is trying to select who will be the next Speaker of the House and also the Senate President. And two people have been anointed for these positions, but within the party, they are kicking against it, and outside the party, others are grouping to make sure that they unseat the people who are anointed. What is your take on this?
There are two chambers of the National Assembly. One is the Senate, and another one is the House of Representatives. 109 senators are going to elect the president and other presiding officers of the Senate, and 360 members of the House of Representatives are going to elect the presiding officers of the House of Representatives. For me, I think technically, I think that of the Senate is more like a done deal. An anointed candidate, Senator Godswin Akpabio, seems to be enjoying the support of not only his party, but even other party members from the opposition. Don't forget, he was the former minority leader of the Senate. That means that he was the leader of the PDP in the Senate in the 9th Assembly. So he still has his colleagues. That was before he was removed. He's the man that knows how to play this game. And it seems that the APC has zoned it the presidency to the South South, and he's having some kind of. I think he's getting his colleagues behind him across the party lines with PDP, LP, and except something else happened, as it did in 2015, where the rug was pulled off the feet of the APC as a party. And the anointed candidate there, who is the current president of the Senate, Amala, who was anointed by the party, lost that because of how the opposition and some dissident, quote and unquote, members of the APC quickly rallied around and elected Kola Saraki as president of the Senate in 2015. I wouldn't know how that will work out in a bet. For now, that is what it is. But for the House of Representatives, that is where the problem is. Because there are so many candidates, so many people kicking around. And to make it even more difficult for the APC is the fact that the current current membership of the House of Representatives, the minority party are in the majority. They are the majority party. I think they have about 180 or 181 members to that of APC. There are 360 of them, but the minority party are in the majority. So, and if they come together and put their house together, they have the possibility, they have the capacity to be able to upstage or be able to select, influence the selection. Yes, the party had come out to endorse certain individuals, somebody from Northwest as the speaker, somebody from the Southeast as the deputy speaker, but there are other candidates, close to about 7 or 6 of them that come out. In fact, one still declared yesterday, another one declared on Saturday. I know that Yusuf Musa Gagi, a very, very, very important member of that House of Representatives, somebody have done so well in the past 4 years, former deputy speaker of the Two State Assembly, somebody that out of the 19 bills that were signed into law by the president a few weeks ago, he presented 6 of those laws. So that shows how the capacity of that young man, Musa Gagi, Yusuf Musa Gagi from the Two State. So they say they are not backing down. And the problem with this is that if the opposition, the way the APC is pushing it, if the opposition decide to go for those that did not, that APC did not endorse, then it could be a problem. So where the issue is going to be the House of Representatives. Out of the Senate, I think that is more of a done deal.
Okay, let's look at, because time will not allow us to go further, but let's look at what's happening today. Tight security as Supreme Court rules on Adeleke Oyetola's case today. What do you make of that case? It's on the Guardian newspaper.
Yes, I've said that before. I said that the judgment is coming up today. And, you know, if it's football, Man U, let's say Man U, Man City. For now, you call it is a 1-1 goal, let's draw. Don't if there's anything like that. Oyetola won at the lower tribunal, and Adeleke won at the Court of Appeal. So today is the final. So this is today's Champions League finals. So we don't know where the pendulum will swing, either for Oyetola or for Palestine. But I believe that the Supreme Court will do justice. Don't forget that behind this dispute is the Beavers, the almighty Beavers, and where it was stated that for certain reasons that the Beavers that was over-voting, over-counting and rest of them in that ballot. That is how Oyetola won at the back court. But the Court of Appeal said no, that should not be used. And we're talking about technicalities now. But the problem I have in our electoral system now is a situation where Nigerians, with their millions, will vote for a candidate. Then 2 or 3 people will just sit down and decide who becomes
exactly.
who was the winner. And that is not good enough. That is why we are calling INEC to make sure that they start by the rules and make sure that it is possible for them to conduct election by the book, so that we don't continue to resort to this issue of leaving it to the court to decide the fate of millions and millions of Nigerians who are voting for certain candidates. But we'll wait and see what is going to happen.
Yeah, you took that. Yes, Chris, you took that right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you what you think of the fact that, the courts are beginning to decide the results of our elections after spending so much money to conduct these elections, after Nigerians have come out to queue under the sun and in the rain to choose a candidate. And then at the end of the day, it's the court that decides. Well, thank you so much, Chris. Chris Kehinde Nwando is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK. He's joined us today, however, from Abuja. Thank you so much, Chris, for being a part of us this morning. Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a nice day.
You too.
Okay, we're going to take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. We're looking at the crisis within the Labour Party and what really is going on. How is it going to affect the electoral process that we are embarking on now? Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. It's time for our first hot topic, and we want to take a look at the crisis rocking the Labour Party, even as the Kaduna State chapter of that party suspends 3 of its chieftains and has distanced itself from the Lamidi Apapa faction. We have our guest, Mr. Law Mefo, who is a political analyst. Good morning to you, Mr. Mefo.
Good morning.
All right. Well, the party... Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning. Thank you for hosting me.
Welcome. All right. So the Labour Party is divided along 2 lines, with the main party trying to clean the stable of that party by suspending those found wanting. But before we go into this discussion, we have a report on this very development to play.
Hereby affirm and assert our loyalty, support, and commitment to the Labour Party and the National Working Committee of our great party, led by our lawfully recognized national chairman, Barrister Julius Abure. All appointments and decisions made by the Apapa Group on behalf of our great party remain null and all identified card-carrying members of the Labour Party who were part of the so-called NEC meeting that took place in Bauchi State, Wednesday, 3rd May 2022, hereby stands suspended from the party.
The ruling party are sponsoring some of our people so that they will take charge of the Labour Party in order to ease way for them to go and say, okay, we will run our tribunal, our case in the tribunal, so that they have easy right. We remain resolute. We remain one.
To create division in the party, so that they can scuttle this reclaiming of our collective mandate. That is what is playing out. And that group that continues to parade themselves as a faction of the party, parading one Lamidi Apapa as a factional chairman of the party. They are not. The intent is to tear the party. They have not hidden it. They have been saying it. I am not the one saying it. Accusing Mr. Peter Obi and Deti Baba Ahmed as having been working for the PDP. And so their mission is to deal with them. Dealing with them means when they take over the party, they will withdraw the case and expel them from the party. End of this.
Oh well, Mr. Law, before you saw that, you heard that report, right?
I heard it, and I have been following the development in the Labour Party for quite some time now, and very disturbing, very unfortunate. The Labour Party, rather than manage its unexpected victory at various levels, is trying to factionalize and then bring it to public opinion. What has always happened to political parties in Nigeria, we expect that Labour will be different and stay away from establishment forces. But this is not what is playing out. But I want us to also see it as an external aggression. The external forces beyond the party itself are trying to infiltrate the party. I listened to some of the comments made, and one of the commentators was specific about the goal, the primary strategic objective of this incursion into the Labour. Yes, two factions exist, and needlessly also, because if you look at it, Lamidi Apapa was the deputy national chairman of Labour for South, and where the national chairman vacates, normally the deputy national chairman from that part of the country assumes the office in acting capacity until convention. This is what is playing out. But the question is, why is the Apapa doing this? To his own party, when they are in the tribunal with very strong chances of even making a case and possibly clinching the presidency, or at least consolidating on the fortunes of Labour. For me, I see, like I said before, I see external aggression. There is a hijack, going on, a hijack. The court has waded in. There are two court orders, and I think the final resolution ought to come at appeal. Since one court order is in favor of Julius, the incumbent national chairman, another court order seems to favor Lamidi Apapa faction. Since the two orders are coming from a court of coordinated jurisdiction, the High Court, in this case, the only way to resolve it is to head to appeal. And I'm aware that both the factions have headed on appeal. And I think they need to really shoot their swords and allow the appellate court to determine which faction is valid and should be considered the authentic national chairman or authentic national executive of the party, whether in substantive or acting capacity. This said, I want to advise that, look, you see, what is before Labour at the moment is the legal fireworks at the tribunal. And they need to all face it. You see, if a faction makes an attempt to withdraw the case before the Presidential Election Tribunal, Well, it will not stand because Obi is the #1 petitioner, then followed by Labour. So if Labour withdraws and Obi does not withdraw, the case will go on. But it will cause some credibility issue because it has divided against itself at least stands. If you recall, when Chief Edwin Umezuoke, former Speaker of House of Representatives, was the chairman of All People's Party, APP, presidential election held with Buhari as the presidential flag bearer of the party. The party withdrew from the case, but Buhari continued. So I just made the reference to that for Nigerians to know that the withdrawal of Labour, from the case will not stop Obi unless Obi himself decides to withdraw. But it will cause credibility issue because presidential election petitions are, either both legal and political. What this means is that the political angle of the case will become a bit weaker, but not completely validated. Because at the end of the day, we expect that it is the facts that will speak for the petitioners. And if the facts speak for the petitioners, particularly for Labour, and Labour is able to factually prove that it won that election, the justices will have no choice because their hands must have been tied. So this is my overall impression about this. I think it's not good, and Labour is not doing itself any good at all. And going forward also, for Obi and the obedience, they need to learn from what is going on, and then they have to really reinvent themselves and begin to think critically about even exiting the Labour completely and form a brand new political party. That may be the way to go. If this issue is not resolved, it may be the ultimate solution for Obi and obedience.
Obedience are not a political party. Obedience are people who follow an ideology.
That's why I said they need to consider seriously moving forward. This is
the point I want to make. This is the point I want to make. If they are not a political party and they follow an ideology, it doesn't matter the name that it assumes. Whether it's still Labour Party or Obi, who they are following, moves to another party, they will still move to that party. So now, if you say that they have to reinvent themselves and move to another party, a lot of them are not even Labour Party members. So what other solution can we have to solve this problem, especially within the Labour Party? Because Labour Party is not Labour Party. Labour Party is a third force that if there are fifth columnists, the people who are the external forces, like you said, are trying to disrupt the process within that party. So wherever they move to, these external forces will still follow them there. So can we find a permanent solution that doesn't have to depend on a name?
Yeah, well, you see, if you understand the role of political parties in a presidential democracy, you will see that there is no alternative to it. Because in our constitution, there is no provision for independent candidates. What that means is that you must come by way of political party. If that is the only pathway, available to the obedience, they cannot contest election in Nigeria as obedience. That is one issue that must be resolved quickly. If they don't resolve it, they will have a problem. The problem why they are not firm on ground in Labour is because they joined Labour.
Okay, technical glitches there. I hope we're able to reconnect with Mr. Law Mefo. Hello, Mr. Law Mefo. Have you been able to reconnect with us? All right, well, until we get him back, we just have to banter, don't we?
Yeah, I was wondering, I needed him to talk about it, is because obedience cut across party lines. There are APC members who are obedience. There are ABGA people who are obedience. There are AA people, all across board. There are people who identify with the ideology and the man who they have chosen to bear the flag for them, for the kind of life they want their leader to be. So wherever they go to, if they are a threat, no matter what name they assume, there will still be a threat to the people who don't want them to exist. So they will still, if they're the ones paying others to disrupt the party, they will still be paying them no matter what umbrella they go under. So I'm wondering if there could be a permanent solution, and that's what I really wanted him to talk about.
And he was trying to give that
Yes.
answer. But one of the things that I know is that all the parties have their problems.
Yes.
All of them, APC, PDP, and then of course Labour Party. But Labour Party's crisis right now is as critical as it is because of the fact that they're in court. Because they are the third force that has shaken the political narrative of late, and the fact that it's the leadership, the national chairman has been involved in this imbroglio that has led to a court ruling that's told him to stop parading himself as the chairman of the party. But what are the implications of that? Can't the party move forward from there?
Well, like Mr. Mefo said, whether the party dies or not, whether it splits or not, there was an avenue through which Peter Obi emerged, contested. So they cannot say he came as an independent candidate. So there was a party, whether it dies today or not. And then he is going there as a person, and the petition is in his name. Labour Party also gave their petition, but whether the Labour Party withdraws, Obi can still continue with it. That's one good thing about it. Obi can still continue with his own petition. It doesn't have to be that whether Labour withdrew and Obi lost. So whoever is paying these people maybe is not even also thinking about the fact that Obi, though contested under a party, is still somewhat independent when it comes to the case that is in court. But
it's interesting, isn't it, that Lamidi Apapa is being, well, I don't want to say some things because we have no evidence to it, but the role he's playing in all of these imbroglio rocking the party is quite surprising, because I do understand that the Labour Party Southwest had collapsed its entire structure, and that's few days to the presidential election.
Well, they debunked that. The governorship candidate came on air, I think, in our studio, and debunked it, that some people were probably those people who are now blossoming and doing what they're doing now are the ones that are parading themselves or saying that the Labour Party has collapsed their structure. In that same breath, where we heard that Labour Party collapsed their structure, we also heard that in some places, in some local governments, APC and the PDP collapsed their structure into Labour. So everybody was collapsing and collapsing in another person's mouth.
Political calculations, horse trading, people have price tags. It's unfortunate, but especially in politics, there are no permanent enemies or friends. It's interest that matters to a lot of politicians. And it's unfortunate that in our climate, we do not have, as we have really established over time in the course of our discussions, political discussions, there are no ideologies. People just move from one party to another party as easily as you can spread butter on your bread, and it's not good for the polity. It's not good for position. It's not good for. But I've been told that we have Mr. Lomba for back online.
Mefo.
Hello, Mr. Mefo.
Yeah, sorry for the glitch.
Okay.
There was a glitch. I'm sorry about that. It's one of our main challenges in Nigeria at the moment. Internet penetrability is still very low.
So welcome back.
There was a very beautiful question my brother there asked, what is the way moving forward? And I was stressing the fact that, look, our country, the extant laws of operating at the moment, do not permit independent candidates. What that means is that you participate through a political party. obedient, like we recognized, they are not yet a political party. And I am saying the problem they have in Labour is because they adopted Labour as a platform. They are not Labour Party members in the main. Many of them who joined Labour is just out of necessity, and they are ready to move if it becomes really necessary. Now, you see, because it was an emergency arrangement, and they used the platform for this presidential election, they need to manage the process carefully for the outcome, because if they allow it to affect their chances at the tribunal and ultimately at the Supreme Court, they only have themselves to blame. You see, the establishment forces have moved against them. It should be expected. They should know that power is not served a la carte. You have to take it. That's the truth of our political process. It then means that they have to be more strategic, more tactical in their approach. They are not to blame for what has happened. It is the establishment forces that are infiltrating and trying to hijack the platform they used, using some internal collaborators to achieve it. And their ultimate aim, like rightly identified by one of the commentators, is to see if they can hold or harm, injure the petition they have at the tribunal. And since this is the most likely aim of the faction, they have one protection going for them. I mentioned that before, that Obi is the #1 petitioner and Labour Party is #2 on the Labour presidential petition. And if the Labour Party withdraws, in the unlikely event that they succeed in withdrawing, it cannot stand unless Obi himself also withdraws from the race, which is not likely to happen. So that for me is rested on one part. But you remember that I also said that presidential election petition is both political and legal. The political angle of it can be affected, slightly at least, because the optics, the public perception, we create the impression that Labour itself is not serious, and the judges themselves are also human beings. But if they are presenting a united, solid front, very solid front, because a house divided against itself cannot stand. If they remain united, the possibility of getting something out of the tribunal is there. So,
would you say that these suspensions that we're hearing from the different chapters is a strong enough indication that they are cleaning up and that they're getting stronger?
Well, it's the suspension and counter suspension. These are the great gaps you find in developing the political process. We do not need to worry much about that until the court, says so. Anybody can say anything. You are suspended and I suspend you. Like I told you, there are two factions because the court, the two courts of coordinated jurisdiction have validated the truth, so to say. What that means is that Lamidi Apapa faction has some recognition under the law. Julius faction has recognition under the law. To set aside any of them, you have to go to their appellate court. And the two factions are heading that way. But in the interim, the presidential petition is ongoing. So, until the appeal court and ultimately the Supreme Court speak on which faction is valid, there is nothing anybody can say for now that will really determine, that will be so definitive.
Okay.
It will not it will not, it's just an opinion. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All right.
And then when I talked, just 1 minute, I said something about, okay. I believe that if the obedience are not able to take over Labour as a platform, they must consider seriously about the transiting into a political party. They have the number, they have the spread. So they will certainly be registered as a political party. I will not advise that they move another party. I advise they constitute themselves into a political party.
Okay.
That's my candidate advice.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lome, for coming on the program. It's always a delight to have you join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Mr. Lome, a political analyst, and we're looking at what is happening in the Labour Party. We do hope that the problems within the Labour Party will be resolved soon, and we're looking forward to a very, very bright Nigeria. We don't want to lose any of the political parties that has made impact in these elections and the political sphere. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be talking tech with our guests. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
We're glad to know you're still there and watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And we did promise you that we'll be looking at technology in architecture, the growth of smart homes. That's what we'll be looking at. And we're glad to have a tech expert here, a digital product manager in the person of Oladipo Bolaji. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
It's nice to have you again on the show. Okay.
Happy to be back.
Yeah. First of all, we had a guest before you and we had a glitch. Will we ever get to that time where we don't have these glitches when we're talking on Zoom or on any other connecting devices? Are we going to arrive at that point, or there's something we need to do now?
Yeah, so we're going to get there. We, at least if you remember, we started with dial-up, right? I don't know if you remember then, when you have modem and telephone before you can connect to your internet, or at some point we get to a cyber cafe situation where you have to stay overnight before you can download anything reasonable. And at some point we now start having mobile phones, and now we are entering 5G. So we're getting better. Bandwidth penetration is getting better. However, we also now have more applications and more usage. So like we discussed the other time on the show, we need to invest more. So it's a good problem to have. That's a
good problem to have.
Yes.
Okay.
So it means that investors can actually come into the space, improve the experience, and they're going to make money. So when you have that demand, so all you need to do is to up your supply, which is in terms of infrastructure. Of course, there are also challenges. You see road constructions everywhere, and once those road construction happens, they cut fiber and some of those utility cables and co, and that now poses a challenge to communication. So I keep wondering, why can't we plan those things better? And thank God we are talking about architectures today. Why do you have to construct the road, then later start breaking? Because so now we know that once we have road construction, we need to have electricity, we need to have telecommunication lines. So we should be able to design that ground up, have those pipes, seal it up, and when providers are coming, you just lease it, and people just run their pipe rather than breaking and breaking, opening up again and again. So those things, I think, in my opinion, cause some of these service disruptions that we experience. Of course, also the rural area too. So, it's also about economics, right? So that's why we still need government intervention to support, especially cities that are not commercially viable, like Lagos, Abuja, and co. So the providers will not have incentive to deploy the best of infrastructure to that because it's just economics. So that's why when you travel to the interland, you just notice some drop in your network performance because of the number of subscribers or customers from that area. And those are the areas where you can have government intervene, and when those areas become more viable, then private sector will now move in and increase service there.
It's a worthy digression that we had, because today we're actually talking about architecture, like you mentioned, and technology. So let's just get an insight into the role that technology can now play in architecture, especially in our locality, where we know as Nigeria, because in advanced countries, these things are not, they're not discussing them that way like we're discussing now. But what role can technology play in our architectural designs and all that now in Nigeria?
Yeah, so technology is pervasive, is everywhere. And the good thing is also that the architects, the construction industry, the building industry, they're embracing technology right from the tools that they use. So they are no longer using those, what do we call them in school? The board and the ruler and code. Now you have softwares that could give you very beautiful designs and model it, 3D and all that. And almost immediately you can, with the client, you can do iterations, check it. Oh, I want my guest room to be this way. Then different designs can come up faster than before. So that's one. But coming to the home itself, you now have technology empowering architects and builders to be able to deliver what you call smart homes, smart buildings, eco-friendly homes. So those are the things that technology has enabled. And when we're talking about smart homes, what are we talking about? We're just talking about homes where you have, so there's what we call sensor, controller, and actuators. So when you're able to put these things into any device, it makes them smarter. It means that you can communicate with them and they can also send information back to you. So if you have a coffee machine, for example, and that coffee machine is smart, that coffee machine can make coffee for you, and it can report when it's running out of supplies, maybe coffee beans, water, or something like that. So now we're having to build buildings that also can respond to weather when the house needs more heat. Because the building is smart, it's able to adjust the temperature and control the thermostat, the heating devices in the house to provide that comfort for you. And when it's cold, is able to do that.
Yeah, well, interesting, this information you're giving us. But that makes me wonder, how much of tech have we involved in the building of our homes, especially in Lagos, where we've experienced a lot of building collapses? Matter of fact, it's been said that Lagos has the second highest rate of building collapses in Africa. So how much of tech would you say we have involved or are involving in our buildings today?
So it's a two-way question, right? So tech in itself, like we discussed at this platform, you need political will to make tech succeed. So tech is just garbage in, garbage out. So if you can have the best of designs, but at the point of implementation, if people begin to cut corners, if approvals are not, proper approvals are not given, then it's a different problem. Of course, tech will enable you to do your soil test faster, to do your design faster, to do your inspection faster. Now with tech, for example, government officials could sit in their office and monitor construction actually. You don't need to actually get people on the field to know what is happening with map and geo sensors everywhere. If something is happening in the streets and co, you can pick it up. You can zoom down and see, and even view live as workers are moving on the construction site. You can see how the construction is progressing. So that tech can allow you to do, and that tech is allowing people, enabling people to do. But the human element, that's the problem.
But has it been deployed in Lagos, do you think?
So we have many offices that are smart office. My office, for example, it's smart office. So, and I know a couple of offices, and I know a couple of homes that are smart homes, eco-friendly homes, like that. And of course, it's expensive.
I was just going to ask you. Because
so that's why you may not be seeing many of it around. But it's something that people are beginning to, you know, develop, adopt. And also, we also have smart homes in what I would call a little way. So people are also beginning to have at least smart devices in their homes that can control lighting, that can detect human presence, that can be used for security and all that. Like a couple of weeks ago, we're working on a project. So this, it's actually one of those things that power smart homes. So this is a controller. This is a sensor. So this
thing.
So yeah, so this sensor is for weather, humidity, and gas. Yeah, so if I program this, it could help me to know if there's a gas leakage in the home and could alert me.
Can it also alert you if your gas is about to finish?
So that will need to. So this one is only sensing the environment leakage. So but that's an interesting thing. Why does gas always finish on Sunday? We need to discuss that.
It's a serious matter.
So, but of course, when you have a cylinder, a smart cylinder, that will be able to do that. So a smart cylinder would.
So do we have smart cylinders now?
We can.
I think we
can. We can. It's a matter of embedding this controller and a sensor inside it. But I'm sure if we check around, we should have smart cylinders.
Okay, but you were talking about the fact that there are smart offices. You mentioned yours as well as a smart office. How many of these smart offices are owned by the government? Because I was asking about whether it has been deployed by the government. If it is private, of course, private will be a little bit more expensive to consult and all that. Does the government, in trying to watch these buildings that are being constructed, for instance, do they have a smart office that can do the work that you're describing? Or let me add another one. Or if they don't, how much is their level of consultation with the people that own the smart offices, like yours?
So one thing I know is that most people in government, especially senior ones, many of their homes are smart homes.
Homes.
Yeah. So it's not a new knowledge to them. So the challenge is, why is government not deploying technology at the rate at which private sector or private company does? I think it still comes back to infrastructure, power. How many hours of power supply do government facilities have? Bandwidth, then most importantly, procurement. So procurement in government is usually an issue, and lastly, sustainability. So when a DG or a government initiates a smart project, how are we able to continue it? So the next person may just terminate that contract. They may it's overpriced, and so there's always this bottleneck around government. So not because they don't know, they don't have it, or they don't use it in their private. But when I don't know. So I always tell you that once it's something around government, I can't figure it out.
I will support you right away. Well, but just a yes or no. That means Lagos is ripe enough to start deploying this. In fact, they are deploying the technology, and we can start having smart homes, and the technology around architecture can be better if there is a will, like a political will. Well,
and it's not restricted to Lagos, is it?
Yeah,
Are there other parts of the country that are already deploying this?
Yes, sure.
Will 5G help us in that?
Sure. Okay. It's one of those use cases of 5G.
Okay, good. We'd like to thank you. I wish we had more time. I think we'll have a part 2 of this if it is going to be possible. We'll talk to the producer so that you can come tell us more about what we need to do. Because right now, this smart device here, it doesn't look very expensive. It's like something I can install.
Yeah, you can get them in Ikeja, and play with it.
Beautiful. I'm going to have a smart home very soon. So we'd like to thank you, Oladipupo Bolaji, for coming on the program, and it's always a pleasure to have you around. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Oladipupo Bolaji is a digital product manager, and he's been talking with us on smart homes and the deployment of technology in architecture. And we covered so many other grounds that we didn't even anticipate. But like I said, if there's a possibility, we'll have a part 2 of this. But for now, let's take a break. We'll be joined by Wale Agbede, who will be taking us around the world of sports. Stay with us.
And today's Champions League semi-finals, and Wale is here to tell us more about it. Wale, tell us, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's a big game. It's a rematch between two teams who produced an epic last season, Real Madrid and Manchester City. It was a game of 2 legs, basically, last season, because City absolutely bashed Real Madrid in the first leg, and in the second leg, City were on course to make it to the final. But in the space of 5-6 minutes at the end of the game, Real Madrid, pulled the chestnut out of the fire and found a victory. And of course, went on to become champions of Europe. City aiming to become champions of Europe for the first time in their history. Pep Guardiola looking for his 3rd trophy. So it promises to be exciting today. Real Madrid off the back of becoming Kings Cup champions in Spain over the weekend. And Manchester City, of course, unbeaten in all competitions since February. But one must give away in these 2 games that we expect to see. The difference, and maybe something might be an advantage for City this time around, is that Manchester City are playing the second leg at home this time around. Quick one, Guardiola has come out yesterday evening to say, look, we're not going to the Bernabeu for revenge. We just want to play, this game, try to win, and of course try to, book our place in the finals of the Champions League for a second time in 3 seasons. I beg your pardon. They were in the final in 2001 where they lost against Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea. Quickly, in France, in Paris, last night, the Laureus Award, Messi and Shirley-Ann Fraser-Pryce both won the top awards for the Sportsman and the Sportswoman of the Year at the Laureus Awards held in Paris, France yesterday. Of course, Messi winning the World Cup with Argentina and Qatar played a huge role in that. His Argentine national team, the Albi Celeste, were also crowned as the sports team of the year. There was Christian Eriksen, who was named as the sports comeback of the year, of course, in 2021. He did have that heart attack on the field, playing for Denmark. But he came back from that, featured for Brentford in the Premier League, and of course now features for Manchester United and was at the World Cup in Qatar just last winter. Finally, yesterday was bank holiday in the United Kingdom, of course, followed the coronation of the new king, and of course it meant that there was football in England Everton, of course, crashing the Amex 5-1. They got a result right there. And in another game that might interest Nigerians, Nottingham Forest had Taiwo Awoniyi scored twice to help them to a 4-3 victory against Southampton. But the big one today, Yango and Maureen, absolutely is Real against Manchester City.
The favorites are Manchester City. Some people are saying they will flog Real Madrid today.
Well, yeah, Real haven't had a great season, right? It's been good, but hasn't been as good as Man City. But the first leg is in Spain today, so it means that if City don't win, as long as they come off it with a good result, then it's a good day in the office for them.
Well, I was just going to say interesting outfits there by the ladies in Paris. You guys didn't see it, but I saw.
We saw it, but we didn't
interesting outfits there.
Okay, well, I wish we had more time. I would have asked why there's this talk about Osimhen not being crowned the hero of Napoli because he scored a lot of goals, but someone else was being hailed as the one who struggled so much more. But that's discussion for another day because people are saying it's racist, it's this and that, and we'll talk about it maybe tomorrow with someone else.
I'll be here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, okay, so Osimhen will be looking at that as well. But that's the much we can take in sports, and that's also the size of our package. But before we go, before we go, let's take this from Steve Jobs. He said, let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. So that's how we're going to wrap it up. My name is Nyamgo. Let's do it again tomorrow.
And I am Maureen. Good day.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying, doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, I was going to earn like times 20, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at the moment, at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you, just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people, and that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes. You know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada. I just want to go to the US. I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world. So you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews. You submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan. which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving. You know, so if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? It's because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? My mom died when I was 11. I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Rose was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, but have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read. Okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I remember vividly trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my friend's house in Abeson, Ipaja, as in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that will run, because if I didn't, then there will be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with the radio station, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then. So we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I'll be talking about the we thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Oluwasegun Elegbede will be talking about mediocrity in Nigerian society. Sholape Azazi will be talking about what is autism. As usual, expect interesting conversations that will keep you enlightened. We'll be back just after the break. Stay with us. The we thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Today, I want to talk about the importance of we mentality, how it can lead to a more secure and prosperous Nigeria. There is a story about a father who took his son to visit a poor village to show him how people live. The experience was eye-opening for the son, as he saw firsthand the struggles that many people face every day. Upon their return home, the father asked his son what he had learned from the trip. The son's response was unexpected. Rather than focusing on the poverty and lack of material possessions that he had seen, he instead highlighted the wealth of love, compassion, friendship that he had witnessed in the village. The son's words were a powerful reminder that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the values and the relationship that we hold dear. This story has stayed with me throughout my life and has taught me the importance of embracing a we mentality. It's about prioritizing compassion, respect, collaboration in all that we do. As Nigerians, we have seen firsthand the benefit of working together towards a common goal, the potential we have as a nation when we come together. So I urge us all to embrace a we mentality in our daily lives and in our efforts to build a better Nigeria. Let's work towards a more secure, prosperous, and connected Nigeria for all of its citizens, and prioritize the values that truly make us rich. Fellow advocates, what can you say to this?
Well, I like the fact that when the child was asked to say what he learned, and he was able to point out all the other things that in his childlike mind. And sometimes that's what I see missing in the society. We have prioritized a lot on material things, so much so that it has clouded our mentality. You know, before we used to say the village system when all the children were raised in that, communal setting. Now, everything is just concrete jungle. Everybody is all about me, a mentality of me, myself, and I. And because of that, we're not even looking out for the fellow human beings anymore. We are so selfish in our interest that we don't take time out to enjoy that little thing that we don't even have to buy with money. The love, the acceptance, the brotherhood,
Sure. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I will say this. This is one of the disadvantages that modernization has brought to us. When we were life was still very easy. When, in the rural areas, villages, even as a young child, you have so many adults. Looking after you. You have so many fathers, so many mothers, and so many people you can call your own father, your own mother, because they see everyone as a unit. The organization has really disintegrated us. Now everybody wants to live the lives of their own. Everybody wants to amass enough wealth, enough resources to themselves. Just need the fact that we are for each other. And if you bring that to a Nigeria concept, you understand that the only area that you see that we have a few times come together is in sports. In other areas, when it comes to politics, you see division here and there along ethnic, religious lines. You see that we are not able to come together to fight those that are really have held the country on the jugular. So the only area where we've come together, and that has shown that if you really want to take a cue from that, is the sports. If you take a cue from what we are able to gain from sports, we will be able to achieve more. You see us coming together when Nigeria is playing, either basketball, either football, which is the greatest sport that we follow in this country. So that we mentality is really not there yet. And we really need to begin to see ourselves as one, because we know there is strength in unity.
Okay, I also want us to look at it from this perspective where we have adults today, the husband and the wife, chasing their dreams of career, go out probably in Lagos, for example, 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning and come back late as 10. You know, it's that compassion of sharing of love with the children, understanding, sharing culture and what have you. Can we also say in that aspect, they are thinking about themselves, not about the immediate environment, and the effect of them thinking about themselves and not catering for their children, right? And then we now look at the effect where you see in occultic groups, you find out that a lot of people who are really high class in they are children of rich kids, well-to-do, and all those bad acts that we do. Parenting has become another thing entirely. Can we also look at it from that angle?
Of course. Unfortunately, again, even at home, you want to see that at least as a family, the husband and the wife should be in one accord at the home front, ensuring that the kids are okay. But in doing this, they also fall apart. The husband is not always at home, the wife is not always at home, the kids are always on their own. So the we factor, because what time do they really have to look at the progress the children are making in education, in their sporting activity, the skills? And that's why you see kids growing up with a lot of talents untapped, because the parents are not always around to be able to see,
to guide them
and see that, okay, when you want the kind of educational system that we run is such that most of the schools, private schools, don't have sporting activity facilities. Then the only time you do, as parents, you need to dedicate some other resources and time at the weekend to monitor help them groom their skills and all of that. But everybody is on their own. On weekends, even when you're at home, you want to stay in a place where you want to rest, because on Monday again, the hustling and bustling start again. So
that's funny. What can you say about the we mentality in regards to security? Because today I can see that everybody wants to have their own private security firm, their own policing once they can pay. And growing up, I remember that you always have, from one house to other, when any stranger enters the community, we already know this person is not part of us because he doesn't go with us. Where are you from? We want to inquire that what do you come here to do? We feel secure around ourselves, and that is obtainable as of today in villages. But in the cities, we shout of insecurity and stuff like that. But can we say, because we think as an individual, I want to just protect ourselves, I don't care about the people within us, or what can you say about that in relation to insecurity challenges that we are facing in the country?
Okay, so I think I'll just take it one at a time, because it's a very big, I'll unbox it. So first and foremost, when we were growing up, it was more relaxed, in the sense that we had, like he said, we had our uncles and aunties and everybody else watching out for us. But when you look at it now, you have mom, dad, and children. It's a unit now. The extended part of that communal living has fallen off. And so I remember when I was growing up, my parents have gone to work, but I have one auntie or the other that is watching out for me, that is serving as my parents in the house. And because they are there, there's that, there's someone else that would, make sure that they carry out the responsibility of parenting and making sure that all that I need to do to thrive is there. But nowadays, you don't see it anymore. The parents have to survive. The economic situation of when we were younger and what is in reality now is totally different. And for them to survive, they have to go out there and hustle. And when they go out there to hustle, it's a given. You are tired because you've gone through the traffic, you've gone through all of it. You're only human. You come back home, you want to rest. To start to focus and nurture all those other things, it starts to affect your mental health. And that's why you will see them lashing out and all of that. Then you come to security. It's still the same concept. We had that communal living when we were younger. So you can always spot who is not our member. You didn't need a security firm you didn't need all those people, because all you needed was the guard at the end of the street. In fact, when you come and then your parents, they already know, the person is telling them as they're driving in that, oh, she's on the 3rd street, because we knew ourselves. There was that space to play, space to move around and all of that, but we don't have that anymore, because everywhere, like I said, it's a concrete jungle. Everywhere you turn, you see a space that is a playground before. You turn tomorrow, it's been turned into a building complex. So when you think about that, today you know your neighbor, tomorrow there's nobody because it's already, what can you say?
So that means, to cap it up, I think we'll also be looking at it from the angle of business, because today we have more of capitalists than, socialists in Nigerian business space. And, I was actually watching the Nigerian Titan, and I saw a beautiful presentation of a man who is seeking an investment funding to do rice processing. He has started, and he did his analysis and said, for every bag of rice, he can generate as much as 2,000 naira as profits. And it's from this 2,000 naira that goes after removing all expenses. That's a net profit. But the investor said, that's too small. And I looked. 2,000 naira, about how many tons of bags of rice? And it's too small. Is that not greediness? And when you now look at it into banking sector as well, you see debt. You see high rate debt financing right now, where you see people you say, I need assistance to boost my business. They are giving me interest per annum as much as 120%, as much as 72%. Is that not greediness? Is that not just taking, greed to say, it's just about me. I don't care how you want to make this money. I just need this percentage at the end of the day. And how do we want to grow as a country, as an individual, when everybody are just thinking about them, and them?
I think what we have not also touched on, and why it seems we are tilting towards this individualism, is because of the way we vent for ourselves in this country. Virtually, I used to say, you are your own government. You need to build your own house, get your own water, get your own power supply, take your kids to school. When you begin to do that, the tendency is that you begin to think all about yourself. I want myself, my wife, my kids to be fine. You understand? So the government has to be involved in so many other things for us. Why do I need to be the one to cover out like 15, 20 million naira?
But people are the government. We are the government.
Now, in this case, we have become individual governments. That is what. So from the federal government, the state government, the local government, you also have individual governments.
So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I agree with what you're saying, because by the time you have to sort out all those other little pockets, at the end of the day, you're not thinking about everyone in national cake anymore, because you're thinking that I have coughed out so much. What's in it for me? I have done X, Y, and Z. I've become my own security man, my own this, my own that. So please, I need to maximize all that is there for me. And so there's no room to be able to say to my neighbor that, sorry, do you want me to extend this water that I'm getting now? Do you want me to extend it? There's no room for that, because I just want to say it's for me, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just before we go, I will want to advocate that we are the government. All these things we know. We just need to take a step, to say, let us build a system. And we can begin from private sector to show example and try to adopt it into the public sector. We have seen it happen in fintech, trying to play the role of finance and teaching the banks on a better way to make things work right. And it's becoming a policy and becoming a government entity. I think as an individual, we should start as a private entity to start thinking about formalizing it and taking it to the government. Sholape Azaze is next after the break. Do stay with us.
What is autism? Autism is a developmental disorder that affects communication, social interaction, and behavior. Unfortunately, there is still a lack of understanding and awareness about autism in many parts of Nigeria. Today, we will be exploring what autism is and how it affects individuals and their families, and what we can do to raise awareness and support those living with autism. Prevalence of autism in Nigeria, according to the Nigerian Society for Autism, it is estimated that there are over 2 million people with autism in Nigeria, and this number is expected to rise. However, despite the high prevalence of autism in Nigeria, there is still a lack of awareness and understanding of the condition, leading to stigmatization and discrimination. Diagnosis of autism involves a comprehensive evaluation by a team of healthcare professionals, including a developmental pediatrician, a psychologist. Awareness and acceptance. It is important to raise awareness about autism in Nigeria to reduce the stigma and discrimination against individuals with autism and their family. We can achieve this by promoting education and understanding of autism, providing support services for families and caregivers, and advocating for policies that promote the rights of individuals with disabilities. Challenges faced by individuals and families affected by autism in Nigeria. Some of the families with a child or children with autism in Nigeria face a number of challenges, including lack of access to appropriate diagnosis and treatment, stigma and discrimination, and limited support services. Many families also face financial difficulties as they try to provide the necessary care and support for their loved ones. Raising awareness and support for those living with autism. There are several ways we can raise awareness and support these individuals. First, we can work to improve access to diagnosis and treatment, as well as support services such as therapy and educational program. We can also raise awareness about autism through education and advocacy, including training for healthcare professionals, teachers, and general public. Finally, we can work to reduce stigma and discrimination through community outreach and awareness campaign. So, what do you think? Have you ever encountered autism, or have you, apart from here?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to witness this, but it's quite unfortunate that in Nigeria we see it differently. I want to hold you to the fact that our cultural belief of being fetish, sometimes you take it to a traditional taboo to say somebody is actually, doing something bad to the children. So it's just like the way we have what Yoruba called abiku, in those days, where people die young and they come, not knowing that it is genetic, more like a genotype, that is not maybe SS. Maybe that kind of child that is called abiku is SS, because they match make people as at that time. So there are a lot of things that we need to actually change when it comes to that. We need to look into the cultural belief, we need to look into the religion belief and what have you to have, because that is predominantly what shape our thinking in this part of the world, from childhood to where we are today. And beyond this, the awareness is necessary, just like you said. And I believe we should begin to advocate for private entity to also find a way to put a percentage of their CSR, or those private CSR, into special needs like autism, special disability, and what have you. I believe it's going to go a long way, because we don't see it, because it's not actually making business sense. Just like I said, people talk about themselves. Anything they do, even when they are doing CSR, it has to translate to money. You understand? But if it's not translating to money, it's very few people that will do things voluntarily. We are not saying they should not do things that to promote their business, right? But they should also try and separate a percentage of this, their CSR, to support special needs or special cases like this. I can give you an example. I was opportune to be in an European country some times ago, and inside the car park, like the underground car park, the third or the fourth floor underground, I saw someone just trying to direct. I said, "Who is this person?" He's an autism patient, person. But I look at the compassion. They gave this person job, like a security guard, to help. It's not like he's a wasted human being, just like we have it in Nigeria. When you have a special need, you are turned to be like you are useless. You are not useful. The love, the care is not there. And I believe if we begin to embrace other abilities and show care, that's all that is needed. Once we're able to show care, it will help us to even identify symptoms, guide, know about more awareness that I have seen this, and educate other people.
Thank you. So quickly, before I heard some few things that made me just like, okay. First and first, you said autism patient, but I know that you didn't mean that, but it's very important to also put it out there that because someone has been diagnosed with autism does not mean that the person is a patient or medically termed, because autism is not a medical condition that requires medication or that requires you to be treated in a particular facility or whatever. So autism doesn't have a physical marker. It's not like, oh, okay, there's a special ability for this and that. With autism, it's just the person is differently wired. So it's a neurological difference, meaning the way I think, the way I see, the way I interact with the world is different. It's not that the person is less, it's not that the person is more, it's just, I'm just different. And so it's like, the more you come out there and say, look, it's just different. No, so accept me, accept my differences. And that's why in a place like where you said you traveled to, they've been able to understand that I'm not different from you and I can be gainfully employed. I can do certain things the life has accorded to me without me having to be looked down on as being less. So it's very important to start to change that narrative, because when you started saying those things, I said,
I don't know. Now I know. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I think it's one of the things that this program has afforded us is to be able to put this out there as a means of awareness, because before now, yes, I've heard about autism, but not in this light. And I think more has to be done regarding awareness. And I think also one of the reasons why parents who have kids with this syndrome, because of stigma and discrimination, don't often allow their kids to go to school. Because they are prone to being bullied. And some teachers, if you don't even have that special training to be able to identify, might be taking on that kind of a child or tagging them differently, and that makes them to look different in class. And then and when you have that kind of treatment, it brings stigmatization, and all of those. So that awareness is very necessary. The government has to be involved, like we always say. And of course, I know there will be one or two NGOs that would really be taking attention on this and trying to put more information out there for people to know. And again, on the area that you mentioned the other time, which has to do with the cultural beliefs, everything about culture has to do with, okay, is it because the mother had aborted or used some drugs when she was pregnant with the child, and that was why, a whole lot of issues come around when you have a baby with some of these syndromes, and so it is important. I think awareness is what we need to happen more in this regard.
I totally agree with you about awareness, and that's what we're talking about when we said discrimination. You know, you pointed out several ways that people have been discriminated on in time past, but it's also very important to note that for autism, there's no genetic marker. Unlike Down syndrome and some other genetic, or some other neurodevelopmental, disability or disorders, autism has no genetic marker, and as of today, scientists are still baffled by the cause, and they still do not have a definitive cure for autism. So when you have situations like that, and then you have parents, still, or, people still believing that autism was caused by something they did, it's not helping us change the narrative of the acceptance. It's not helping us push the narrative of the awareness, the advocacy, and gives them to act the way they do. Because the day you remove the veil and they see what is under it, they say, is it not just this? But when you just come masqueraded, they don't, because with autism it shows differently. If you've met one child with autism, you've only met one child with autism. You can't use that one child that say, because it spins around, it does this, it does that, this child is, and then you see another child that is not spinning, that is not, and then someone tells you, oh, this child is autistic. I say, no, it cannot be. I saw Tade the other day, so Chukwuemeka cannot be. He's not rolling around, he's not, and then in your mind you think that person is not, and you just see the person charge at you, immediately you say, something is wrong with this child. But when you now start to unmask, unbox, understand what it is, it makes it easier for parents, even because sometimes it's not that the parents don't even know what's going on, but because they are afraid of the label that society will put on them. So they are quick to say, I don't know.
And I also think education has to play a vital role here at all levels, both from the secondary school, primary school, secondary school to tertiary institution. Because I could recall that there is a case like that. Actually, it's in a film, right? It's primary school, it's Indian. This child has this symptom, right? And he sees, just like you said, he sees things differently. So he keeps failing. But when you ask in written exam, the child fails. But when you ask oral, it's sharp. Like, what is wrong? This is exactly what you say, but this is a different thing you are writing, right? And the teacher was able to carefully study the child and see that the child is seeing age as you. It sees things differently and try to guide. Say, look at this, look at this. Today, we hardly have guidance and counseling departments functionally the way they are expected to be. When you observe something, the teacher of a class, maybe an integration science class or mathematics class, should refer to a guardian and counselor to help identify one or two things and guide. But right here, we don't have it. And the education system has to, catch up with the reality. I believe if that, it will help us to manage the society's stigmatization in terms of the education part, to educate people right from there, and people will know that this is a special kid, right?
Yeah, I like what you said, but just a note, the particular thing you were describing is dyslexia. That's the autism.
Okay.
Yes, the one that you can identify letters and all of that. So it's also important because sometimes we get a lot of misdiagnosis in there, because you see a particular issue at hand or challenge, and then because of one or two things or one or two seminars you've attended, you just assume that is it. And that is why it's important to have a multidisciplinary diagnosis team to define what exactly is going on, because you say, oh yes, so it's very important. Autism is not something that one teacher just looks and says that must be what's going on. It requires certain team of professionals to use their diagnostic tool to be able to give a definitive diagnosis of autism.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. I believe we have gained a lot and we'll still keep learning.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Oluwasegun Olegbede is next after the break. Do stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Mediocrity in Nigerian society. In Nigeria, we often see instances of the abnormal being celebrated as the norm. For example, you may hear people say things like, "No be Nigeria we dey," when they encounter corruption or poor service delivery, as if it is to be expected. We often witness public officials failing to deliver on their promises, yet they are still celebrated as if they have achieved something great. We may see governor being praised for simply fixing a road that has been in disrepair for years, instead of holding them accountable for the poor state of infrastructure in the first place. Furthermore, in Nigeria, we tend to have a culture of celebrating mediocrity, especially when it comes to entertainment. You may see an artist with poor vocals or subpar lyrics being praised as a superstar simply because they are famous. It is important for Nigerians to recognize that we deserve better than this. We should demand excellence from our leaders and service providers and not settle for less. By holding them accountable, we can create a brighter future for ourselves and for our country. Let us reject the normalization of mediocrity and strive for greatness in all aspects of our lives. As Nigerians, we should always aim for the best and not settle for anything less. See, when I was coming up with this, I looked around and I feel like seems because we have been taken for granted for long, we tend to see some of these misnomers being normal. You hear when after a week, power supply is restored to your area, and maybe after 6 hours they interrupt it again. You're like, what they try? Man, were they supposed to interrupt it for? 6 hours, because you've gotten 6 hours power supply, you feel like, wow, we were in Eldorado. Then you now come to the normal. So, and again, you see governments celebrating, have been paying the salaries of our civil servants since the last 3 years without, is that supposed to be an achievement? Are we supposed to be celebrating you for paying the worker's salary? So I see it as we celebrating mediocrity, and that's why we have not moved beyond this state that we have as a country. When a service provider ditches us or don't give us the commensurate service for what we have paid for, we don't hold them accountable. We tend to, I've heard people who will tell you, when I use a card at the ATM and I was debited 20,000, that money is still there since the last 1 year, because I don't even know, I don't want their problem. And you see the same person banking with such financial institution, which means we don't know what we want. And that's why the government or the leaders are able to see through this, and so they give us peanuts instead of what we deserve as citizens of this country.
I don't think that is I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's just human nature. When you beat someone all the way, you constantly beat someone, beat and beat and beat. You keep hitting the person. After a while, the person gets used to it. And because the person gets used to it, the person doesn't even understand where to rise from. Do you understand? Because it's not, I mean, imagine every time I want to climb this mountain, for example, and every time I try, I fall. And then for every time I fall, maybe I was supposed to fall to 20, then I fall to 10, then I fall to, and then I keep falling and I keep falling. The spirit gets defeated. And there's no motivation. When you look around, like, everyone is hustling, everyone is bustling there, and double taxation here and there. Everything is just so hard that when you then get just a little light, you cling to it like is everything else, because you've been met with so much negativity here and there that you've even given up, basically. And so the small positivity you get, you celebrate it. So I'm not defending people that, yes, you should ask for more, you should strive for more, but when the society keeps beating you down, you try to, fight for your rights. You put something, I've had people that they got robbed, and then they cleared out their account. They go to the bank to say, oh, it was one chance, they cleared out my account, and then immediately they say, sorry, we can't help you because you showed that you withdraw this money. Go and get police reports. Police says, no, they can't help you. You can't file under here because your money is maybe 200,000. That's not where you file it under. You file. So by the time they go round and round, they say to you, I leave you with God. God will judge you. Because number one, that is the person's entire savings that the person has worked, made sure she left the house at 4 a.m. in the morning and come back home at 10 p.m. in the night, worked non-stop, and then entered one chance. Got robbed, goes to the bank and say, hey, they cleared my account. Bank says, I can't help you. It shows that it was you that withdrew it to do this. You need police. Go to police. Police says, oh, it's below the amount. Go and file it here. You go to this one, they say, pay this. I said, you know what? I start from the beginning again. Are you going to say that person is being mediocre? No. The person has been beat up and beat up time without number. Society has pushed the person down.
I think I will want to digress a little bit and look at it from a entire different angle, right? You see, yes, mediocrity, reality is what you have actually explained.
Yeah.
And mediocrity is what we should not entertain, right? But we should quickly run it back to, I would say, self-awareness, right? Because today, the same police, the same banker that are doing the job, they are not doing the job because they are happy doing the job. They are doing the job because they have certain instruction they have to follow and they have to put food on their own table, right? They are not doing the job and following it to the letter, to the way it's expected to be done. I give an example. You go to an ATM machine or a POS agent, withdraw, you have a declined debit, meaning that the transaction failed, you are debited. On this situation, you are not to fight where you got debited. The standard says, go to your bank, fill a dispense error form. The dispense error form says, go and log it on a system, then they track it and it is bank to bank to reverse your money, right? But what we have is different. You see somebody who is a staff, a bank staff, number one, they don't even know their job. They will tell you, yes, you have been debited. See, the money is debited. You go back to where you have been debited. That's where the money is, right? You see transaction of transfers. This is a session ID that you have to log and track the transaction. They're lazy to do it. They will tell you, no, we don't have this money. You see a system where I've seen a known fintech, I don't want to mention them. You see a money, you send the money from a third party to that known fintech. You see the money, so amount of money received, status fail, go back to where you get the money from. It's self-awareness, I think, and the willpower. I'll also go it back to about horse. If you look at before 1966 coup, sorry to digress a little bit. Before 1966 coup, Nigeria was running a regional system. Everybody were trying to see how their community or their region can strive. You know, it's a weird thing. Everybody, they don't celebrate you because you are doing good, because they know it is necessary for their next phase of development, right? And you can see that those are the best roads we still have till date, right? Now, you now see a military system where there is fear. You know, since 1966 coup and counter coup and stuff like that, we have been living in fear. And everybody is just trying to see, how do I survive? If I do this, there are powers of, let's say, a government that is powerful more than me. Or I have somebody, I don't have money. Once I have money, they win the case in court. You know, I don't see justice. And it is that fear that actually promotes the mediocrity that we are seeing in Nigeria. You see the fear that somebody will tell you, I will kill you. A police will harass you on the road. They will tell you, I will kill you. And if they have good connection, they will kill you and nothing will happen. You can see the case of the lawyer that was killed, pregnant lawyer. Now, police is discarding it as, the case is going elsewhere. Like, they want to pardon. They're still on the case, but it doesn't look like they are accusing the police. Usually, before now, what they do is they will just disengage the police. The action happened as a police officer. But when they say you have killed a citizen, the reason why that of the lawyer is because she is a lawyer, and the NBA is intervening and said they will follow it to the letter. If as an individual, they will disengage such police officer. The police officer will answer the crime as an individual. But when the crime happened, that's a mediocre, you know, settings that it doesn't really make sense. It happens when the person was a police officer. Why will you disengage that person? Because you don't want it to attach to the system. You know, a lot of things are wrong, and it is all about self-awareness. When people are conscious and are aware of what penalty, what effects, you know, what negative effects all these actions are going to be, I believe people will be conscious of their dealings. And just like you said, why will you celebrate a governor for constructing a road? Why will you celebrate a governor for paying salary? They are staffs, they work for their money, and they are expected to be paid. It's just like saying you have father in a house and giving food to the children. Why will you celebrate a father for giving food to his own children? Doesn't make any sense. You are not adding any additional value to say, you know what, there is a society like this. My child, go and learn this skill so that you can solve this problem in this society. Then you should celebrate such parents, right? You can see normal road, normal traffic, but you look at Lagos, for example. Normal traffic wherever is there, but they introduce the likes of LASMA as an additional supporting. Okay, you can celebrate them for bringing something new. You look at BRT, subsidized as at then. You can celebrate, yes, this is beyond normal. And these are things we should be looking at too. But because we are used to it, our parents do not also help us, truth be told. Because our parents has actually, you know, all those glorify professional courses and the societal acceptability of some things had made other people look less. And you allow it to like, oh, now then, I think we should start thinking different and see self-awareness. For my own advocate, it's more like of self-awareness and taking necessary action as at when due.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to really jump on that. It's good to say self-awareness, but I think also when we go with self-awareness, we should also look at enforcement. It's one thing for me to be aware of a situation, of what is my due, of what my worth is. How do I enforce it?
I agree.
Because I'm aware that I've been dealt a bad hand. I'm aware that I know what my worth is, and this is not my worth. So how do I enforce it when the society that is supposed to, based on the rules that govern a society, a sane society, the rules cannot be enforced? So I'm only aware of my suffering. I'm aware of what is limiting me, or I'm aware of my situation. I'm aware of what I need to have and what I don't have.
Sholakwe, I agree with you, right? And that is why I said I chipped in a little bit, but I don't want to, expatiate on it. When I went back to the government of military, regional, and stuff like that, right? When we are talking about enforcement, it's government to enforce. But when we are aware, we don't even start. We have a democratic system, and it's not something that will just happen under a miracle. It's a process, right? Are we electing from the ward level the necessary people to nominate who will represent us to do the right system? Because if there is no system, it's difficult to enforce. Our system entirely is corrupt, right? So we need to start changing the mindsets from the grassroots, from the interaction, not the high type of living. We live in an estate now. I don't even know my neighbor. You understand? And when you have to, within your ward, you have to interact. Change. Don't look like this person is less. Today we see artisans as being less. But the reality is we can't do without them.
Absolutely.
Sure. So this aspect, I need to punch on it. I understand that our psyche has been really battered. We went through a long period of military
ideology,
and so we've been ruled
in fear.
With fear. So it has its own consequences. But I think at some point we need to put a stop and say, here, just like you have said, if somebody has been beating, then that person wants to go to one corner just. But at some point, so we cannot continue to celebrate this mediocrity. There has to be, just like as you mentioned, consequences of actions. That is what has really been an issue, because anybody elected who has not performed knows that there is no consequences, because he is surely going to still get re-elected the next time he comes out again. So at some point we have to know when to say no. We cannot take it no more. We cannot continue to celebrate these people. We've seen situations in this country where politicians embezzled money. They are on trial, and their own kinsmen will come out and say, it's our own, leave him, at least he's doing fine for us.
So when you're even talking about on that, sorry for cutting in, on that, when you're talking about enforcement, there's also plead bargain. I'm still 100 billion. You know what? I'll give you 80 billion. Free me. So that means if you want to steal big. That's enforcement, and they will enforce, and they will pardon you. You are pardoned. So enforcement, that's why I talk more of self-awareness, doing the right thing. Even if you are in government and stuff like that, everywhere you have to just,
No, I mean, I'm not saying that self-awareness is not important,
I understand.
but I'm just saying that they go hand in hand, because even if I am aware, even if I'm ready to, even if the goat is going to charge back, it needs to have someone is going to charge, and he needs to know that it's with this force that I will use to knock this person down, right? So that is now going to enforce his might and strength, and boom, for action. So I'm aware that this guy, if I continue like this, there's nowhere else to go.
So let me give you another example just to join what he said. I was in a particular junction in Lagos here, right? And this guy, kick against indiscipline or what have you, they are trying to, all those hawkers, to chase them away. But this lady, immediately they saw them, they were running eta and scatter. You are still running after them. This old woman fell. She stood up, fell like 3 times. And people were pleading to, okay, please leave this woman. She has at least feared you. And the next thing, the guy was like nothing. They were like gathering. You know what people did? Awareness. They bombarded them. And they ensured that they freed the lady. Even as much that the lady was doing something that is banned in those areas, but they were at least trying to say, give this person a warning. That's self-awareness of say, if we say no, I'm just talking about we coming together. to change things. Even a constitutional authority, by the time we come together and say, no, we are going against these bad acts, it's achievable. That's the point.
It is.
So it's just the readiness and awareness to say, we are not just, I recall when I was in school, I fought the management. You know why? Because our due that we pay. So management staff are the one paying. They're the one swallowing it. And we begin to fight it. And fellow students are the one fighting us back. But immediately they get to know, they say, oh, so this is how worse it is. If they knew, and they would have come together and do the right thing. So self-awareness is also very important. When people are self-aware, they can come together in unity and say stop to something that is not right. That's the advocate. The end always seems to come too soon on the advocate. However, the advocate continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. On Twitter and Instagram, at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrican.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No way, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early. And I started reading books that were higher than my age grade, I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Waste, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Sayome Saleh, and today, Jenny baby, Diola, you look amazing. I love your jacket.
Thank you.
I wish it was my size. I just borrow it.
People wear big jackets too.
Red man,
yeah.
She already. All right, Diola, how was it yesterday?
Yesterday was good. Today was.
Today. Let me just reserve my comment. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm fine. Why is your day not good today?
I do not like traffic.
Oh.
I
can't really.
It suits you perfectly.
Feeling fly. I think Unama is with us via Zoom. Hi, baby. Unama, are you there? Can she hear us now?
I think
Okay, I
she
think
had
she's
to
still-
go out
yeah,
and then
she's still
she'll come back in.
struggling
Yeah.
to- Well, Norma will join us. So, I mean, we're having a fantastic conversation today.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what we want to discuss today. We want to discuss how do you handle, especially when your child is getting to that time when you feel like sexual activities might be happening. So how
Yeah.
do you handle that paranoia? And here's what we found as today's quote. Parents are desperate for advice on how to talk with their kids about sex. So this quote is by, I think, Dr. Mark. Yeah. It was saying that a lot of parents are very desperate. I don't know. Do you think parents are desperate?
Yeah.
Our parents were desperate. If he touch you, carry belly.
I
saw that there was a lot of touching and there was no belly.
I think our parents just took the safest.
They were the wrongest.
Yeah, the safest route.
In the history of sex
And then they just shrouded sex in such
So much fear and
yes,
mystery.
mystery that,
And
of course, naturally, that's what kids would always
And that's
gravitate
why till
towards.
tomorrow I see a lot
Yeah,
of people
yeah.
try to. They have
They're
sex
curious about it.
No, they do it in the dark.
Oh
They try to go to
yeah,
corners,
yeah.
secrecy,
Like
even as-
something
even
it should be
as-
shameful, something shameful,
Yes,
kind of.
even
Yeah,
as adults, I see
yeah,
people do
yeah.
that. All right, so we came across a video of a lady narrating the case of a young lady. I think it's her classmate that goes whenever she's on holiday. She comes back, and the father ensures that she comes back in July to, just because he wants to take her to the hospital for some kinds of tests, right? And that's the conversation that we're having, and we want to tie that to the fear that parents have, right, when it comes to raising their kids and discussing issues around sex. And we'll do all of that. First, of course, it's our Ladies' Night Out. Jennifer, Diola, Norma, and I will be doing that. And but we'll do all of that. First, let's go on a break. When we come back from the break, we want to see what we found in the news. All right, you're still watching Ways on the 9th of May. Every year, National Sleepover Day is celebrated, and this day provides an opportunity for girls to confide in their friends in a way that can be inspiring, therapeutic, and confidence building. Sleepovers play an important role in both friendship and memory making. It's a time when women and girls share stories and realize the more we're different, the more we're alike. The thing I have in my head for this sleepover is what we're discussing in the makeup room. I not do. Hey, I not do. But the thing is, I don't think I ever had a sleepover. I never slept in anybody's house. Oh no, I tell a lie. One time my mom took, but it wasn't just like me. My mom took all of us to her family, a close family friend's house. Yeah, I think it's only because she was very, very suspicious of everybody. So we never really had that freedom to go. But I see a lot of people, oh, Mom, can I have a sleepover? Like my kids, I don't think they've ever had a sleepover with friends. Their cousins, yes, my sister's kids, but friends,
Yeah.
I'm very paranoid like that.
Yeah. I never had a sleepover
Mhm.
growing up.
Oh, well, I did with family though.
That one no be sleepover. They don't
You're going to visit your family.
You understand?
I'm going to
My
visit
friend
my
is your friend.
But now, I mean, okay, well,
Would you be open to that?
for my kids to go to their no, no,
Norma, are you there now?
They can come, but
Why are we struggling to,
You will,
to get
right?
you, Norma?
I have responsible friends.
well,
Yeah.
it's not so much the friend.
I mean, when we get to the point where we start giving birth and I see how they raise their kids, that would
yeah.
determine if my own children will go to their house to sleep over. But if the way you train your kids is very questionable and it doesn't align with my values, then my kids
Absolutely.
will not come to your house to
Okay,
sleep
so
over.
okay, that's I hear you, but again, for me, I think that is sometimes there are factors outside of your control.
Definitely.
The people in their house.
In their house.
Somebody who comes and that you don't know. You know, how do you
Yeah.
control that? Again, you're not there.
You are looking at us. It's all right.
You can't even control the one in your house.
Exactly.
So how many things can you
know,
control?
so- and in situations where really bad stuff have happened, they've not happened with strangers. They've actually happened with people.
Family members
Exactly.
and close people around.
Close people,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Exactly. Infantophilia. And you won't go to sleep over. Some people are sick. Oh. Hey. It's not all these things you see that the person is normal. Hey. There's a lot of crazy things
I always
happening.
tell people you need to have conversations with people. You need to sound them out. You need to hear their thoughts, where their head is at, because you can't just take people on face value and just think everybody's thinking the same way you think or have the same values you have. And conversations are very important.
All right, so I mean, what did we find in the news? Jennifer, let me come to you.
Yeah, so for me, UI Master's student reveals she just received her identification card days to the completion of her program. So she says she applied for her master's degree in 2019 and started the processing in 2020. And that she's glad to inform us that she just got her student ID card in 2023, just few months. I think it's a month because her thesis defense is next month. And a lot of people have just been commenting. Some said, "Oh, congratulations! You use use the card to show your children, see what the government has done to you," that kind of thing. So I mean, it just goes to show how our process is in Nigeria. Because I don't understand how you started when you start your schooling, even as a normal undergraduate, once you start, you've done your matric, you should be able to get your ID. Not talk of someone who is coming in for masters. You should have your ID card before, in a month. That a month is even long. But a month max, let's just say, okay, you're taking time.
My son never entered school. He ID card already.
Imagine.
Because they asked for his passport and everything to get him his student ID. Because, that is what gives you access. It's because we do not have proper structures. Because ideally, a student ID is what gives you credibility to even work on the
school ground.
On the school ground.
Yeah.
You can't come into that school ground without an identification. Right? If we were doing things right, there are some certain places you cannot enter without that identification. So how can you, weeks to your exiting the program, you're just getting an identification? This tells you how lopsided some of the things that we do in this country is. It's interesting. Jola, what did you find for us in the news? Norma, can you hear us now? I hear you having struggles hearing us. Norma? Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So this is Supreme Court affirms Adeleke's Osun governorship. And of course, this has been ongoing since the elections that was conducted July 16, 2022. In January 2027, the majority verdict by Justice Tersi Kume annulled Adeleke's victory and declared Oyetola the winner of the poll. Of course, Adeleke went to the Court of Appeal and they were saying, there was a lot of back and forth. They were going to take it to the Supreme. So, right about now, Supreme has ruled and it's in favor of the sitting governor, which is Adeleke. So maybe we say congratulations to him, or I don't know. I don't think you can take it any further. Supreme is the highest.
Court of the land, it is well with him. I like the guy. I like his spirit. All right, so I saw a story that Jennifer gave me. Even though I don't know the guy, but I think I want to discuss. I saw the way Jennifer was vibrating. I want to ask her, what up? Why were you vibrating? So there's a young man. I think his name is Toyo, right?
Toyo, yeah.
Yeah. So he wrote, and I want to read what he wrote about Gen Z. He said the younger generation are already having mental breakdowns. Some are already deeply rooted in drugs. No morals at all, no vision, no goals. All they want to do is just get high. post and look fly for the gram and expect money to fall from the sky. So much entitlement, and I'm not going to say the last word. All right, so I mean, this is a genuine concern. The reason I'm actually taking the story, because yesterday we talked about older generation and their role and all of that. The truth is, before you open your mouth or you hold your finger to type something, remember that every child is born, there's something that's called tabula rasa. It's plain like this, no stain, no nothing. The child comes into this world blank. So anything you see the child exhibiting, right, is a clear picture of what the child has been exposed to. So either through their eyes, what they hear, see, what they hear, what they feel, and all of that. So all of those things now make up to what you eventually see as the product of the person, right? So before you open collect your finger and be typing on social media, remember that this generation, they didn't just drop from the sky. The way they are saying that they expect money to fall from the sky, they also did not just drop from the sky. They actually, you understand, are copying. I remember what I said. What happens with some of these things that we're doing is that the next generation will do it 10 times better. So if it is a bad thing, they will be better at doing it very well. Do you understand? So you can't make that kind of generalization and now try to blame a group without tracing it back in history. Because all these things you're talking about is because our parents didn't have Instagram or all of those things. Because I know that it was a case of show. This person don't buy car, they'll go and do this. Even birthing children was show. I must have 10 children to show that me, I'm richer than you, I'm this, that. So the issue of maybe posting for the grandma, it's always been there. It's just that technology has changed a lot of things. So before you make such summations, right, check back to your generation that precedes this generation that you're calling out. What have you guys done? What are you doing? What are they seeing? What have they copied? The only thing is that they will copy it and they will do it better. So you cannot just open your mouth and say the generation is entitled and all of that. I think it's a very, what's it called? Don't attack them like that because they will also come for you. I'm helping them to come for you. My own coming is mild. You are the advocate. I'm the advocate, but the truth is my coming is mild, but I'm telling him that you can't do that. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean, just like we said yesterday, there's always the issue of role modeling. You cannot be saying one thing and then be doing something else. So if the younger generation is driven about money, or if they have redefined success to mean something else, it is because we gave them that blueprint. It is because we said that this is what success means. It is because we have done all those things. And then, I mean, quite rightly, like you said, unfortunately, they process faster. They don't have the luxury. It's almost as if they're racing against time. So they do things, and then I mean, with internet, everything is amplified.
Thank you.
It's just so amplified.
I told my son that you can, because he was saying some things about. I said, help me verify. I said, mommy, but you should be able to do. I said, please, they don't bomb me with a tablet and a laptop and phone like Una. I am learning it. So I mean, like you rightly said, it's everything's at the speed of light right now. You now come and just be typing because you can type. Let me leave you there. It's not your problem that's my problem this evening. It's these parents that are afraid. All right, so when we come back from the break, hopefully we'll be able to get to normal and we'll discuss the fears of parents. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
She's not my classmate. She's not my classmate. We just went to university together. For context, she's Nigerian. She's a northerner. I don't really know her tribe, but she's a northerner. But anyways, every holiday, her dad made it a duty. Like she needed to come back, travel back. Okay, I also didn't study in Nigeria. I should probably say that. So every holiday, every summer break, her dad will make sure she comes back to Nigeria, which is like, oh, come see family, come visit. You know, it's always nice to come back. But then what was really weird was that every time she came back home, he takes her straight to the hospital, to the gynecologist, for them to check to virgin. That is so weird. There's something about Nigerians with abusing power that is. I have this classmate, right?
So this girl, I'm coming for you. But let me I'm coming for the girl. The importance of parents, guardians, and other caregivers in all aspects of a person's development cannot be overemphasized, right? So from the video, right, you would understand that a lot of parents are afraid when it comes to issues around sex, but the role of sexual education is very crucial. As you can see, parents are the single largest influence on their adolescents' decision about sex and parents. And for most parents and their children, the prospect of talking about topics related to sexuality creates anxiety and apprehension, and this may lead to avoidance of discussion in a very healthy way, or or like seeking some level of openness when you're having that conversation, right? So how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears? Whichever one you might call it. Some will call it is a fear, some is just genuine concern. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at Way Show Africa1 with the hashtag Way Show. All right, so this is interesting. Before I even come back to that girl, quickly, what was your experience like with sex education with your parents?
Okay, so for me, I think I was just one of the very lucky ones. My parents are quite liberal, and I come from a very closely knitted family, very open. So we have conversations. My mom never truly said to me, oh, once a boy touches you, you get pregnant. I mean, for her, again, I grew up with boys, so it was easy for her to say, listen, you're a girl, there's a difference, you know. I mean, then when I started my puberty and all that, and she was just like, okay, you know what? I mean, if you have sexual relations now, like with the way you are now, I mean, you could easily get pregnant, you could, you know, but there was no scare like, oh, a boy touches you. I mean, I really mingled with boys. I even remembered when I had my first boyfriend. I mean, the first person I told was even my dad. That's how, you know, close we were. And he didn't make me curious, because I didn't feel like I was missing out on anything. Oh, I needed to do stuff, or I needed to hide. And like I could easily, okay, so when I started having questions about sex, I spoke to my mom about it. Oh, okay, so my body is changing. Okay, what does this mean? And she was quite open about it. So, you know.
Jennifer.
Interesting. Look at you. I never had any sex education.
Wow.
From my parents. I know my dad would always tell me not to play with the boys, not to sit with the boys. When we first moved to Lagos, we're living in this public compound, and you know, normally in the afternoon or even in the night, there are benches around. People would just sit. You sit with your fellow kids. Once I'm sitting with a boy, once I hear daddy is back, I will start running, because the one day where he saw me sitting beside a boy, he called me into the house and he gave me the slap of my life.
Wow.
So since then, once there is a boy, my father must not see me walking with a boy. He must not see me talking to a boy, nothing. But he never really said, oh, this is why. Well, I kind of like had an idea about these things, because I grew up around adults. So I saw a lot of things, witnessed a lot of things. So I grew too fast for my age. But the one time where I heard about, oh, if a boy touches you, if a man touches you, you get pregnant, was when I was living with my aunt. And one of our friends who used to come do sleepover in our house, she started her period. So it was in our house where she started her period. And my aunt went, now that you start seeing your period, you're a woman now. If any man touch you,
belly straight,
you're getting pregnant. So there was this fear. So I think one day the lady left and the girl left, and when she came back the second day, she was like, that when she went to one of her uncle touched her. I'm like, touch you how? So he just held her hand, and I said, oh my God, are you pregnant? And she said no. So myself and my cousin, we went back to her aunt. She said, you lied to us. She said, what do you mean? I thought you said that if a man touches you, you get pregnant. So Sophie is not pregnant now. She just said, no, that's that you see. I said, it's a lie. She started laughing. So that was when we realized that, oh, okay, she was actually just putting fear.
Yeah.
And she kind of like tried a little bit to teach us about those things, but she wasn't exactly clear, because I also felt like she didn't want to say too much.
Yeah.
So that we wouldn't So she had this fear of saying too much. Okay, let me not say too much so that you wouldn't know too much. There was this fear, and she always checked us. So this thing that this man, she checked us, but not as
extreme as going
not
to
as
the
extreme as
doctor.
going to the hospital. But even her own method wasn't exactly friendly or nice. It was very upsetting, even to us as teenagers. We didn't like it at all. But it did happen once in a while, especially if she traveled for a period of time and then she comes back. We're just two girls, and then there were lots of boys and young men in the house. So I kind of like understood her paranoia, but I also wanted to believe that at that age, because I was very outspoken, I knew that if anything had happened, I would have probably told her. But then she just felt like as kids might not want to open up to tell you, so she had to do her own checks.
No, my finger. So what was your experience before we now come to the topic of the day?
Well,
Una be community. 7 girls.
But when you grow up in a family of 7 girls and with a military father as your dad, you can only imagine what the setting is like. There's no man that they born well, so to speak. That will show up in my house with all confidence that they wanted to see who exactly do you want to see. So that was the story of our lives. 7 girls, 1 boy, with a dad who had the double barrel, and dogs as well. So what do you want to come and tell any of them? Yeah, so pretty much that was the exposure that we had. My parents were quite protective of us, always hammering, always talking. We never really quite got the story of, they touch you, get pregnant. But the realities was that if you get pregnant, you're going to carry that pregnancy and you're going to, stop school. You're going to stop schooling. You're going to be responsible for a child. And the thought of that was quite scary, because imagine having to leave school to care for another child. And each of us had that background of having to take care of the younger ones when you are older, slightly older. So we have had that responsibility. And then now taking care of your own child at that age, no, it didn't sound good at all. So everybody was set straight and focused on education and all whatnot. It was so bad that even in university, when guys came to talk to me, I sounded like an old woman. It's like, don't you have important things to do? Don't you have studies? It's like, it was so weird. Like, what kind of child are you? Talking like an older person. So really, that was as much as we got, but a lot of it you learned along the way, so to speak. That was my experience.
So similar situation, 7 girls, 2 boys in my own house. It was a, and my mother is like a hawk. Like, so she would put her teeth inside if she needs to bite off your ear so you can hear what, But I think because we are like, I did bottom pot, I'm second to the last born, So it's easier. They had already used my older ones as scapegoats, because the kind of flogging, all those scaling offense, all those things. So the kind of flogging that they will flog you, you would realize that I don't want this kind of, because me, I don't like, don't beat me. This my body is too, I don't like mark, I don't want. So when I saw the way that, you know, because again, I think a lot of parents at that time, they were parenting with fear.
Yeah.
You know, so it was almost like I need to instill fear in you and all of that. Unlike now that we have a lot more open discussions. But I want us to go on a break because I want to also open our phone lines to hear our audience. Then we'll now come back to that video. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we're discussing the topic, how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears, right? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WeShowAfrica, one with the hashtag WeShow. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 070250077749. So 3 things that lady mentioned in that video. She said something around Northerners. She said that why do people want to always abuse power? And she said, what else did she say? Was it up to 3 now? Well, 2 things. Let's stop at the fact that the girl is a Northerner and also is almost like abuse of power. And I want to say to everyone that cares to listen, this is not because again, there was some argument that was coming up around the fact that this girl is what she's a girl. That's why this is being done. The truth is that I have sons, right? The only thing is that you can't test whether a boy is sexually active. If there's a test, please let me know, because I need to, I will carry out the test, you know. But I mean, you can't test it like the way you can go and examine a young lady, right? If there's any form of penetration. I remember the movie when you were talking about compound and all of that. I just watched a movie on Netflix, Wildflower. It was about rape and all of that. A young girl in the compound. Yes, the guy was trying to, but he eventually did not penetrate. So when he went to the hospital, it was the hospital that proved that there was no penetration. So 3 things I want to say before I just move to you ladies. I've heard a lot of girls now going into practicing anal sex because, again, they want to help the parents that are parenting with fear. That, and since it's sure you're going to go and examine, no problem, we'll try another method. You know, I've seen a lot of people indulge men through that method because of this same thing. Secondly, when you raise children like that, you are raising, hypocrites, right? There is nothing wrong, because we are naturally wired to be sexual beings, right? There's nothing wrong for someone to start having those feelings. The only problem is that you're not able to control it. So when you raise children like that, what you're doing is that the girl, because I remember a classmate of mine in school then, she is a pastor's daughter. She would wear bomb shorts in school, things I would not wear. But guess what? When she was going home, she had 2 different boxes of clothes. She'll keep this box that she wears in school with her her classmates. And she will take this other box when she's going back home, the one with the long skirt and all of that. So when you parent your child the way this lady described in this video, what you're doing is that you're raising a lot of hypocrites, because guess what? They will just give you exactly, children know how to please you. Then the third one I would like to say is parents need to understand that it is not every subject matter that you must be the one to train your children. Thankfully, in this present age and time, we have sex educators. They have dedicated their life's work in helping young people. The only thing you can do is be there when they are having this conversation. So don't feel the burden if you are not comfortable, because again, we too, we were not comfortable talking about sex. So it is difficult for you that you're not comfortable to talk about it. Now wanting to teach your child, what would you say? You don't have anything to say. So you can then just hand over that burden to the experts. They would help you there are books, there are different things, age appropriate, at 0 to 3, at 4 to 7, there are books available for that. Instead of going to this extreme, because now the girl will always feel like every time I'm coming home, there's something that will rub off wrongly. So that's why I understand this girl's concern. But even she said, this is not, there's no way to link it with power, because this is not show of power. That statement that she used to round up the conversation, she just spoiled it for me, because it is genuine fear and concern from the parent. That is why a father will go to that extreme. Make sure you come home. You think it's easy to buy a flight ticket, come home every summer, and the first thing he does is to take her to the hospital. You think that is show of power? That's not show of power. That's a father that is afraid and he doesn't want his child. And given that they are northerners, there are some things that are very sacred. There are some things that they still hold to say, this thing, chastity and all that, So you can't just draw up conclusions. I'm tired of people just concluding.
Social media. I mean,
they have their right. But let me hear your thoughts, Diola.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that the person speaking is a minor. You're less than 18.
She's in university now. She cannot be minor.
Okay, so if you are in the university, then it's going to be assumed that you're at least, I don't know.
Young adult.
You're a young adult. I don't know if that approach, again, you're right to say that it's coming from a place of genuine fear. Whether cultural, whether religious, because of course there are sometimes religious influences as well. However, I think that it's trauma on its own for the girl. And it's just, it's also an invasion of her body. I mean, if she has to go through that every year she's doing that, and at some point in time, there is also the I'm trying to look at the mental backlash of it. That, okay, she's had, I don't know how they conduct the test, but when she's even now sexually active, it may be such that maybe the way the father had painted it is such a dirty thing. She might now not even be comfortable to go into sexual relations, number one. Number two, it might have some form of mental setback on her. The idea of anyone even, trying to...
Number three, she can change her preference.
Exactly, she can change her preference.
Like, I'm eyeing Jennifer.
So you are very right to say that it is not all parents that are knowledgeable about this subject matter and are comfortable with it, again, because of the way they were also raised. So the thing is, if your fear is so, I don't know. I don't know. I can't put myself in that girl's position, because for me, I'm just trying to be like, my father does this to me every year. I won't be coming home again, no. Honestly, because she can't. And again, you see, if the father is talking to her from a place of fear, there is a gap. Somebody is going to speak to her from a place of love to make her feel, listen, no, and that's what she will listen to.
The person will groom her into understanding.
Exactly, will groom her.
Absolutely.
And that's what she will listen to. So one day she just decides, okay, you know what, Dad.
It's not as bad as Daddy painted it.
Daddy, come on.
Absolutely.
And that's where the problem starts.
Jenny, baby.
So I'm very uncomfortable with these parental concerns and fears. I understand it, but I hate the fact that it always goes towards the women. Because when you're always trying to shield women, you're always trying to teach them, you're always trying to instill fear into them, you don't instill the same fear into the men. And that's why you have a lot of, I'm trying to find the right word. You find you find very questionable men out there. Now, when you talk about infantophilia, pedophilia, you talk about men who are predators, it stems from things like this, because they weren't taught from infancy or from when they started seeing puberty, when they got to their puberty age, you didn't teach them these things, or you need to abstain. Like Uwan rightly said, you would end up creating kids that are hypocrites.
Yeah.
And then you also create kids who would have trauma, like Jola said. I remember my cousin, even with all the checks that the mom did, every time the mom came and she asked some questions, we started to get very uncomfortable. Now, I know that personally, she didn't do a lot of checks on me because my dad is an older brother. So I'm sure she must have, will my brother like this? Let me not do this. Let me do it to my own child. And whenever she came close to her daughter and she starts asking those questions, I saw how the daughter reacted. It wasn't nice. So I was having third-hand experience. Seeing all of those things, it wasn't nice. And every time I picture them, like, if this woman does this thing to me, don't come close to me, please. I've told you what I need to tell you. You have to take it and leave it at that. If you create a safe space for your kids to talk to you about things, they would have those conversations with you. But now when there is fear, when it gets to the point where they need to be honest about something that has happened to them, they won't come to you. They'll probably go to someone who is not going to help
that
them.
person will really
You guys will really help them and help them in the worst way possible. And as time went on, the relationship between her and the mom, it wasn't the nicest. And as she grew older, she became an adult. Her mom would definitely ask, "Oh, where did I go wrong?" I'm just like, you don't know? And the truth is, sometimes parents don't know these things. Now, a lot of parents are operating from their own trauma based off of what they had been through in the past, especially mothers, or what they've been through. And men or fathers are acting based on what they've done to other people's daughters, or what they've seen their own friends do to other people's daughters. So they're very scared. I don't want that to happen to my daughter. But the truth is, there's no amount of checks that you're going to do that is going to prevent people from attempting to do the same thing that you are scared of. Now, what you need to do is to create a space where your child can easily
be empowered
come to you. That you don't even necessarily have to ask any question. I don't need to ask you.
Mommy, my brother is
exactly.
What should I do? Or I feel this way. Or I started talking to this boy and this is how I'm feeling. Or this boy said something to me. Or this man or this uncle said this to me. What should I do? Your sons should also receive the same education. Sex education is not just for your daughters. It's not just for the girls. It's for both the girls and the boys. Because boys are also picking up little things. I mean, boys get molested.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't hear them talk about it because to a lot of men, it is supposed to be a sexual priority. It's supposed to be a win. It's a cool thing. But the truth is, a lot of boys are getting molested. A lot of boys are getting touched in places they shouldn't be touched. A lot of boys are getting spoiled at really young age. And that's why they go to school and you find a 5-year-old boy is trying to touch another 4-year-old girl or a 5-year-old girl. Or a 5-year-old boy is going to school to tell them about something they had seen at home. And another little boy who is innocent is learning that and taking it back home to teach his own siblings. So it's like, exactly, it's a vicious cycle. So it just keeps going round and going round. It's little boys that spoil other little boys. It's little boys that spoil other little girls. So how would you, I mean, if a little girl of 5 years old, we've heard that little kids have sex.
Absolutely.
Now, when that happens, obviously there is no hymen being broken probably at that point. But has your child done the deed or not?
They do.
No, my brother. Have they been exposed or not?
Absolutely. Let me hear your thoughts, Nama. You are raising 4 children.
Well, it's, I mean, you guys have said quite a bit. There's, I'm even just struggling as to what to even add to what you've shared in the conversation, but I just want to just pick a few points as an addition. And it's the fact that just from where Jennifer stops, that basically there are 3 influences in the life of a child. We have the influence from home, the background, the upbringing, what you teach the children. Then you have the environment that they grow up in, whether it's in Nigeria or in the UK or in the US or wherever, India, Russia, wherever. And then you have emotional experiences that they go through. So these are the three core influencers in the life of the child. Now, when it comes to the environment, in today's world, we even have an extra environment, which is the social media environment, that is teaching quite a lot, and depending on how much exposure that a child has. And when you think about these things, there's a lot for the 21st century parents to be concerned about or to have fears for. But if they approach it, like you had said rightly, from the place of fear, then you find out that everything that comes from a place of fear actually fuels it into reality. So you find out that most times when parents say, oh, this child, though, you will not kill me, you will not get, if you get pregnant, and then it actually happens, the next thing you hear the parents say, Shebi, as if I knew. So it's like you already
attract what you fear. It's like Job that said, what I feared the most came upon me.
Exactly. You preempt it to come to the fore. And that's something that parents need to pay very, very particular attention to. That you are teaching a child, your teaching should not come from a place of fear, but from a place of information. And that's where communication comes in very, very importantly, on how a parent should be able to approach sexual concerns. Sometimes parents make it look as if that they were superstars. You know, growing up, almost all the parents came first. You know, so none of them ever did anything wrong.
They were all perfect children.
You know, but the truth of it is that when you share even your vulnerable sides with your children, of course, per time, the information you're sharing with them should be age appropriate. When you're sharing to tell them that, look, in life, it's not a perfect scene. You are going to continue to learn. Sometimes you might make mistakes. You might be able to avoid those mistakes if you listen to the wise counsel that you're given. But peradventure, if a mistake happens, there is a way out. So that fear is not what drives them, because most of the time in the process of not being hurting daddy or mommy, they end up finding themselves in a vulnerable state that exposes them to the same vices that bring them to that place where they have feared the most. And a lot of the parents, if they were sincere with themselves, the driving force behind, oh, don't do this and that, is because some of them were...
They knew what they did.
They knew how to do it. They did somebody else's child or somebody else's daughter. So when they're growing up and they now have daughters, it's like that... that awareness comes to them and they begin to get paranoid and they are protecting and doing all sorts of things. Sometimes you check it, daddy, where have you been? Mommy, what kind of life did you live? So is your life exemplary? Because children need to be able to trust the adults in their life. They need to be able to come to you with their problems, with their concerns, tell you that, oh, and in today's world where online everywhere, it just comes up, boom, it comes up whether they want to know it or not, they're going to come to you with questions. We had a situation some years back, a child was trying to find out about sexuality. Mommy, what's sex? Daddy says, no, that word is not mentioned in this house. Oh, mommy says, didn't you hear your father? This word is not mentioned. It is prohibited in this house. We're children of God. At the end of the day, she goes to the driver and asks, oh, what's this about sex? And he says, didn't you ask your parents? And she says, no, they are not giving me the answers. And then the driver becomes the answer. Says, okay, let me tell you, but it's going to be a little secret.
I have to show you.
These are the ways we push children out and make it possible for predators to be able to have access to their lives, be trusted enough to now manipulate them into doing those things that we were afraid of. And that's why we must not operate from a place of fear. We must operate from a place of information. When you share with the children, let them know that, oh, these are the things that can happen. I mean, This is natural. It's going to happen to you at some point in your life, but you have to be ready for it.
Absolutely.
When you put them through the process, they, by themselves, they'll come to that decision. Oh, this is a beautiful thing, but there's a time for it, and I would wait for it.
Absolutely.
It will be their own decision at the end of the day.
Okay, let's quickly take a comment because we're running out of time. All right, so I have a question. I have a comment from Santos. Your topic, how should parents approach sexual concerns or fears, is an interesting one. Most parents project their sexual experiences to their children, and as such, they become overly concerned on the subject matter towards their children. Some parents who are struggling with their sexual life would think that their children would behave like themselves. Being overly concerned towards the sexual life of your children would make them to create unbalanced human beings. You can easily find out that many children became gays and lesbians because of their parents' preoccupation with their sexual lives. Sex education should be done in a free and open environment and
safe
with
space.
love
Yeah,
as a base.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Thank you,
Santos.
Santos.
You really summed it nicely.
Yeah.
I was going to just add that, you see, the truth about sex and body, I learned it from someone, and I taught my children how to take ownership of their lives.
Yeah.
You are not abstaining from sex because you want to please mommy. No. It's your life, it's your body. You must take ownership. So would you like to see your body in a state? I mean, if you are able to take ownership of your life, right? Every decision you take in life, you will always be on the good side. Because you are taking the decision not because you want to please anybody. You're just taking the decision that is best
because you
for
have
you.
information.
Absolutely.
Exactly. and
Thank you
you're
so much,
acting
ladies.
on
We
it.
have run out of time. Sorry. You. Daniel Elo, you said you missed me yesterday. We couldn't take your message. I'm sorry. Please send another one. I will take it tomorrow. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Diola. And thank you, Norma. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Parents are desperate for advice on how to talk with their kids about sex. So, parents, please go out there. There are experts that can help you. Instead of leading from a place of fear, you've heard all of us today, lead from a place of information. And, I am sure God will protect your children. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine breath test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer header clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
But now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. Kò sí fọkànbalẹ̀ kankan for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land. Ibarakwa land comprises of Igangan, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarakwa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora here now, there's no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarakwa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulanis.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarakwa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this act, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Biningwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Ojoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Biningwari without these escorts. From Ojoa, the journey to Biningwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers, and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Binigwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Erena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Kolwaya. What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force. You know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity, and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Orlu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Orlu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Orlu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without